Yeah, like where they're giant monsters, zombies. That's not quite the same thing. It's not like Resident
Oh yeah.
Evil zombies aren't quite the same thing as George Romero's Night of the Living Dead zombies.
I don't even
I'll
really
tell you
count
where they
those.
fucked up. I'll tell you where they fucked up in The Walking Dead when they were at the prison.
Oh,
They should
dude.
have dug a huge ditch around the prison and they would have been straight.
Yeah, entrap
Right.
them. But shit, I thought. Oh yeah. So what if the thing that starts the zombie, the virus itself, is something that attacks the central nervous system, perhaps, but it actually infuses the muscles of the body. So technically, these things become like superhuman strong, but they have a very, very short shelf life because of the fact that their central nervous system is compromised.
Well,
Any thoughts about that?
that's what I mean. Except for like without the central nervous system thing, like if you just by putting the body on overdrive, like because you're not going to push your body beyond its limits. But if you're being controlled by this thing because you have a virus, then yeah, you'll push it beyond its limits. But you know, that'll only last you so long, and then you tear through your muscles, and the next thing you know, you're just fucking limping around like a weirdo. Like
Yeah,
most
like
zombies
listen,
are.
I want to train for the zombies that are in like I Am Legend. You feel me? Like I want those like the badass mother. What's his name? What's the so Will
Brad
Smith
Pitt.
yells at the
Well,
yeah Will Smith.
those are
I am Legend.
vampires more. Yeah, those are more vampire. They're not zombies per se.
Well, no,
Well,
Will
you're
Smith,
right.
aka Barack Obama, aka Osama bin Laden.
great interruption, dude.
Osama bin
But
Smith.
that distinction between the vampires and the zombies, though, it's not an important distinction in the movies because they are kind of more like
No,
zombies in the
but it
movie.
is. No,
But
those
no,
are
no, 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 no,
conscious
but no, I
You're
those
agree.
are
right.
conscious.
You're
The
right
book,
They're
about that.
conscious
the book, they
vampires,
are
not undead
vampires.
like Walking Dead.
Yeah, not
Well, the
yeah,
book,
and the book I Am Legend is actually way better than the movie. Richard Mason's my favorite author,
Yeah.
and I can't believe that I fucked that up. They're blood drinking zombies, is what they
yeah,
are.
Right.
they
Or
are
in the movie
zombies.
they call them dark seekers.
The Dark
Right.
Seekers, sure.
They're kind of like a merger between them, really. But yeah, in the books they're more vampires, and in the movies they kind of were modeling them after like
Well,
nighttime zombies.
I wouldn't. I don't know because the whole point of that there's the whole extended edition where there's like the one main guy is like he's like conscious. He's after his lady. He's
Yeah,
after his
yeah.
wife in that movie. He's
Oh,
conscious
he
of his
is.
wife being like he's not just a mindless zombie in I
Oh
Am
yeah, yeah.
Legend.
Yeah, in the
The
book too,
main
they have that
the
same. There's that one that is like, you know, he's like after he like he's like every day he's like at his house before anybody else, and he's like actually seems what's the word like sentient or like he's
conscious. Yeah,
conscious.
he's like he's not just a mindless undead walking, just wandering around.
Yeah, yeah, they
If
are.
we're gonna
Yeah, they
talk
are
zombies,
vampires.
we got to be like quote unquote scientific about it. Okay, zombie
That's
words
what,
have meaning.
have you seen that
I'll
one?
tell you the zombies that were fired at Brad Pitt one. They climbed that huge wall in Israel or wherever that was. It's like man, those zombies are sick.
Yeah, but that's why I didn't like that movie for basically that scene. That was like one of the scenes that because it just kind of I don't know, it just makes it like why is that happening? Like why are they
No, I
that
love no
like
because
powerful?
one guy, because the 10th man was like, you know what, this actually could be a problem. We need to defend ourselves, and they did, and that's why they had a wall.
Have you guys seen that
That's
movie
where he
called
does. He gives the speech in that movie. Like that's the first time I
It's
heard the
not gonna be
idea
a
of the 10th
cakewalk.
man.
Yeah.
What's the 10th man again? It's the guy who just says something different.
Yeah, like
He has
if a
opposing
president or
You
views.
talking
like a
about the
leader
guy from
CEO has 10 advisors in front of him, and all nine of them, all they go down the agree, like, yeah, sir, I agree, yes, I agree. If the duty of the 10th person to be like, I may agree, but here's an alternative that we should consider because you got to just look at all the options.
Have you seen that movie called Quarantine? It's like a movie in like an apartment, like in an apartment building, and it's one of those. It's not found footage, but it's like I guess it's kind of like found footage because it's like supposed to be like on a home video camera or whatever. But I think they all get infected with rabies, but basically it turns them into zombies. think that's the most realistic, probably. Like something like that just kind of infects people, you know. Yeah, like rabies does. Like infects your brain and just kind of makes you, you know, mindless.
Like the globe.
Oh my God! Is that because is that
That
You
was a
beat
good
me to it.
transition.
You beat me to it. I was about to hit it.
That was a lovely
And that's
segue.
the game, folks. Tune in next time where there's still no globe evidence. Here on Earth Awakenings. Stay tuned.
You guys, funny. I was just telling my girlfriend earlier story when I had a professor once that like when I was in college in the Navy, he was teaching a class. Anyways, I went to the bathroom and he was in the bathroom using the urinal, and he actually had his pants all the way down to his ankles. And I'd never seen an adult do that before. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, Gio, did you make that slight because of what I said about the light screen and the pants at your ankles?
Uh,
I don't know if Gio's going to respond in a second, but I keep been saying lately, like talking to Gio on Discord is like talking to somebody on the ISS. Because there's always like a 10-second lag. Yeah, I'm always anticipating his response.
There was supposedly a woman astronaut who went to space. They gave her 100 tampons for 6 days.
Really? I would have felt bad for the other people then.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's a lot. It's just too many. I feel like you could have spent money on something better.
Well, I was only there for 6 days.
It's a lot of space, right? 100.
Maybe. But I
That's
never
like what?
thought about that.
25 boxes of fucking tampons. Are you even taking that many up for 6 days? They're like, she's not even on her period, guys. Yeah, but you never know. Like, okay, what?
That would be troublesome if someone's menstruating, and it's not completely like, you know.
You don't think that could be? That's not built in to fucking calculate. You can calculate it's affected Voyager 2, but you can't count to 30.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just probably, just so they don't have to send up more. It's like, yeah, here's some for this time. You'll probably have another one, or somebody else might need them. I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't know the context.
Restock. Okay. Between that and the duct tape, you could be able to tie up any kind of airlock or any kind of puncture that might happen.
That's actually a good point. That's a good point. Don Pettit probably suggested those tampons for the leak.
No, what they need to do is they put them in the spacesuits to absorb all the water that they've been drowning in almost.
Yeah, you know what though? G.I. Jane needs to pick the right time to go up into space. You feel me?
Yeah, well, actually the point that Fuzzy just made, that was funny, by the way, but I've just never thought of women menstruating on the ISS before until now. But what Fuzzy just brought up is a good point too, because if they're menstruating on a spacewalk, like those stories of there's 2 stories where astronauts almost drowned because of the water. Like in one case it was just tears, but in another case it was water leakage. But yeah, if she's menstruating, I wonder if that can get into.
What? I never heard.
Drowned yeah, I want to see the tears citation. Give me the tears
Who
one.
Drowns from tears.
Well, he was Canadian. It was Chris Hadfield.
Oh, that makes sense then.
Yeah. Chris Hadfield. His like helmet. I guess somebody had like really cleaned the hell out of his helmet or something like that. So there's like still cleaner residue in it or something. And so when he started his spacewalk, because he's Canadian, so his eyes start tearing up and stuff. And the problem is, it doesn't like if your eyes tear up, there's nothing to take care of that, and it doesn't just fall down your face. It kind of sticks to your face and conforms to your eye holes, and then eventually it crossed his nose bridge or whatever, and it would have started covering his nostrils and his mouth and stuff.
Dude, you know how ridiculous this story is? They just cleaned his helmet, bro. Come on, man. They don't know.
But wait, I want to hear where he drowns in his own tears. Get to the good part. Go.
No shit.
No, he did. He just explained it. Is that eventually those little bits of tears would bead over his nose and in his entire mouth.
That's
That's
it.
often something. Yeah,
It's like Neo in
Okay.
Matrix. It starts eating him and all just thumbs his entire helmet, and before you know it, he drowns in his own tears.
Well, you have to
Okay.
remember,
That would
So
always
hold
be
on.
something that
Italian.
would be a weird thing for
Hold on,
me.
guys. All seriousness, who is taking that seriously? Mr. MC Hammer,
man.
do you believe this, Kosho?
Yeah, hell yeah. I heard it from the horse's mouth, the Canadian horse's mouth. And
He was Canadian,
it's
bro.
plausible.
Well, I mean, they never lie.
Here's the problem: is they happened to an Italian guy because there was actual water leakage in his suit, and he actually did almost drown. Chris Hadfield,
I'm honestly crying right now. I shit you not. Oh, it's so good. Sorry.
Careful, careful you don't drown, bro. Careful.
No, but the best part is
No, I'm in an open system. I'm good.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Chris Hadfield was panicking though because he just started his spacewalk. He can't see at this point. If it continues, he will be in danger. He doesn't know what to do. And actually, it was the dudes at NASA, not even the Canadian. I don't know who talks to them Canadian, but it's the dudes in Houston told him open his valve, like the valve to his helmet, basically. Let some fucking air out. Like basically introduced the air to the vacuum of space. And just a little bit, and that worked because it dried his eyes out.
Did he just undo the zipper real quick and then zip it back up? Yeah.
He's opened his fly for a second.
Well, yeah, the zipper, the space-proof zipper.
Actually, you know what, guys? I'm thinking they probably just have a purge valve on the helmet itself. So they would probably, like, if it was a smart design, they would just have some additional, like, obviously his onboard air system would be filtered in, plumbed in, but he would just have a little button on the back of his helmet. And as he hit that, all the liquid would escape, right? The whatever's condensed. And then that would just be quickly replaced with clean air, so to speak, that's not contaminated. If they were designing it smart. I had that on my air system in my truck.
I've always wondered, like, if you always had to scratch your nose, if you're about to go on a spacewalk in the middle of it, and all of a sudden you just kind of have to scratch your nose, and we all know what that's like. The more you try to ignore it, the more you need to scratch it. How do you just would go insane in the vacuum of space?
Remember, these aren't high schoolers or these are the best of the best. Dude.
These are the best. They don't ever get itches or scratches.
No, they
on
probably
their face.
do. Dude, they would make a Zen master look like a fucking wimp.
Okay? Oh, they must, because they have to sit there in the small ass little compartments for days at a time, in the size of a minivan, basically. 3 grown men in the size of a minivan for several days on end without ever being able to get out. That's Zen mastery right there.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't envy that part of their mission. Yeah, they definitely.
They didn't even have a book. They didn't have a magazine to read. They didn't have no book. They couldn't afford the weight. Too many tampons.
A minivan. Imagine a minivan stuffed with pillows and rucksacks.
No, not even. No, big ass heavy equipment and gear and like bulky suits and tanks.
Yeah, why would you ever hold on. Back to this women in space thing. Why would you ever send a woman up there? That's just another hassle with the whole period thing that you have to now deal with. Why would you even do that?
Because it's a hassle to deal with. And she volunteers, and why not?
Men bleed too, first of all. And second of all, it's easier to deal with that than to deal with the nagging of not letting them go up there. So it's just like
listen, first of all, the only one that can cut me and get away with it. First of all, the only one that can cut me and get away with it is my barber. Second of all, men don't bleed like women bleed, dude. We get a paper cut and we bleed. Okay, women bleed just like automatically every. I don't know why you would want to deal with that if you were nasty. It's just one more.
Guys, women can't be trusted to control their crying, and we can't. Obviously, we don't need anybody drowning in space. Okay.
So, Kosho, you have a girlfriend. Do you ever hope to be married? I have some advice.
We're engaged, brother.
Oh, really? Okay, that's cool.
Actually, we're actually considered community married here in Texas. Like we're basically equivalent to being married. In Texas, they have weird laws for certain things. Like I never went to high school, but my mom wrote a diploma, so it counts. My diploma is as valid as anybody else's diploma in Texas and in the world. And in Texas, if you live with somebody and you've addressed to other people that you're married, like I know you've addressed in an official capacity or something that you're married or something, and I forget. There's 3 rules. There's 3 rules basically. But if you pass these 3 things, you're basically considered married, even though
Yeah, it's called common law marriage.
married. Yeah, but yeah, so it's basically the same thing. But in Texas, it's basically equivalent now to an actual marriage, as far as divorces and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, she's still married the girl. Good for you.
Anyways, the point is, you're trying to say something.
Get a minivan.
Trying to slight me, man. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't really know how that part of the woman's body works in that way. Like I don't even know what you do with a tampon. So
I can give you a biology lesson if you like.
I assume you just stuff it in your body, and it's just like works like a sponge or something.
Yeah, they swallow it. Like they just take 2 pills, like 2, take 2 of these and call me in the morning kind of deal.
The walls of the uterus are regularly expelled, basically, by the body because they can only last so long before they have to recycle, essentially. So it goes through roughly 12 recycles a year.
It's like a turn it off and turn it back on kind of situation.
I bet you this is just my assumption. This statistic, I bet you just as often as women are bleeding because of that, biological problem they have, just as often as they do that on the ISS, I bet you at least there's a dude who's jerked off, and his DNA is floating around or messy or whatever. So it's probably the same kind of thing.
Yeah, why do you think the woman's hair is all spiked up like that?
Oh my god!
If you see people's hair in the
that's not hairspray.
If you see the hair in Vomit Comet, it's exactly the same. How hair behaves.
Bro, it's not. Dude, it's a dead giveaway for how they're faking it. Because sometimes when they're on wires, you'll see that the hair is all stiff, and then other times.
You got it. Sorry, you got to do something more. Okay, so what are they doing with the wires then? They're hanging upside down, right, or something. Your face looks totally different when you're hanging upside down. Their face looks different, but not enough that if you were hanging upside down for more than half an hour. You ever hung upside down or seen anyone hanging upside down for that long? The face goes bright red.
Why do they gotta be hanging upside down?
Well, how would a head look like that? Hairspray?
Why?
Yeah,
you can see some footage of them putting their fingers through their hair. There's one where the lady's brushing her hair. How would you brush your hair through hairspray? I have long hair, right? I've got a ponytail, and you can't brush through long. You can't brush through long hair that's caked in hairspray to make it look like that. It's basically shellacked. It's solid.
Yeah.
Okay, you could have a perm. Hold on, Fuzzy. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Hold on, Fuzzy. You could have a perm, right? A straight perm. You don't have to have curls. You can get your perm straight, and then you could brush through that.
I have one suggestion, chaps. Reproduce that on the ground. Reproduce that here. Reproduce it and make it look like they do. It can't be that. It can't be down to technology, right? I don't think they have technology to make hair look that good, so you can't make that excuse. Reproduce that look on the ground, and you'll make a believer out of me.
Just what do we got to reproduce?
What?
Well, dude, look at hair like that in Seinfeld.
The look of long-haired astronauts. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, in the ISS stuff, there's certain cuts. Like I just posted one where that woman, her hair is like standing up straight, as if it does have hairspray in it. It's like it's erect, not.
And how are they accomplishing that? What are they doing to make that happen? Okay, so whatever you think it is, reproduce that effect, and then basically reshoot that video with someone with someone acting.
Would you agree that their hair is not waving the way it is on the 0G?
I'll agree with that.
Right. It doesn't wave around like that in some of them. It's like
I can give you some insight.
As far as
would you agree that it's not waving? It's very stiff and sort of not the same. It's very two clearly different things.
They're also not flipping like she is.
Yeah,
she's like flipping around. So, I mean,
if you look at the footage,
right.
When they've got 30 seconds, they take advantage of every second of that. So they're moving around, right? ISS, they're static, right?
Yeah, but they're not
still.
She's not in a 0G. She's on like a rig, so they can go for a lot longer than 30 seconds. So that's
okay. But you have to show how the rig was done without being able to see any of it, and you have to be able to do that live in front of an audience.
Yeah, that's so. Have you never seen Gravity? Sandra Bullock?
That's not live in front of an audience, man. You got to.
But they can do it. No, they have green screen. You don't think they can do that live?
You got to tick all the boxes. You got to make it.
They
can. Sell it.
I thought this is years ago arguments. You haven't seen there's absolutely technology can do that live. No problem at all.
There's a shot of the Sandra Bullock, and she's like in almost like a fetal position, turning around with the background.
Yeah,
that's almost entirely CGI, and she's sitting on a saddle. Okay, but then it doesn't. But
they have ways of doing that live where you just paint out the. They absolutely can do that live, 100%.
But it doesn't show her getting out of that position or moving to another reference frame where she's now upside down in another environment or in another room.
Well, no, that's what we're trying to tell you is that's how they're achieving the goal. They achieve the weightlessness in several different ways. One of them is with wires. One of them is 0G. One of them's in pools. There's lots of
day of the week it is.
In pools, how would that make them weightless, man? In the ISS, in the actual station itself.
I'm thinking outside.
Oh yeah. I get that. No, I get that one. That's actually not a bad. That's not a bad thing, right? That's not a bad idea, right? I'm not going to criticize that. I think the pool idea.
Really, though,
got something
like,
maybe.
If you don't think that they can do this live, they absolutely 100% can do this stuff live.
If you talk to anybody in the film industry, anybody that knows anything about special effects, they absolutely cannot do that live.
Film industry, and
I'm in the film industry.
I'm in the film industry, and yeah, they absolutely. Are you kidding?
Find someone who's not a fat earth who will say yes, but they can do that live.
They can do all. I don't have the gear to do that.
They don't. They can't do it live. They can film it in
millions of dollars a day, like NASA.
They can film it in. That's an excuse,
They totally
man.
Can.
That's not. You can't throw money at things and make something. You can't make something possible just by throwing a bunch of money at it. That's not how it works, man.
You can't live paint something out of a. You can't piece something out of a.
Not with that level of.
Can.
Not with that level of complexity. Then why have you never?
No, that's the thing is that all they're doing is they're on a locked off camera. They're on a tripod. Anytime we're talking about this shot, no, this one's on a tripod. This one's not moving around. It's not. It's just facing in one direction.
Cool, but what about all the ones where the camera is moving?
This is one direction. You mean the 30-second clip of the vomit comet? Or
there are some where
show me.
Okay, what you want to do is you want to get someone who will agree with you that's not a flat earther, that it is possible to do that sort of stuff live. And then you've got to take every shot that NASA's done and then say that every shot that could be done and accomplished live, that was shot live. Like, what's his face? Canadian astronaut.
Anything that where it's like, when it's a live feed, when they're talking to the kids and it's just a shot of them like talking to an audience.
Yeah.
Just sort of floating there. That's all. They're just hanging on wires.
Hey, real quick, I have an insight.
That's nice, but that's not true.
Just very quickly, it might satisfy this argument, but or conclude it. I mean, and that is let's take Gio's GIF, the one with the beautiful girl and the flowing hair, and the less than par women in their hair. The biggest difference between these women is that one of them took a shower and probably conditioned her hair that morning, and the other ones probably hadn't done that in, I don't know, weeks, maybe months, who knows how long. they don't have showers up there, or they didn't even wash their clothes for a long time. So I think there's a big difference between somebody who hasn't done their hair that same day and somebody who's it's gone weeks without cleaning their hair properly. So I do understand that their hair looks they do look very different, but at the same time you have to be aware of what the differences are.
I don't think dirty hair. I don't think dirty hair is enough to explain the difference. I mean, one of them, the woman's hair is like erect, like it's literally up straight. And even in that video, she turns around, like she does like a 360, and she goes upside down and everything. And her hair is just like, the only way to do that is hairspray. Whereas on zero G planes, and other weightlessness type situations, the hair is free flowing. It's flowing all over the place. So I don't think just not washing her hair is enough of an explanation for that.
There's another way you could do it, though. You could do it with a straight perm. Like you could get a perm, and you could get that same effect. I think maybe with a little bit of hairspray. I don't know, but you could do some kind of perm thing. No,
Kramer.
It's all lovely and imaginative, but I've not seen it reproduced on here. So if someone could reproduce it, this is how it's done, and then show it that's how it's done, rather than just saying that that's how it's done, wires and stuff. Well, do it on wires. You can't just throw money at things and just say, oh, that's how they did it because they've got money. You can't. There's some things you can't do.
That's not physically.
Really. I got a question. I can't actually see what you guys are talking about, but I'm pretty familiar with some of these. Are you saying that the hair that she's floating, right? And she is face up with the camera, and her hair is just sticking straight out. Is that what you're saying?
That girl, I'm not really speaking to because that one does look. I don't, all right.
Well, go show your voice is too low. So someone with a louder voice, I gotta get the answer.
What was the question? Sorry.
All right. So this chick with the hair, she's upright facing the camera, and their hair is all spiked. Is that the picture in question?
You broke up, but I think yes.
The answer is yes.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I've seen that shot so many times because it's used again and again as evidence of hanging upside down or something, or whatever.
You assume that you couldn't get hair to stand up.
The thing is, it isn't just that one thing. We can talk about hair, and maybe you could achieve the same.
Well, no. Let's just stick to that one thing. Why would you assume that you couldn't get the hair to stand up?
Because it isn't just the hair standing up. It's the.
Well, we're criticizing the hair right now, so let's just stick on that real quick. So, why would you assume that?
Why would I assume that what? What am I assuming? Sorry.
That
go ahead.
The effect of the hair standing up,
right,
is not possible.
Because I've never seen it reproduced. If you want to say,
but you said that you're in the industry and that you know people that could not do that, and they absolutely could not do that. I mean, that was your testimony, right?
Well, okay, I don't know if I would use the word testimony, but basically, I have never heard anyone that's outside of Flat Earth say or use their expertise and say, yes, you definitely could achieve the same effect on Earth using CGI, what they do aboard the space station. I've never heard of that. Okay. So I hear people who aren't in the industry and don't know, a lot about it. They know somewhat because everyone loves movies, right? They don't really know.
I do. I have heard of people that are in the industry, and they say they absolutely can replicate these things that we're seeing. But I want to stick with the hair real quick, and I want to know why you think the hair can't be done.
Because I've never seen it being done. And at this point, I would say that at this point, honestly, if you want to say it's possible to do, then do it. Same thing with Chris Hadfield wringing the water out on his hands, live in front of kids. And he's wringing water out onto his hands, and the camera's not cutting, the camera's not moving, there's no cuts, it's live in front of an audience. So do that, achieve the same thing in the same way he did.
I can't criticize the Chris Hadfield one, but for the hair at least, I mean, there's many ways to get that effect. I mean, what if I just had hung my head off a table while people put compound or some kind of hairspray or gel or something, and got my hair to stand up, and then after it dried, we get a hair dryer, we get it nice and warm, we get it nice and cured, and then I stand up and I put my harness on and I do the shot. So like just that one thing. I mean, that seems like a really simple.
Right.
It doesn't make sense why you would use that as one of your objections. The hair thing is really simple.
What?
How do you know they're even doing it live? How do you know it's not just all made up and it's just pre-recorded and they make it look like it's live?
That's also another possibility. I mean, there's been tons of trickery in the film industry and the media in general. Like I don't know why we can't just be a little bit more critical. That's all I'm saying.
I'll give another example. Is that I think it's the same lady, and she's actually washing her hair. There's footage of her washing her hair, and so she's manipulating her hair, and it's sticking up. Either there's air being blown up from beneath her, or she's hanging upside down. But she's putting her fingers through her hair and a brush through her hair, and she's using this shampoo type of thing, and then drying her hair. There's footage of them doing stuff like that, and it defies explanation.
Hold on, real quick.
Let me address that. It doesn't defy explanation. Let me explain that one. That could be. There's different ways where they fake it. One of them is on wires. The other one could be some kind of zero gravity thing. Obviously, that one was a zero gravity thing.
And how do they achieve zero gravity on Earth? A machine?
Zero G flights. You could drop something. All you have to do is drop something from high up.
Just parabolic flights with the plane.
It could be a parabolic flight.
I was going to ask you how long this clip was.
I'd have to look at it, but there's hour-long clips. There's hour-long videos of ISS tours, multiple hour-long videos.
Can I present a problem with your water thing? Is like you brought up the Chris Hadfield one, right? And he's like just being like willy-nilly with the water, to the point like those water particles that are just flying away from him are going to be in the space station, all over those crazy wires, all over the computer equipment. Like, how are they containing all this water while they're doing all these weird, like, showers and wringing a rag out? That water is going to exist there forever.
No, it doesn't. It evaporates. It hits something, right? And then it'll just sit there. And then it'll just evaporate over time. Like if you imagine just a water drop. Get a water drop on your counter at the kitchen, and then 2 days later, the water drop's going to be gone, or a day later, next morning. The kitchen counter will be dry.
Water drops
so it's not enough.
Separate.
So, I mean, it has to be... You've got to understand that you're getting these ideas out to critics, to cynics, to people who are going to criticize the claims. So it has to be something that's sorry to do the little pun, but watertight, where you can go to critics and I reproduce it for one, or have ideas that are just like, oh, you know what? Actually, you know what? They could have done that, but you don't see harnesses. There's no evidence of harnesses. They're not wearing clothes that are suitable for harnesses.
There's literally a video where you can see the guy in a harness. Like
there's literally not, because there is no harness.
And there's a massive amount of evidence for wires and harnesses.
It's absolutely untrue.
Because there is. We can go over it. We can go over it.
It's completely untrue. You're basically saying there are harnesses.
Hold on, guys.
No harnesses. Then you have to.
Public service announcement, guys. Hold on. We're getting a little bit careless with interrupting. So
yeah, I am. That's me. That's all me.
It's true, but I hear you, and I'm sorry, but this is absolutely. There's evidence of this for years now. Mostly why we don't talk about it is because it's been been kind of shown that harnesses are totally a thing.
That's the thing. You think you've got a watertight case. You've looked at it for so long. You think, oh, that's just, and you've moved on from that. But no one else moved on from that. That isn't a watertight case. It never has been. You just convince yourself that it is a watertight case. It isn't. Not at all. There's no evidence of wires. You can't see them at all.
That's how it's possible to pull off the illusion.
Yes, but that's not what it looks like. You're just saying this is how it's done. It's CGI. It's a pool. But no one's reproduced that at all. No one said, well, this is how it's done, and we reproduced it. It's faked, and we reproduced the fakery, and here's how we did it. No one's done that. Do that. Show us how it's possible. I'm just saying.
Are you looking at the live stream? Sorry to interrupt, but like you see what Gio just posted, right?
I've seen them all. They're all
okay.
Most of them are old.
You just said, and like it sounded like you're very committed to the idea that there's no evidence of this stuff happening yet.
I'm arguing the case. That's all. I don't.
We have evidence, like what we're sharing in chat. So like, please don't say we don't have evidence. We have tons.
In your mind, this does not constitute as evidence for it?
No, because what you're doing is you're saying someone flips over, you say, there's a harness. Something more convincing than someone flipping over and someone making a video saying, look, there's harnesses. That isn't evidence. That's a claim. Well, you can say that's evidence.
But the same claim is the other way. If you say that these guys are in some zero-G thing that's made up of magic, look how they spin.
Made up of magic. What is that an argument? Are you going to go with made up with magic?
Well, yeah, any kind of claim of gravity in space and all the stuff that the ISS is claimed to be doing.
What's it claimed to? It's orbiting. That isn't magical.
Well, yeah, but you could say that any reason that they're doing it. So you look at them floating, obviously they're orbiting, right?
Yes, that's
affirming the concept. Like that's not
affirming the consequence. That's you're basically saying that is magic. That's your scientific explanation for how they managed to float. It's magic.
In order for your gravity to work out, you need to make up black energy or dark matter, right?
No, you don't. You just need to have mass.
In order for gravity to work?
No, we're going back to gravity. So mass attracts mass. We observe mass attracting mass. So there's no magic. There's no. Yes, that is accurate. No one model.
Mainstream science.
Okay, don't go into Einstein. Just mass attracts mass. There's no need to go space-time.
I was taught in school that the bending and warping of space-time is the cause of gravity, bro.
Show me the textbook they used in school that told you that. No one was taught that in school. In high school, you're not taught that in high school. Show me the textbook. High school textbook that says the bending and warping of space-time is what causes gravity. That you used when you were in school.
School. You serious?
Your school. You were taught that? Show me the textbook that says that's what you were taught.
They don't let us keep the textbooks, bro.
He's right though. They don't teach you that till higher learning. The 107 or 8 years out of date thing.
Yeah. Both my parents are teachers. I went to college. I learned this stuff on Nova. Right?
Okay. So what grades do you teach?
In the world agree with, right?
What do your parents? What grades do your parents teach?
I have relatives that teach basically everything from kindergarten to college.
Okay, but all right. So because that, okay. So the implication then is that they're taught it. Therefore, that it's wrong.
So are you saying that the bending and warping of space-time is not the cause of gravity?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that you go to the bending and warping of space-time instead of just simply going with mass attracting mass, and we can observe mass attracting mass. And then you go to warping and bending of space-time to make it look ridiculous. That's not. How is that debunked?
Well, no, it is ridiculous. That's the point. Is because you have to make up 99% dark energy.
Okay,
in order to figure out what's going on, and you have proof of none of it anyway. And that's all I'm trying to say is that when you say that these people are floating, look at her hair gel, they must be in orbit. That's not proof of anything.
It isn't proof of anything. But your claim is that it's being faked.
Someone in makeup in an orc suit, like from Middle Earth, and said, "Look, I've got footage from Middle Earth," right? You say, "Well, that's
a super chat from one of the YouTube
observers." Your claim is that it's being faked. If it's being faked, anyone can fake it. It's possible to fake it. If it's possible to fake it, you should be able to demonstrate it being faked. You don't have the money? Raise the money. Stop saying it's fake without proving that it's
You know how
fake.
much money
What
it
you've done is
costs to
moved
make-
on from that claim, but without having substantially met the burden of evidence to prove that claim. And now
you haven't met
you've
the burden of evidence to prove the claim in the first place, let alone prove it wrong. You can't prove it right either.
Hey,
okay,
fellas,
then we're both just naysaying. In which
I
case,
agree.
No. You're saying there's no evidence for this to occur when we're trying to point out to you that this is this not evidence of this being at least somewhat of.
All I'm doing is I'm being honest. If you were to ask a bunch of people, do you think NASA uses harnesses? It's all that sort of stuff.
No. That's not the question.
No one is going to say, "Oh yeah, obviously."
The question on the table is what was presented to you just now actually evidence of what we're trying to say is that this is possibly how they're doing this. Here's some evidence for it.
It's evidence. It's just not good. In my mind, it's not good evidence.
Hey guys,
It's evidence. You just said before there is no evidence.
I'm being.
That's evidence.
I'm being a little bit hyperbole or whatever, and going a bit outlandish. I agree. Yeah, so we can say that it's evidence. I can agree with you.
I could
You're saying
also
this is how
say
it's done.
that's evidence. That's evidence for your claim of it being up in orbit, and that's why they're all floating because they're in a zero-G environment.
But you can't prove it. You can't prove a negative, can you?
Guys, this is important. We have an actual super chat on YouTube.
It's not proof of anything either way. That's
hold on,
the problem.
Fuzzy. It's a big deal. There's
sorry, I keep my push talk keeps slipping. I'm sorry.
I got to read this out because he paid money for this.
Go, Coach.
He paid Gio $200. It looks like. Tiny Tim 69 says, "The great conversation. I can't hear anything though because these guys keep talking over each other. Please, today's my birthday. Please don't talk over each other anymore." That's from Tiny Tim 69. So, please,
happy
guys,
birthday.
Yeah, I agree. Happy birthday. Just don't
interrupt
each other.
Happy birthday, Tiny Tim. Breaking up. I'm sorry. Happy birthday.
Happiest birthday, Timmy. Hey.
In case anybody believed Coach Joe's fake super chat there, yeah, we don't have any super chats.
Bro, I was like, somebody's dropping $200. What? Let's
tiptoe through the tulips.
That was Coach Joe's way of
But
trying
seriously, if I am cutting you off, I'm sorry. I'm walking the dog, and my finger keeps slipping off the push to talk.
I'm doing laundry, so I'm also doing the same thing, man. I'm trying to hit the push to talk while I'm doing laundry. No bad. I mean, no worries, man.
That's all I'm trying to say. If that is evidence for our claim, that could be evidence for your claim. But that's the point, is that it's not proof of anything, and that's part of the problem. We don't have any exclusive proof that it's the globe that's being claimed. That it can only be this thing without any other explanation in any way, without any evidence for it. Like there's all.
Okay, so the evidence is the footage. And then what you then do is you say, well, that footage is faked, and here's how I think it's faked. Then all I can do then is I can say, no, it isn't. And that's all I can do. How can I, what can I do? The other thing I can do is...
evidence for it, though.
Hold on, Fuzzy. Wait.
The evidence for it is the actual footage itself. Anyone can come along and say it's faked. What you have to do is you have to prove that it's faked, and you have to prove it's faked to people who are cynical and jaded and antagonistic even, and they're not going to buy a thing you say. You have to convince those people, and you have to win over those people. I'm not here to fight necessarily with you, and it's all good, and we're going to be, walk away from this conversation with good feelings and no bad blood and all the rest of it. I'm just making the argument.
All I'm trying to say is no, but I know that's what I'm trying to point out to you, is that it's faulty.
How is it faulty?
If I got footage, if I faked in the same way I faked someone on harnesses and say that there was an elf that was floating in elf magic, and I got video footage of it and said, look, I went to Middle Earth and I got footage of this elf. And I hear that. Are you saying that is evidence for my being able to tell that that's true? Like you would just take that as if that's evidence for the truth?
Well, I mean, if we're really going to go into elves, then you would ask to meet the elves or something.
Any made up creature,
but
made up something. And that's my point is that if you're going to make up a story about a realm that I can't go to, I can't go to space to prove you right or wrong.
Yeah, you can.
And I can't. No.
You can't?
I don't have the capacity to do that. No.
Okay.
actually the best one. Oh, go ahead.
People can.
The best one. Go ahead, Fuzzy.
No, I'm just saying the people who can or supposedly can are the ones who are giving this story, and no one else can give us another story because they're the only ones that can go. That's the problem.
Let me draw an analogy. Let me draw a parallel. Okay, I believe in Jesus. Okay, and so people would say Jesus didn't rise from the dead because people can't rise from the dead. So my reply to this is absolutely correct. People can't rise from the dead. That's why it was a big deal when Jesus rose from the dead. So it's the same sort of thing. If you say people can't go to space, and then the reasoning is because anyone that does go to space is part of the lie telling you people go to space.
So actually, the best.
It's
the best.
So
are you done?
the evidence is NASA.
But if you want to use
then
the
you're
Jesus
saying,
reference,
you guys, this is getting really hectic. You guys, we gotta go one at a time and let everyone say their full piece. Otherwise, we can like mute and unmute people one at a time. But it's
please don't.
Hard
I'll try to be more controlled, Gio. Sorry,
no, I'm sorry.
happens every time
if it's me. I'm
it's me.
sorry. I don't know if it's my. I'm probably lagging. I'm in the trees. Sorry.
All right. The best clip is when it's actually a 2-for-1. There may even be more shit in it, but it's the one where it's the guy in the USMC t-shirt.
Okay. And what is he?
Yeah,
he flips
that's the
over.
one with the hair. That's the.
But there are multiple things going on at once. You have to have the hanging upside down, plus it's CGI, plus they are on harnesses, plus there's a bunch of things they have to be doing at the same time.
You know, why are they hanging upside down?
Well, you keep hearing they hang upside down.
Nobody said that.
Okay. Well, I hear that.
Yeah, I just posted it, Jeremy. You're talking about the harnesses? This one, where the guy grabs his harness? That one's pretty obvious.
Yeah, but there's still no evidence of the harness.
Hold on, Fuzzy.
Sorry.
The one guy grabs the wire. On the USMC guy grabs the other guy's wire, but right before that happened, I believe, the newscaster was like, "Are you guys even in space? It doesn't even look like you're in space." And the chick points to her hair that's erect, as Gio would put it.
Okay.
Yeah, she's like, "Look at the hair." Yeah, that's a weird one because the guy says to her, "She's like, are you guys really in space, or is this just some elaborate hoax?" Like the interviewer
who says
it. The interviewer or the. What? I think it might be on. It's on some TV show, and the person, it's like on like the news or whatever it is, and they're like, and now we're going to cut to people in the ISS, and the person says, the one that's on the ground, allegedly, says to them, "Are you guys really in space, or is this just some elaborate hoax?" And the woman points to her hair that's like clearly hairspray, and she goes, "Look at my hair, the hair." Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
Wait, so huge. Sounds like you haven't even seen this actual clip.
I've seen all the clips.
Yeah, not this one, because if you're confused. Well, only because, again, if you want to use the Jesus reference, if you said that if you believe in Jesus and that the only way that he could have come back from the dead is because it's super special and it's amazing. But if there's other ways to like revive someone, like you could put them in a coma and a chemically induced coma and then wake them up magically, that's a possibility. But no, you're saying no, that's not even a possibility. You don't even have evidence for that. It must be Jesus magic.
Okay, so in that analogy, and I didn't think the analogy through. I just blurted it out, so it may fall apart. But let me see if it doesn't. So in that analogy, okay, so how could they revive him? They could use drugs. Okay, well, they didn't have any drugs that could do that back then. It was a recent invention. Okay, well, they had drugs that we didn't know about back then, and that's how they did it. But we don't know about the drugs, and we have no evidence of the drugs. We don't, there's no evidence those drugs existed. But that's how they did it. That's kind of it.
Yeah. Well,
so maybe
you're
harnesses.
Saying that,
we can't see harnesses.
Not that. It's only Jesus magic that could work. Even though that there is there's actual evidence that chemically induced comas could exist, possibly, or in some other factor could contribute to some situation where that is the fact. But you're just saying no. Even though that's a possibility, I'm going 100% Jesus magic because.
Okay, so the alternative to what's being claimed is that there was something going on that is nefarious and that is pre-planned and then involves technologies, involving technologies, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you're appealing to harnesses, and then appealing to CGI, and then appealing to hairspray, and then it's a bunch of, and then all these different things, and it's like, well, they do the different effects depending on the situation, and then it's just, and none of it's been reproduced. That's my main thing, is if that was just possible on Earth, raise some money and reproduce it on Earth and show us, here's how they could do it with the harnesses, particularly live.
You seem to be assuming that somebody wants to prove this to someone and wants to do this to you. You keep saying that we need to prove it to all these people. I don't know that anyone claimed that. We're having a discussion about the information. What is the truth? What is going on?
Yes.
I'm just saying, I don't think anyone claimed like, I'm going to prove this to the world. What do you need for proof, Hugh? And then Hugh's like, yeah, I think you need to, you know what I mean? It just seems like you're assuming all of that at the moment.
I'm assuming because you've got a server dedicated to this subject and you've been in this subject for long enough, I'm assuming that you're dedicated to it enough to talk about it, then it follows, logically, from my perspective, that it follows that you would also be committed and dedicated enough to it to prove it to cynics.
Can you tell me a government agency that's not nefarious?
That's not nefarious? The DOT?
I mean, all I'm saying
is transportation. Oh, go ahead.
Is the DOT doing anything nefarious? I mean, I don't know. I mean, you think I trust? I mean, I don't trust the government, man. I think I trust the government. I didn't take the jab. I don't trust the government. So,
I mean, let's just say for a second, just using the word if they're faking all the stuff on the ISS, I personally don't think that there's going to be some footage that is just going to be revealed to the world and everyone's going to say, oh my God, it's 100% fake, because they're good enough at doing it. And there's enough with imagery that can be done, and they can do cuts and they can do all that I don't think they're just going to put on the, something that's an absolute smoking gun. I think there's a lot of indications that there is fakery going on. If you choose to not see it a different way, that's your call. But I don't think that exposing these guys in terms of their deception is going to happen from, one discussion on one footage. I think it's indication of it. I think there's a lot of components to it. I think there needs to be something much bigger, like measurements of the shape of the Earth. There needs to be other components to start to dissect this. All I was saying is that you seem to be assuming that somebody's here to convince you, and then you're just like, think that you're kind of winning because you can just deny everything and keep saying, oh, you need to prove it to me. Oh, you can't prove it to me. Ha ha. I know you are, but what am I? Oh, can you prove it to me? Oh, you can't do it. I know you are, but what am I? Just seems like that's been what the last 20 minutes are, instead of an hour, instead of an actual like discussion on the actual content itself.
I just posted some nefarious shit for DOT.
The discussion is about the evidence. And so if you have evidence you believe is convincing, then there's people who are going to say that's not convincing, and you're going to have that. What happens is that there aren't that many people. There aren't that many people who are going to engage in this conversation.
Well, who cares if somebody wants to deny things all day? Well, what's the difference? The truth is the truth. Well, there's a lot larger picture of what the truth is, because some cynic, or like you were saying, or skeptic wants to just deny things until his heart's content. It's sort of a looping situation. Like, it's more interesting to have a discussion where there's productivity, there's some kind of knowledge or research or different perspectives that can be offered on it, instead of just this kind of, I know you are, but what am I? Nope, I denied over and over. That just seems unproductive.
Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, there are astronauts in the space station. So you say there aren't. Isn't that you denying?
I mean, I've seen hundreds, if not thousands, of indications within all like space footage, probably more like thousands, that are extremely sketchy, that seem to indicate that it's not authentic.
Well, you have an a priori commitment to it being fake. So it doesn't matter what it is. There was a Chinese rocket that went up, and I saw people making a video, and they said, "Haha, look at this Chinese video. It looks so fake." It doesn't. Remember, I actually talked to him live in one of his live streams. What was his name? Russian Bids. Remember Russian Bids? He did a thing with the SpaceX rocket, and he was criticizing it because he watched it, and it doesn't. When the rocket came down and landed, he said, "How does it even stay up? How is it even able to start tumbling as it falls down? It's totally fake. It's CGI." And I said this to him live. I said, "Are you aware of the thing called grid fins? The grid fins stop at the top of the rocket, the booster. As the booster comes down, the grid fins at the top stop it from tumbling." And the next video he did, he looked at the booster and said, "Why is it tumbling? Why isn't it tumbling?" I thought, wait a minute. The day before, I told him live in one of his streams that it was because of the grid fins. And he's still saying, "Why is it tumbling?"
That guy's a bit of a... And
something.
I don't know. I very rarely leave YouTube comments, but I did on his video about something truther related, and I was like, "Look, this is bad. This is just bad for you. This is bad. If you start putting out shit like this, that's clearly false." It's just
he doesn't do much anymore, Russian Bids. He was
good.
So I have a real quick question. If you say that you don't believe or trust government agencies, except maybe the Department of Transportation, so what gives them the legitimacy that they're telling the truth when they are making up claims that you can't verify, or could just as easily fake?
Hold on, I posted some nefarious shit that the Department of Transportation.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I saw that.
You can find it on anyone. You can find stuff on anyone.
Right, so what gives them the legitimacy? So when they claim to go somewhere, what gives them the legitimacy or the authority or the trustworthiness for us to just trust that they're telling us the truth?
There's a simple answer to that, and that is that what they're claiming doesn't violate any known laws of physics.
Okay.
So, in other words, if you say, "I went to Antarctica," you could say, "BS, you can't go to Antarctica because it's so cold you die." Well, okay, but if there was a place you couldn't go to, well, I built a suit and I dove into a live volcano. Well, that's BS. You can't do that. So, there are some things that you can claim, and you can say, "Oh, well, NASA went to Antarctica and did this and that." All right, fine. You can do that. It's difficult, but you can do it. It's expensive, but it's still possible. But diving into a live volcano, they said they did that, then that violates several laws of physics, and there's absolutely out of the question they couldn't do it. So what NASA is saying, and all the other space companies are saying, is that what they're doing doesn't violate any law of physics. So that's why.
But aren't these are the same people? These are the same people who are inventing the laws of physics and telling the people what the laws of physics are, or are not.
Well, law of physics, like the law of motion, or law of just gravity, whatever you want to call gravity, dropity, whatever you want to call it. Right?
Okay.
They can build things that can go up into the air, right? Rockets, big rockets, they can go in the air, right? Yes, they can. They can go so far as they can go out of sight. Yes, they can. Now, if they can build it so that it leaves the ground and goes so far out of sight that so far that you can't see it anymore, then what's to stop it from going into orbit?
What's to stop it from going into Narnia?
How do you get the trajectory to change? Like you're saying orbit, it's a free fall, yet that object has to change direction constantly. How does that abide by the laws of physics?
Orbiting?
Yeah, the object is constantly changing its direction.
The best one I've seen is a magnet. It's like a ball magnet, and then you have another magnet marble, right? And it goes around the magnet, and it's going fast enough that it doesn't get pulled in, but doesn't go fast enough that it gets thrown out by its
speed. Is it elliptical?
It's I don't know. The ISS orbit is not elliptical. It's slightly elliptical because the Earth is not precisely a sphere, but it's not. It's basically.
So we're able to recreate it with magnets, but the claim is gravity does it.
Well, yeah, both are invisible. Both are mysterious. They can't explain either. They can't explain magnetism. I know that for sure. And they
So
certainly
do you
can't
think
explain
magnetism
gravity.
is related to gravity?
They're both weird. Yeah, they're both weird. I love magnetism. It's one of my favorite things. It's just so odd. I was always fascinated when I was a kid. Magnets, just this invisible force that just like grab these two things together. I don't know why I was fascinated with it, but yeah, I think they're related. All I'm saying is that they don't violate any law that I can think of or that anyone can come up with, and so I don't think it's unreasonable. Yeah, they lie. People lie all the time.
I was also
That's my
fascinated with
position.
magnets.
Were you
I was
really?
also fascinated. And fire. Magnets and fire are awesome.
Fire, yeah. Yeah.
I just want to say something on Fuzzy's point. I trust my government to lie to me about how they spend my money, but at the end of the day, my like they built a bridge. They're probably lying to me about how much the bridge cost, but they still built a bridge. You know what I mean? So like, there's a level at which you can claim your government's lying. Yeah, that's true, but at the end of the day, they're lying to you. They're not necessarily lying to you about what they're doing, just about how they're doing it.
The way I look at it with government lying is, for example, we've got a war going on right now, and so they're going to send aid, they're going to do this and that, but sometimes they're going to have to do that in secret so no one knows about it. So that means they're going to have to lie to us. Being in government means you have to lie to people. That's just a sad reality of being in government. You have to make decisions that cost people lives. That's another sad reality. In war, it's even worse. So governments lie, yeah. But I can't figure out the space lie though. I'm trying.
So they could lie.
That was the biggest hurdle for me too. That was the largest leap. That was the last thing I had to get over.
He doesn't.
I just came in here. What was the last get over?
The idea of that space is not the way they claim, and that they're making up so much about space. The fact that the amount of 666s that exist everywhere, and that that a priest was the guy who created the heliocentric model. It's all a control system. Once you realize that, you have to believe in the globe before you believe in Santa Claus. In order to believe in Santa Claus as a kid, you got to know where he goes to live, and that's at the top of this ball here. Oh, that's where we live, kids. Boom.
Yeah, space is definitely a difficult one to try to rule out, but
it's like the first lie that we're told. It's like the deepest core memories, and I'm a huge Star Wars fan still.
But you're putting Santa as part of a lie?
Well, Santa is not real. And in order to believe in him, you have to believe in the place where he lives and his reindeer go. And that's at the North Pole, at the top of this ball that we live in.
But you're flying reindeer and a sleigh and
right, but that's the thing. Kids figure out the lie. They figure out that part of the lie, but they don't realize that there were two lies told to them, and they just figured out the one.
Well, and the government tracks it.
If Santa's not real, why do they have a NORAD satellite Santa tracker?
That's pretty fun. I like that. That's really good.
That's a government agent. That's evidence for Santa being real, bro. Right? Like, why would the government? They're not nefarious, right? NORAD, they wouldn't lie to us.
It's
for me, it's the illogicalness of something that isn't something. Rather, the absence of something can be acted upon and can act upon material, i.e., the bending and warping of space and time.
Yeah.
What do you think space is, James?
I don't know why you go there. I just don't know why you go you just go straight to warping and bending in space time.
It's like a trampoline.
It's a theory.
It's the main paradigm theory that's supporting your entire cosmology at this point. Without it, it all falls flat on its face. So the fact that they attributed properties to space when it has no properties. That's the hoodwink spell that they've placed on everybody. You have to accept that this concept called time and this privation called space together create this fourth dimension that is that everything adheres to terrestrially or even celestially,
but so
we can validate it terrestrially or invalidate it.
The potential misinterpretation of the dynamics of the universe doesn't remove the fundamentals of its actions upon us. So you can still not know exactly where gravity comes from to understand what gravity does.
So is gravity a thing in itself, or is it a resultant of something else? And if it's not a thing of itself and it's the result of something else, what is that something else that's a result of?
Gravity is the term people use to explain the reason or the act of mass attracting mass. So mass attracts mass, they call that magnetism. Certain metals attract certain metals, they call that gravity. Metals attract metals, they call that magnetism. So is magnetism the cause and the effect too?
I don't think there's anything in the entire universe that isn't magnetoreactive, whether it be ferromagnetic, paramagnetic, or diamagnetic. So what are you really saying? What's the difference between magnetism and gravity? You're saying
well there's the effect, and the effect is different. Magnetism affects properties differently. Gravity, in a sense, doesn't.
I think it's safe to say that if they could understand gravity, and they could really understand gravity, then they could manipulate gravity.
What if gravity was actually magnetism, just incoherent magnetism, whereas magnetism's coherent? What if that was the misinterpretation made by a lot of these scientists? I mean, everything is electromagnetic, right? So I don't understand how we can separate the fact that we can all agree that everything is intrinsically and extrinsically electromagnetic radiation, but yet we have this one thing called gravity that's somehow isolated itself to just be its own thing. Like, makes no sense.
Well, I would argue that part of the reason we can have that conversation in the first place is because we can, in the real world, test different we'll call it structures. We can test things with magnets, and its reactions to things is different. So we can, just having that one bit of information, we know that the reaction isn't uniform, but yet it doesn't matter what it is. Everything will have the same reaction to gravity, and then essentially everything will fall. So we know there's a difference. We know they're not the same thing.
Really? So gas is affected by gravity. Do we have an example of that?
Well, we can use helium as an example, the reaction of helium to gravity compared to other gas, to say that yes, gases are affected by gravity.
So what is the effect of gravity on helium precisely?
Well, the effect of gravity on helium is the same as every other gas. It's just, however, because every other gas creates a system in which there is a relative density, helium will then rise. But those functions and those mechanics only work based on the fact that everything is attracted by everything has a force enacted on it. If we're going to use Newtonian mathematics, everything has a force on it which pushes it down or pulls it downwards.
So let me ask you: is the ground rising to meet the object that's falling? And if so, how does relative density explain that?
All right, repeat that.
Does the ground rise up to meet the object in question that's falling?
From our perspective, no.
From our perspective, because I've heard plenty of Globers say to the contrary of that. i.e. Xanac. Xanac will tell you that the ground is rising. So if
There's
you
a-
jump off a building towards the ground's actually rising just as you're moving towards it. It's like this meeting in the middle, if you will.
I think it's a red herring, to be honest.
How is that a red
particularly-
herring? He brought up, we were talking about helium. He said helium only rises due to relative density, but if the surface is rising in conjunction with the helium, then how would you use relative density to explain the rising of helium?
Well, one, I wouldn't use that to explain the rising of helium. The relative density is the reason why helium rises. The reason we have relative density comes down to, in the most simplest way to describe it, due to gravity. If you want to then explain what gravity is, that's a conversation in and of itself.
That's kind of the point.
Hold on, real quick, guys, Fuzzy, hold on, Fuzzy. So you're saying in a vacuum, helium just falls?
In a vacuum, helium would either stay where it is or it would fall. Yeah, it's more than likely fall.
So we could just sweep it up with a dusting.
Well, it's because the problem with the equation of helium, and it's because we typically look at the experiment of putting helium in a balloon, and the problem with that is that you then have a different mass that has the different mass in and of itself that's being affected by gravity. So helium in and of itself in a vacuum chamber would inevitably fall to the ground.
Yeah, the only reason it goes up is because it's lighter than air. So it's the same reason it's the same reason a tennis ball would float to the top of water, but doesn't then keep floating up, because it's more dense than the air, but not as dense as the water, so it sits on the surface of the water. But that's still all due to gravity. That still gives us that vector is still gravity.
But no, it's not gravity, because you can't isolate, you can't prove that it's gravity beyond just the way the nature of certain objects interact with the environment, because you can never isolate that aspect of it away from an object and its environment. All you're doing is changing the environment an object is in and seeing what it does.
You can move away from the Earth.
Gravity. No, according to you. But
well, there you go. See, you've got the conditions where you can do that. But then you raise an objection is no, you can't.
You believe
back to
NASA's
NASA.
telling the truth.
It's extremely circular. It's round. It's circular in its nature. You can't believe you can go further because space doesn't exist, or whatever you want to say about space. And the reason space doesn't exist is because NASA's lying. And how do you know that NASA's lying? Because space doesn't exist.
No.
Because
we're
they
not
say
saying
that
space doesn't exist. No. I say what we're trying to do is point out your circular logic for the proof of its being the truth of the heliocentric model. That proof is circular logic. Us trying to point that out has gotten us to become full circle because you believe what NASA tells you about the world that you think that you're in. That's the only reason why you're able to make that statement.
But dude, it isn't just NASA. You act like NASA.
Well,
the only thing you say is
who
NASA.
Who else can go up and prove these things wrong?
Every scientist.
First of all,
NASA.
there are private companies that send satellites up.
That all work with NASA.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Every single
they
one.
don't work. They certainly don't work for NASA. I can tell you that. And they privately funded. It's completely 100% funded privately. And if they use NASA facilities to do their launch, which they often do, they then pay NASA to use that particular launch pad. But NASA has no involvement in the development and anything related to except for the launch if they use a NASA launch pad.
So anybody can go into high altitude without having some sort of a consequence, governmental consequence, is what you're saying?
Well, if you want to get into the conversation of protected airfields, that's a completely different conversation. But no.
Well, where can we go? Where can we go to do this?
Oh, anywhere you want to. I mean, if you want to launch a rocket in the middle of Dakota, I don't think you have to warn too many people that you are.
And what if you do? what are they going to do? They're not going to arrive before you make the launch happen and stop you. So what? So what? You break the law, and then what happens? They fine you. Okay.
Where do you get the rocket fuel? Where are you getting the rocket fuel at?
Where did Kip? What is his name? Kip Duragar, whatever his name is. That dude sent up a rocket pretty high.
He had to apply for a permit for that.
Did he? Okay, so that makes what he did fake because he had to apply for a permit.
No,
so I need
I'm
a
just saying
passport.
you guys are saying it's all willy nilly, like you don't need permission.
No,
I'm just letting you know you do.
Okay, but what you're implying then is that makes it fake.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying
then
you're not being honest right now. You're saying anyone can get in a rocket and send it up without any permission needed or anything.
Okay, but that's disingenuous because what you're saying to us is that if someone needs permission, then effectively, or what it sounds to me like you're saying is that makes it fake. Is that not what you're saying? Otherwise, why did you bring it up?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That would be a straw man of my argument.
Then why are you bringing it up?
A huge straw man. Hold on, Hugh. You've said the word fake 3 times and attributed it to him while also kind of trying to clip and interrupt. It's really not fair, man. Why don't you let him say his actual thing to just like make a bunch of straw mans and then kind of do this like kind of strong manning a little bit, clipping, interrupting thing. It's really not.
I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll present a scenario. Okay, I'll present a scenario. Surely there's a country somewhere in the world where there are no rules about purchasing some potentially hazardous materials. So in that country, you could, in fact, without anybody's permission, purchase all the rocket fuel or all the ingredients to make your own rocket fuel, all of the components to build your rocket, and you probably wouldn't have to warn any government that you are going to launch a rocket.
Sounds like North Korea. Sounds like you're describing North Korea.
I don't know what country I'm describing, but I'm sure there is a country that is like that.
You think
that's about Jamaica's like that?
We're gonna have to look into that. That'd be cool if they're what you're saying. Yeah.
Let's go. But what? Okay, but if I need,
you can't even fly a drone above 400 feet. What are you guys?
What I'm saying,
about?
Gio, is that like there are countries who don't care what kind of material you're purchasing. Like obviously, the U.S. government cares if you're purchasing rocket or things that can make a bomb, and it puts you on some kind of watch list or whatever that may be. Yes, you probably have to warn some official that you're going to enter a particular airspace at a particular time to make sure that they don't fly a plane in that area at that particular time, or vice versa, to make sure there's no planes flying in that area. Because if you're a conscious person with some kind of morals, you're not just going to send a rocket there without making sure there isn't a plane that might come by as you're launching that. That would obviously be the right thing to do. So I'm sure there's a country where there are none such rules, where one could potentially build a rocket and launch it without having any permission.
Can you give us an example?
The other thing I was actually going to mention is the fact that what is it that deals with the airspace? Not the FDA, the FCC. What is it? The Federal Aviation. Federal Aviation Administration, FAA. So the FAA, okay, they tightly control where you fly. Well, they don't control where you fly, but you have to notify them where you're going at all times, unless you're a certain height and a certain whatever. All right.
That's not true at all. That's actually not true. I can tell you 100%. I had planes, Cessnas doing all sorts of stunts over my house. I actually called to try to report it, and they said that no, there's nobody policing the skies. And the only information they need is when you're taking off and where you're taking off and where you're landing. What you do in between that, they don't give a rat's ass. So that's kind of a.
So I'm going to push back on that. That's not entirely true, because you would not be able to do that in the middle of Los Angeles. Like that wouldn't happen. You wouldn't be able to do that around an airport. And if you do, there will be consequences. That is guaranteed. What's that?
What, the rocket or the stunts in a plane? Which one are you referring to?
Stunts in a plane. Like you're not going to be doing stunts in a plane airport
they're doing
notifying
stunts.
people.
They were doing stunts in a plane, dude. And there's no laws against it. No laws against it.
Up to maybe I didn't make it clear enough because I just said it on passing. But up to a certain height, a certain type of plane, you can do stuff like that. I've been in a flight right here with a friend of mine. We went for a flight. It was a Sunday. We didn't have to notify the government. Yes, but above a certain amount, the FAA, right, is very, very strict about where you can fly and etc. You have to notify people. So that's kind of the point. What I mean is if you want to be, get really like you want an international airliner, you have to notify people. And the FAA controls all of that. So last time I went on a plane, I hate flying, but last time I went on a plane, I saw a newspaper and it said, new record. I think said it was like 629 days of no fatalities over American airspace. That's government. So government does do a lot of things that, nefarious and whatever else. But also they have the FAA. And maybe that's another one we can just say the FAA is the one I can't find anything nefarious about. But the FAA...
Bro, it's on in 5 seconds. FAA, I got you. Hold on.
I mean, you can find... Again, you dig deep enough, you can find anything on anyone or anything. So
by the way, Incarnation...
You don't have to do that, Jeremy.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you have any examples of a country that you could launch a rocket without any restrictions, or were you just saying there might be one?
I'm just saying that I'm just saying that they're like I doubt you'll ever find that in the U.S. where there are regulations, but I'm sure there is a country that there is little to no regulations. Like I'm not sure. I could do some research on it and see if there is. I would say your biggest challenge with launching a rocket is like somebody else pointed out, like getting the actual fuels to do it. But again, I'm sure there's a country where they don't care if you're purchasing nitroglycerin or any of these rocket fuels.
Mongolia?
Somalia, I don't know. There's got to be somewhere, somewhere in Africa, maybe. I don't know.
Hey,
Chad?
You know what blows my mind? You know when you bring a basketball to the bottom of the pool, how it shoots out of the water? Why don't they use that tech to launch a rocket?
Well,
that's a cool idea, actually.
It works great until it hits atmosphere. So I guess if you had a long cylinder of water that stretched out to space or far enough, you could do it.
When I put a basketball down at the bottom of like a 6-foot pool, it'll like shoot up like 3 foot, dude.
Hey, it's kind of cool. I like that too. Or you sit on it and it just pushes you up. But I always get frustrated when I watch rocket launches, and one of the reasons is I just look at it and go, I can't think of a more inefficient way of doing it than just sit it on the ground, point it up, and then blast it off the ground. They couldn't like put it on a railroad track really fast or something.
Just shoot it. Yeah, shoot it 90 degrees, right? Why not shoot it 90 degrees?
Yeah.
You would think you would think they would take it up attached to a huge aircraft and then perhaps fire up the engines and then launch it from, 50,000 feet in the air or something.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who feels like that, like this. Then.
The biggest challenge in getting a rocket up is our atmosphere. So there's been lots of obviously lots of engineering behind this to try and find a way to launch rockets higher in the atmosphere to reduce the initial fuel costs that you need. But the biggest problem is actually physically getting things off the ground because of the atmosphere.
I watch them all the time. I don't think they're going near as high as they're saying. I watch them. And I don't think they're going near as fast as they're saying, because I've seen how high they go. I see airplanes. And I'm in Florida, dude, so we get to see this all the time. Have you guys seen it over and over and over again?
On a side note, the FAA is wildly nefarious.
They're definitely not going fast like a rocket I shoot off on the July 4th.
Well, they're also infinitely heavier. So it takes quite a bit of time for them to get up that fast.
They're so heavy that they got to put them in their storage containers when a hurricane comes because they're nervous it's going to knock it over.
No, I don't know. I from what the research I've done, getting the rocket 10 feet off the ground is basically 80% of the cost of the rocket.
Dude, we could do that with the buoyancy in water, no problem, bro. 10 feet.
Okay, but then that's a hollow ball. I like the idea, though. I mean, I totally agree. Basketball underwater is a powerful thing, right?
Yeah, but
let's take a blimp and shove it to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, from the Titanic to space in one shot.
That would
be
pretty cool.
That's all it takes.
But Jeremy, I just want to point out. I just want to point out in your math here. You said you needed to bring the ball 6 feet for it to go 3 feet up in the air. So I don't know that we have enough water on Earth to shoot things really all that high.
How much water you think we got on Earth, bro?
What's the Mariana Trench? 7 miles.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you have 7 miles, you're going to shoot it 3.5 miles in the air. That's not very
Pretty
high.
fucking high.
I still like
I
the
can
idea.
make the basketball bigger and change these things. You know, I would actually have an experiment on my hands because I would be able to manipulate the independent variable. So I would have more to say than the theory of gravity.
No, let's not. I know some people come in here and maybe beat this, the subject to death and everything, but gravity is just a theory. Mass attracting mass is just what people observe. The space-time thing and the dark matter thing, that's all theoretical. I am not into the dark matter idea. I don't think it's real. I think they just made it up because they look it out and the stuff they see doesn't match their theories about what gravity should do, and they go, "Oh, holy crap! None of this adds up." And so they had to invent something out of nothing, and then just call it dark matter to make up the difference between their theories and what they actually see. So the dark matter thing, I think, is a load of codswallop, and I think they'll probably replace it in about 10 years. Who knows how long they'll stick with dark matter? But I think dark energy.
We can replace it today with geocentricity. Goes right away.
I
Yeah,
don't
it
know.
brings up about a lot of other problems too.
Yeah,
but that's beyond the point.
geocentric thing is tricky to work through the higher level. At our level,
but
maybe, but
I'll just say this, like it's not wrong to say we don't have enough information to properly understand dark energy or dark matter. And you're probably right. In 10, 20 years from now, we'll have a completely different explanation for those concepts. But we, generally speaking, I wouldn't call gravity a theory. Gravity is definitely a law. Its effect is constant and repeatable every single time. We can argue about why it happens and say that's a theory, but gravity in and of itself is definitely not a
I
theory.
agree.
We'll probably make it to the moon in 10 or 20 years too,
I'm
right?
referring
You've been
to
saying that since the
So
60s.
in your paradigm, the only way something can actually exist in reality is if there's a particle associated with it. So what would be the particle associated with gravity?
Gosh, gravitons.
That's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, that's
I
one
don't know if
I've
we've
heard.
ever substantiated that, but
It's Star Trek. Right, I think it's gravitons, right? The graviton particles.
And then for time we've got what the chronoparticles, tachyons, chronoparticles. But that's the problem. That's the problem. Is there's no actual particle to associate it with. Therefore, it's not a thing of itself, rather than the reaction of time and space. But then, when you look at time and space, there's no particles associated with
Right. So I would argue that gravity is not necessarily one singular particle, but the culmination of quintillions of particles put together. And when you join them together, you'll create mass, and with that mass, you'll then have bending of space-time. That's how I would explain it in layman's terms.
Yeah, but only problem is that doesn't hold true for all the different states of matter, i.e., gas, right? Like, is there a overall mass of gas, or is it just the individual particles?
Well, gas would be a different accumulation of particles, I guess. Each individual gas is made up of a different what do you call it, atomic makeup. Like, so I know I'm not well versed, but from a basic level, that to me is a pretty fair explanation. But if I were to explain to you on a particle level, then yeah, gravity is the accumulation of quintillions of particles.
Yeah, I just don't think it fits. But how about space? What are the properties of space? Can you identify those?
space is a lot of nothing, punctuated with little dots in the sky, little dots called planets and stars and schmutz,
That's not
and,
space.
and radiation,
That's an object.
and
We're not
stellar
talking
dust.
about objects. We're talking about we're not talking
Actual
about
space.
particles and dust and matter and objects. We're talking about space, which is the absence between the objects or masses. So
Yeah.
what's the property of that?
And
Doesn't have
whatever,
a property, as far as I know.
well, whatever that is, it can't be whatever the universe is expanding into. Because you guys always want to say, and I don't know if you're a Big Bang guy, but all these Big Bang bros are like, we're expanding into nothing. And then you say, what is nothing? And they don't have a good answer for that.
Right, but Flat,
Well,
I've already kind of answered that. You know, nothing isn't necessarily like the absence of something. So we're expanding into something. So while we can't explain what nothing is right now because we don't know what we're expanding into, it doesn't
nothing's an
necessarily mean
oxymoron.
that
In
it
order for
doesn't
nothing to be
exist.
nothing, it has to be something. And the second it's something, then you can't call it nothing. So it's illogical.
Have you been reading Alice in
Everything-
Wonderland again?
No. Everything
I'm
within
asking
our
you.
universe.
No, that was
I'm
a
asking-
joke because it sounds a very philosophical thing that they would say in Alice in Wonderland. That was all I'm saying. It was a kind of
I'm
trying to be
asking
funny.
if there's anywhere. No worries. I'm just asking if there's anywhere in the universe you can point to and show me where there's nothing.
Boots void.
So, anyways, if you want
Boots
to
is spelled B-O-T-T. Sorry, Boots is spelled B-O-O-T-E-S. Boots void.
Anyways, if you want to get technical about nothing, the mere fact that you can think of nothing makes it something. So it's
No, that's
That's not
incorrect
true.
because not even close, bro. Like, here's the thing. Everything in our universe is made up of time, space, and matter. Anything outside of our universe is not going to be made of those three things. Are we tracking so far?
I wouldn't agree with that.
Oh, you have evidence of time, space, and matter existing outside of our universe?
I don't, because we don't know, but we don't have evidence that it doesn't.
Yeah, it's called logic. It's logically bankrupt to say that space, which is not a thing, the absence of a thing, is expanding into more space, but this space is different.
We don't know that the
makes
space
no
is different.
sense.
That's a problem, and
Well,
that's the thing. There's no
You don't
hard
even-
line. There is no hard line stance that says we know it's nothing.
You don't even know that space is real, though. That's the thing. You're already assuming that space is a thing, that there's dudes that went up there, like going the speed of bullets, at the tip of these, like, wiener rockets.
Much faster.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Much, much faster.
What's wrong with what
So we
Flatbush said, though? Because I think with Flatbush, he said a second ago, space and matter and time exist within the universe. I'd actually describe it as, the universe is a description of the place where the space, matter, and time are happening and existing. So I would also, I'd say it's fair to say that you wouldn't really describe what's outside the universe as space, time, or matter.
Okay, so that would be like you asking me what happens when you get to the flat Earth. Do I fall off? And I'd be like, well, no, you don't understand. You can't really ask that question because, that question doesn't make sense. Like, that's literally the equivalent of what you guys are giving me when I'm like, oh, so your universe is ever expanding? What happens when I fly my little wiener rocket to the edge of it? Do I fall off? Is there just nothing? And you guys are like, well, hold your horses there, big guy.
Well, the answer would be we don't know. Maybe you do.
Oh,
I don't think
so. Your
I think
model's
there's an
not
edge.
complete. Your model's not complete, and it completely falls apart when you talk about its edges. Got it.
So
I
let me
don't think
get this
there's an
right.
edge. There's not an
Let me
edge
get
in
this
that
right.
same-
We
in
got
that way you
space,
described.
we got outer space, and then we got outer space.
No.
What's the
The last
difference
thing-
between all three of those?
Well, two of them are very different. One of them you just made up, but
Really?
yes, yeah. Outer
Which one was
space is like a colloquial term to just mean outside the planet or something. But space is really just a construct
outside the planet.
Yeah, like when people say outer space, they just mean outside of Earth. That's really what they mean.
So I can jump up in the air and be in outer space? Is that what you're saying?
No,
because I'm outside the Earth.
Not at all. You're not.
Oh, you mean the Earth's atmosphere? That's what you meant.
Yeah, outside of Earth. Yeah.
Oh, Earth's atmosphere or Earth? Come on,
Earth.
Kosha. Let's be specific here, bud.
Earth is. Do we need to be that specific? If you're in an airplane traveling on the Earth, you're still on the Earth. Okay. When you leave the Earth, that's when you've left. That's when you've left the Earth. Even when
so you're saying that the space here on Earth is no different than the space that I'm calling outer space. They're two and one of the same exact things, is what you're saying.
No, those are two totally different definitions, is what I'm saying. One is like a place, basically just a distinction between being on Earth or in outer space. But space, the other space you're describing, is just a construct that that the things exist in. It's a description of positions and locations, and it's got volume and all that kind of stuff. It's just they're just different definitions.
So does space occupy matter, or does matter occupy space?
The latter.
Okay, so there's a difference between space and outer space then.
Yeah, the ways that the two ways that you're using them, those are two different words, and they mean two different things.
Interesting, Kosha.
Well, here's the thing.
Kind of.
Your model breaks down when you go really, really small or when you go really, really big. Like, if we want to start talking about the quantum, you guys start making up all this stuff, just making it up. If I want to figure out where the limits of our known universe are, you guys start showing me CGI and talking about black matter and all this ridiculous stuff. It doesn't even make sense. I would say that your model is being held together with the verbal equivalent of like ticky-tack and rubber bands.
I respect their criticism, but I don't mean this offensively, but I mean, I don't know how to say it. Like, I'm trying to say it in a nice way, but I'm just saying, I don't know everything. I don't know that much actually, but it's possible that what you're perceiving as, our model, or, the answers being weak for, outer space and for really small quantum mechanics, it could just be, that maybe there's more for you to learn about, what's actually what our model states and stuff like that, and what the explanations in it and stuff like that. Like, I'm not saying that you have a lack of understanding or something. I'm just saying that it's possible that that's where that comes from. I don't think that we just make stuff up when we talk about quantum mechanics, or that wacky stuff's happening in outer space or something. I think that you'd find, if you look deeper, that there's actually sound explanations and reasonable
properties of space.
Look, honestly,
you're the expert on space here, bud.
Let's
hear me?
Let's let Flatbush respond, because I kind of addressed him.
Oh, okay.
I'd feel bad if he didn't respond.
It's all good. I would say that your model couldn't be understood by anyone. Maybe it could be understood mathematically if you guys never claimed to actually go there and shown us like all this goofy CGI. If you guys just stuck to faking it mathematically, it could be understood. But in the way that you have presented it, or not you specifically, but the way that outer space and space travel has been presented to us, it's not consistent with reality.
In what way? What is not understandable about going up into space?
Well, you guys can't seem to do it without showing like bubbles in space,
No,
CGI issues, and
I mean, without the rhetoric, what is it that is difficult to understand about going into space?
Well, we claim that at some of the higher points of our atmosphere, there's this thing called the ionosphere that we're bouncing radio waves off. And I find it difficult to believe that we could fly through something that you could bounce radio waves off of. Maybe I don't understand the science behind that very, very well, and somebody wants to explain that at another date. That would be my first issue.
But I think what you're saying is that it's difficult for you to accept, but it isn't difficult to understand.
Well,
but for
let's
you,
just
it's difficult to accept for some reason.
Well, one of the things, one of
Let's
the
clear it up.
proofs that I
Go ahead.
keep
Let
receiving,
Platypus
one
go.
of the
Sorry.
proofs I keep receiving that there's land in the sky, aka the
There's-
moon, is that you guys are
Right.
bouncing radio waves off of it. And I'm
Yeah.
like, well, how does that mean? That doesn't mean it's solid, because you guys don't believe the ionosphere is solid, but you bounce radio waves off of that. So
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, but those are different radio waves. You got shortwave radio, which you can have a shortwave radio, right? That can basically Monte Carlo. We used to get in my home country with my best friend. We tuned into this station in Monte Carlo, right, miles away, loads and loads of miles away, and you can get shortwave radio that bounces off the ionosphere, but then you get longwave radio. It doesn't bounce off the ionosphere, and you can reach higher, and you can go further. That's it. That's not hard to understand. And then sending up a rocket. What's hard to understand about sending up a rocket?
No, that doesn't answer the question as for why people are telling me that the moon is solid because they bounced radio waves off of it, and then why they're telling me the ionosphere is something that you can just fly right through, but they're also bouncing radio waves off of it.
Because I just explained that shortwave radio waves aren't strong enough to penetrate that area of the ionosphere, and they bounce off it. But long-wave radio waves are stronger, and they can go straight through the ionosphere.
They should just call them strong wave and weak wave instead of.
Well, they call it shortwave and longwave because of the waveform of the signal. That's very straightforward. They call some things very, very straightforward, easy answers, easy things. Long wave, short wave.
Can I help out a second? Just
they get reflected back down.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It might make more sense. First of all, when you reflect something off a solid object, it's a regular reflection. That's plain. It's easy to understand or whatever. But it's not that simple when we're talking about the ionosphere. It's not that it's like there's a threshold and certain waves can't get past it or can get past it. It's there's nothing there that's stopping objects from going through it. It's just that there's at different, and it's not even the same wavelength at different times. Depending on what the atmosphere is doing, there's a specific set of wavelengths which are particularly they're capable of getting sort of, I think it's diffracted, so they get kind of like caught reflecting back and forth through the ionosphere, and then they can reflect back down. But it's not necessarily the same thing as a reflection on a hard surface. It's more like like I said, it's a very specific, or a range of.
You're saying it's time
wavelengths.
Specific.
It's not. Well, it's not just time specific.
Because I'm sorry, I heard you say that, and I have because I'm going to tell you that you're wrong. Right. Real quick.
No, not time specific. I'm saying it's like the atmosphere varies throughout time, so it's like it's different at different times and at different times.
Okay, so you are saying it's time.
Well, no, it's not time. I'm just saying it's like the atmosphere varies, and so based on the conditions of the atmosphere at any given time, different specifically the ionosphere, specific wavelengths are capable of getting caught in this diffraction. I don't know what you call it, but there's some reflection going on. There's some diffraction.
My question would just be,
it's random. It's just random. You're saying?
How are they controlling the diffraction? Because here's the thing: my intro to flat Earth was somebody that used to do live television broadcasting, telling me we are not shooting anything up to satellites. We're not hitting dishes. We're not doing any of that. We are literally just bouncing the live signal off of the ionosphere. That was my intro to flat Earth. I'm literally going to go meet this person right now in a few hours. I'll ask them to come on if they're down and willing.
That's what Red Cloud was describing. That's how I'm also describing. It's like I said, it's when we say reflecting, it's more like it can do like multiple bounces, but it's more or less like diffracting and reflecting through the ionosphere. But like I said, the size of the wavelength can vary, depending on what the conditions of the atmosphere at that time.
What are the limitations of this diffraction in terms of signal strength, and how far can you bounce radio waves? Can you just bounce them all the way around the curve and then back to a receiver behind me?
I
Or
just
what
want
is
to add
what
to
are the
what,
limits?
I just want to add to what Kosho's saying real quick too. Like a lot of this, they call it the ionosphere because there's obviously a reaction, and that reaction is primarily done by the sun. So depending on what's happening on the sun, the ionosphere will change, and with it will change how waves bounce off of it.
You can change
Sweet.
altitude.
Does anyone have an answer to my question though?
I didn't remember.
Oh, okay. I'll repeat it. What are the limits of diffraction when it comes to bouncing
Oh, right.
signals around the, like, how much curvature can I get around? Can I hit a receiver behind me, send a signal out in front of me, and hit a signal behind me? What's the deal?
So there's two things. There's the signal strength, which of course the stronger the signal strength, the if you have if it's being diffracted and like if it's caught bouncing in the ionosphere and it can reflect back down or also reflect up and also keep bouncing through it. If it's a strong enough signal, it can bounce. It can go around the entire Earth. Yeah.
Do you have anything that can substantiate that, or?
Sure. Let me see.
Yeah, because that's really interesting. It goes back to my whole. I'm having trouble figuring out how something just diffracts in a gradient around a curve. Just doesn't sound right to me. Sounds like diffraction is the thing. I get that, but don't think it's working around curves. To be honest.
Well, I'm sorry. Okay, I heard because I heard part of it, and then I was reading something, but there's actually a similar phenomena in the water.
So what are the limits?
Say again?
The
limits.
Yeah,
It's
what are
based,
the
like I said,
limits?
it's based on the strength, depending on
Okay,
if the
so
signal is able to go through, like to refract and reflect and diffract, whatever it's doing in the ionosphere. As long as it's the right size for the specific conditions, it'll be dependent on the strength.
okay, do we have any documentation or evidence of like the strongest signal we've ever sent out that's not calling the moon or anything like that, just only terrestrial stuff?
Yeah, but there's another aspect though
Because
that to
wouldn't
remember. There's not just skywave propagation. There's also like shortwave propagation, or I think it's called
yeah, but that's
ground.
not that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm asking.
Yeah, I know,
If you
but
don't know,
that's
you don't know. It's fine. You can
no,
just
but
say I don't know.
that's what makes this question difficult, is because that you can have both things happening at the same time, and so that actually you can get signals all around the world.
Dude, it's not that
Due to
difficult.
both
You
these
could
things.
go ahead and say that before Nixon called the moon, allegedly, that there was a radio transmission that was done that was here on Earth. Before that was the longest radio transmission ever, communication from man to the moon. What is it, 290,000 miles? There was a radio transmission that held that record before that here on Earth. And I'm just
Okay, so
asking if you know,
it's
or if you
because
want to, yeah,
it's a very
go
hard
ahead, go ahead.
question. It's fairly
No,
layered.
dude, please don't tell me how hard something is. Okay, I don't need to know its rigidity or difficulty
No,
to
okay.
comprehend.
So let me
If
let
no,
me
no, no,
finish
no, no. If
explaining
you don't
here.
have an
Like
answer, dude, if you're not
I
posting a
have a
link
bit
right
of I
now,
have a bit of an
no,
answer. So
I'm
let me
sorry. I
answer
don't want to
please.
pivot.
Like,
I don't want to pivot. I just want I don't need to be told a story. That's a waste of my time. If
I'm
you
not
have
telling you
the
a
evidence,
story.
okay, but you are. You
Okay,
haven't
so
been just giving me evidence.
there's evidence. So the evidence is that radio waves will travel endlessly, so long as they don't bounce off of something. So there's evidence to substantiate that if the right radio wave would in fact bounce endlessly on Earth, and you could have it do that so long as it's not obstructed.
Cool.
There's
Has anyone
signals
done
that
that,
are
or what's the longest
yeah.
someone's done that? And how much curvature did that go over?
No, but that's my point, is that the answer to that question involves not just skywave propagation, because there's signals like that can be sent, that can be propagated through this skywave propagation, but can also be shortwave propagation. And
Honestly,
like so
it's okay. I don't even want an answer. I
there's
don't even want to
shortwave
answer anymore,
signals.
dude.
There's shortwave signals
Don't care.
that can be received anywhere in the world almost.
You guys are giving me word salad here. Sorry, it doesn't
Oh,
matter.
word
I don't
salad.
even care. Dude, if you ask me whether or not something, what's the fastest mile you've ever run, Platypus? And I start going off about whether or not I was wearing fucking Adidas or Nikes or Reeboks, you're
Are
gonna
you
get
high
pretty
right now, man?
frustrated. You're gonna get pretty frustrated. Dude, don't attack my personal character.
I'm not attacking. Your question.
You just asked me if I'm under the influence of drugs, dude. And the
because
honest question is, no, I'm just kind of frustrated that you can't give me a straight answer. And so I'm
But your
illustrating
question was
exactly what you're doing.
your question was what's the range, and my answer was the entire Earth. And I'm telling you the reason for that. The reason for that is it's not just skywave propagation. It's
literally just so. Did you not hear my follow-up question when you tried to not answer my question and tell me what the range, the limit was? It took us a while to get to unlimited, but now that we've had somebody drop that out on us, that question. I'd seen you. Me just ask how far longest wave go. Me no know. You don't know neither.
Okay, so platypus. Just pay attention, dude. If it can go, if the signals for that's propagating can be received almost anywhere in the world, then that's your answer. That's the answer to the question. It's not that nobody knows, and it's not that the limit is whatever. If you can send a signal and it can reach almost anywhere in the world, so that's what I'm saying. And it's complicated because there's it's not just that one type of propagation. So, I mean, we both me and this other fellow were saying this. I mean, we're not avoiding a question or something like that.
What's fucked up is I'm driving right now, and I'm pretty sure I could have just Googled this, got an answer real quick. But all good.
All right, so can I ask my question now, or you guys still going?
Please. No, I'm
All right, so what are the properties of space?
There's positions. That's one. Volume is another.
I mean, aren't those attributes?
Curvature is another.
Space is curved now.
There's a curve metric, but we can stick with the simple ones like positions and volume. Those are easy enough.
I mean, those sound like attributes to me. What's the difference between a property versus an attribute?
One of the things you can actually purchase in the game Monopoly, and the other one is characteristic of something. Otherwise, in this context, they're not very different. The property is.
So you got principles and attributes. Like, for example, light would be the principle, and visible light, i.e., illumination, would be the attribute of the principle, being light, which is the thing that I originally mentioned. So when we're talking about space, what's the principles and attributes of space? Because so far you're only giving like the characteristics of it.
Well, characteristics and attributes and principles aside, you asked for the properties, so that's what I gave.
Principles and properties are synonymous. Attributes would be like for example, a shadow is cold when you stand in a shadow, but a shadow is not actually a thing. It's the absence of a thing, that being the light. So when we talk about space being not a thing, rather the absence of something, because by definition, space is a privation. It's not a thing. It's the absence of a thing. Therefore, it can have no properties or principles because it's not a thing.
As well.
What do you think about empty space?
It could be described as no positive as well.
No, we're not talking about empty space versus filled space. We're talking about space, period.
Oh, but you are though. That's what I'm saying. I think you're talking about empty space when you say that it's nothing. There's nothing in it or something. But
you can have objects. You can have objects in space. I don't disagree with that, but we're not talking about the objects in space. I'm simply asking you about space itself.
Yeah, but the properties of space, the properties are those positions. So whether there's an object there or not, you're right, that's irrelevant. But regardless, the properties of the space would be the positions, the volume, these things. So you can describe the volume of some space, whether or not there's an object there or not. Same with the positions.
So Yeah, the volume between the objects, right, is space itself. But again, that's not a thing. So when I'm asking you what the properties or principles of it are, what's that?
Sure it is. It's the dimension.
Sure it is what?
It's what's between me and you.
Yeah, that's volume.
Distance is another property, I suppose.
Distance. I mean, but those aren't properties.
All
Those
those
are
things
just
that can be
attributes.
measured. What do you mean?
Yeah, but the measure itself is not a thing.
Space has the property of having whatever dimensions it has.
Again, those are attributes. Those aren't properties or principles.
Okay.
In order for
how can
something
you
to have
measure it if
properties
it's
or
not a
principles,
property?
it has to be a thing.
If it's not a property, then how can you measure it?
That's our question.
Yeah, I'm not talking about measuring space.
I mean,
We already
this
said that
is
you can measure the
semantic game.
objects.
I mean, just look up your own definitions, and you've
It's not a
already answered
semantic
your
game.
question. It is.
This is not a semantic game. I'm trying to ask you. Yeah, I'm trying to ask you what space is, since you're assuming that a privation can act
Space is
upon
the area
things.
between me and you. That's one definition. Which definition
agree
are you
with that.
looking for?
I'm looking for the ultimate definition.
Ultimate definition. Oh my. Well, good luck
Yeah, I
with
mean,
that.
in order for you to take something that's not a thing, and then tell me that this
What do you
thing
mean
that's
it's
not
not a
actually a
thing?
thing, it's not a thing.
If it's not a thing, then I would be inside you right now.
No, it's a
Whoa,
privation.
whoa. Keep this PG, guys.
Yeah.
Steady on,
I
steady on,
am.
chaps.
If there wasn't any space, we'd all be inside each other right now in a
Jesus
singularity of no dimensions.
Okay, so again, I
Kids listening to this.
do agree. I do agree that the distance between objects is what we call space, but that's not a thing. Rather, the absence of a thing.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Space is just the measured
How can
volume
you
between
name it
masses
if
and
it's not a
magnitudes.
thing? It's a concept, is it not?
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's a concept.
Isn't it nuts? They all come to it's a concept or it's a construct. Whether it's outer space,
well, of course it is. Everything is.
Whether it's
no,
yeah,
that's not true.
That's my point.
Guys,
that's not true. Unicorns, leprechauns, these are concepts. They don't actually exist.
What?
72 genders is the concept.
I keep interrupting Platypus. My bad. Go ahead, Platypus.
There's a whole.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just trying to chime in. You got it, Dyslow.
What are you saying, Kosho? Did you say
No,
something?
Kosho's moderating.
I'll address Damon real quick because Damon's my buddy, so I can speak candid with him. I just want to say, just be careful, just not to interrupt.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm
all right.
leave.
I'll back out.
Kind of
I'll
stuff
back out. That's fine.
No, Dyslow, you were actually fine. I'm just,
No, you're fine.
Cool
you guys are fine. I'm leaving. I'm sorry. I'm the.
Nobody's gonna leave, dude. I'm just.
No. Really, I'm just gonna fuck it up, really, because this semantic shit just really pisses me off. So I'm just gonna end up being an asshole. So sorry.
I don't really think it's semantic, but anyways, I mean
it's
you're
fun
fair
with
to
you
your
here,
opinion.
Dyslow. It's fun with you here too.
That guy gets really emotional real quick, so this is probably for the best. I mean, but that's the best I got, Dyslow. It's semantics. We can't answer your questions. It's semantics, or you don't understand science enough for us to even attempt to answer it. You know, it's always one or the other.
I actually liked where he was going with my line of questioning, because I actually agree with him more than he realizes. And space is just a measured volume between masses. It's not a thing. It's a concept. Like, I agree with all of that.
Well,
I just wish he would have stuck around. Or construct.
But like I said, there are properties that have, especially in the realm of relativity, like there's values that, or there's properties that have adjustable variables, right? Like the curvature, for example. There can be different curvature metrics for some portion of space. But like I said, we could stay away from that because that's kind of definitely controversial compared to just like the basic properties.
Even the whales know it's flat. Come on, guys.
It's funny you said that. Sorry, go ahead.
That was it.
I was just gonna say that it kind of related to because what you brought up. And actually, sorry for I really wasn't trying to get offensive, and I said that thing about being high or whatever. I just sometimes I speak. Anyways, I sometimes I put my foot in my mouth. Okay, so but yeah. Anyways, what you say about the whales, it kind of brings back to the skywave propagation because it's a similar, a little bit different, but it's a similar sort of propagation that's kind of happening with the whale songs. It is different in nature, so I won't say that it's, but the propagation, at least, like the ability to follow the curvature of the Earth, is somewhat similar because it's kind of like bouncing up and down, but just for a little bit different reason.
Yeah, I'd love to see that that demonstrated. That would be cool. Not really sure how someone would do it. They'd probably need a really long aquarium or something. I don't know, big one.
Something like that. I can't even remember the explanation fully, but I do remember.
It's that within the channels there is a colder layer of water, salt water, and the claim is that diffraction with nothing above that layer of salt water is just allowing that whale song bounce up to 10,000 miles. Where if they were not in that colder channel, their songs only go about 250 kilometers.
Yeah, I remember being something similar to that, and I'd have to check it out again. But I remember being more like refraction being more involved. But yeah, but for the reasons that you're saying, like there's two things I forget. There's one of them is the difference in the temperature of the water, and then there's another effect. So basically, it's like it just basically it stays within this channel for that reason. It's like kind of going back and forth between these two extremes. And I know one of them is the temperature of the water, and then there's some other aspect that
the fact that
causes
they're in
it
a deep
to
sea
go back.
channel.
Are you guys talking about whales communicating long distance?
Yeah.
Singing.
Yeah, it's called, if I remember correctly, it's called the SOFAR channel. And it's a difference in salinity, if I remember correctly.
It must be salinity and the temperature, because there's like I said, it's caught in the channel, like he's saying, and I think it's because there's two variables on either end, and so it like bounces back and forth or something like that. I honestly can't remember details, so you guys probably would be able to speak more on it than me at this point. But yeah, I think I know that the temperature is one, and it could be the salinity as the other.
Well, on a totally unrelated topic, I'm on my way home right now from a job interview that went really fucking well. Excuse my language. I just want to share that with everybody. I had some nice well wishers this morning.
Good luck, man. Hopefully it works out for you, bud.
Are you a
I think
good
it already
interviewer?
did. Yeah. I make people
I feel
laugh.
like I'm a good interviewer too. Yeah.
Yeah. If I get them laughing, I already know I'm in. And if I know I made the interview process easier, like if they don't have to give me like insane directions on how to get there or whatever. Yeah, I'm a little overqualified, but I don't care. I don't want this badly.
Yeah,
Big
I
things
feel
on the horizon.
I feel like my interviews are too good, so good that they're usually disappointed within a few weeks or something, because they're like, "Wait a minute, dude, this is not.
You would have done
this
fine.
is not." So what?
I was gonna say I'm going through the mountains. I think I cut out. I didn't mean to step on.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. You're good. But I was saying, yeah, they get a truer picture of me, and then they're like, "Wait a minute, dude, they're not the same person who charmed us at the interview." I'm like, okay.
Well, you would have done fine. The woman interviewing me was absolutely gorgeous. Definitely not hard to talk to. Down to earth.
A secret that I do, or that I learned, that I think works, is like you got to flip the the structure of the roles in the interview. It's like most people are nervous to go to an interview or something, but you just have to, you got to kind of just change the roles. Like you're sort of interviewing them, and they're sort of, trying to, and more or less impress you or convince you to work there, rather than trying to vet you. That kind of thing.
That's exactly what I did. I absolutely flipped it on her and was like, okay, so you've been doing this for 3 years. Like, what's your most successful thing that you've implemented, and where do you see yourself 5 years from now? For where do you see the person that you hire for this position in 5 years? Like, what do you expect of them? Just kind of getting their vision, and yeah, no, I definitely did that.
Let's have one question they ask sometimes. Like, what's your worst like what's your worst attribute, or what's your worst quality, or something like that. So a question along those lines. So it's like a weird trick question, but there's easy ways to answer that, obviously.
I didn't get asked that today.
Yeah. You guys are lucky, because computer science and programming interviews are a totally different beast, where it's basically like a riddle game. They just give you these fucking problems and see if you can solve them.
Huh. No, a lot of my questions were just like about how I manage my time, how I work well with others. Do I know how to train people? Like, then I have like certifications that I can't certify somebody else, but I can teach them how to use the equipment.
Well, like a forklift or something?
No, like chainsaw safety, wood chipper safety, using bulldozers and excavators, and then just like I have like first aid training. So I've saved somebody's life before. I've had somebody die in front of me before, like that. The place I'm working at, it's like 45 minutes any ambulance gets to. So
Wow.
being like,
I guess
having
there's heavy equipment.
Oh yeah, oh for sure. You can die trying to make a garden bed and you accidentally kill somebody. That'll mess you up.
Shit. Yeah, they definitely, because in the Navy, like you have licenses and stuff, and I guess it's kind of difficult to get to. But the thing is, I was on an Air Force base for 6 months, and they're so naive. Like, I guess everyone in the Air Force is honest or something, so it's like it's really easy to trick them. And so while I was on the Air Force base, I got all these crazy licenses. I was able to get licenses for like the most massive forklift like there is and shit like that. I didn't even know how to drive this thing, and I definitely very dangerous stuff.
That's pretty awesome. Now, because that is a certification from the United States government, does it expire? Do you need to like renew that, or?
Yeah, I still use it. I put it on my resume because I have like a master resume, like that has everything. It's not always applicable or whatever, but I still put it on there. But I don't even have it, and I don't know where it is. And I know they have timestamp, like they're like 5 years, 10 years, something like that.
I was the only candidate for this job that has gotten this far in the interview process without sending a resume. I just sent them a letter. I was like, I'm not going to give you a resume. I'm just going to tell you what's applicable. And then I think it would be better to like meet in person so I can see if it's going to be a good fit.
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't, because I don't have a resume, and I told them straight up. I was like, I could have made you guys one, but it would have just been really retarded. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
That was probably my only slip up. I did say retarded once during the interview process. She probably didn't like that, but I did correct myself. So it's
You're in California too, huh?
Yeah, they get a little sensitive about that stuff. But I'm like visibly autistic when you meet me. Like I'm always like fidgeting with something and like not making eye contact with you or like staring off space while having a conversation. So I think I got a pass.
Like, oh, it's fine. He's retarded, so you can say he can use that word.
I can say it. Yeah, I can say I got an R pass.
No, but yeah, I mean, I guess it always depends on, I guess, how, because people use words that aren't really loud. Like, I'm not want to say it, but the S starts with F, and
Oh yeah, fire
there's people,
truck.
but people use it. I think Bill Burr even has a joke about it a little bit, but it's like, it really just really depends on how it's being used, and I think people will cringe or flinch if it's used in a kind of nasty way, but if it's used like in a way that seems appropriate, like the way you used it about the resume, I don't think that was at all offensive or whatever.
Well, I'm not okay. I can't give too many details out, but I'll tell you that the male to female ratio there. Let's just say I'll be the only one. So I know that I'm going into like an environment where like my above me are all pretty sensitive. It was highlighted that this is a safe place. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So, but I don't know. I think I'll. Oh, nice.
Like I said,
missed my exit.
My bad, but it was my fault. But but yeah, like I feel like depending on your personality, like I said, I could see people even who usually get offended by, like, there's just there's a nasty way to use stuff like that. I think the way you use it is like completely impotent or harmless or whatever.
I hope so.
But there's a movie I started watching. It's a fucking 3-hour movie, and it's really weird. I don't know if you'd be into it, but I know that you worked on movies, and so you have some inside baseball Hollywood stuff. And this is like one of those kind of movies. It's like it's like a movie that takes place like in the 20s in Hollywood. It's called Babylon, but there's like all this. It's really crazy. Like there's like there's all these crazy parties, and there's like 1,000 penises and vaginas and people pissing on people.
What's the ratio?
That's a good question. Well, there's a lot more breast.
Well, that's what you'd hope. You'd hope that the titty to dinner ratio is at least, because if that ratio is off, you're not watching. What you're watching something else. Now you're just watching wieners with intermittent dialogue. That's not what I'm about.
I think I saw I think maybe 2 penises, and I think I saw maybe 2 or 3 vaginas. And this is all just in the first like 5 minutes, and then there's not so many after that, and there's a lot of boobs and nipples. So, but that's not important.
It is though, because that's such a trope, dude. They just give you a little muff cabbage in like the first 10 minutes of a movie, and then the only reason most people are still watching this movie is because they're just wondering if it's going to happen again. Like I don't like that as a hook for a movie.
No, it's just weird. It's weird because that actually like it turned me off from it, like at the beginning, because of that. I thought it was like that kind of movie that was, where that was valuable for the movie. It's not really based on the quality of the movie, but it's actually like I enjoyed the quality of the movie after that. It seems like that the whole thing is about like that whole penis vagina thing is because it's taking place at like this decadent like Hollywood party where it's like there's basically like anything goes sort of thing for some reason. It's like an unimaginable party you wouldn't think that you would ever ever come across. There's like unlimited drugs and just naked people and weird shit going on. But anyways, but then they go over like the Hollywood sets, I guess back then, and I think it's based in like true, like whoever made the movie is probably pretty knowledgeable about like the early history of Hollywood because it seems fairly accurate and stuff, and it's just kind of funny how crazy it was like making movies back then.
Yeah, Hollywood's a crazy place. Like people earned generational, or they created generational wealth by taking motion pictures and like finding out how to captivate an audience, and working with the government to help them develop lens technology and audio and surveillance equipment. But yeah, pretty nuts.
There's the crazy thing about it is this all took place in basically what was the Wild Wild West. Like, you know, like I remember the LAPD, like they started out as like, you know, these posses, like these really corrupt posses that so it's really it's I think if I sort of think of that era of California or Hollywood, that's kind of like the last that's like where the, like, you know, you think of like the Old West, like it was almost just transitioning from the Old West at that point in California still. Like where there's still like you know, outlaws and just people doing crazy shit, and just like, you know, the law is basically like these fucking cowboys too. It seems like people can get away with a lot of stuff over there at one point. Maybe even still.
Still do, man. Heather O'Rourke died under some pretty horrible circumstances, and the person directing that entire production was Spielberg. Wow. Wonder what happened to poor Heather. I can't talk
who's
about it
that?
on the live stream. Can't talk about it on the live stream. It's messed up.
I'll look at
But
it.
you can, yeah. Ask
Heather
yourself how like
O'Rourke?
Heather, yeah, on the filming of Poltergeist.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, I know all about that. Yeah, you can't talk about that. That's right.
Can't talk about
Fucked
it
up shit, bro.
because it's unimaginable how a child can suffer such injuries at such a young age.
Right. Well, that's what's crazy though about this, because like I said, this shows like all the decadence and stuff like that, but also like so it's a pretty long movie. I haven't even watched half of it yet, but that's still at the beginning. Like they're on this movie set. It's like you know, these crazy movie sets like that. Nothing like that would exist today, but they're like filming like a battle scene, and I feel like this part's true too, because I know that like back in the day they would film scenes like this, and a lot of animals would die, a lot of dogs would die, and in this movie, like people, like there's like it's like people are really battling, like people die, even like this, like they're, you know, they're really like, you know, there's not a lot of safety taking place, you know.
No, and there's
And
still a lot of dangerous stuff going on. I've never been on a set where somebody died, but I've worked with people who've been on set where there's been like people dying, like or not dying, but just like really cutting it close, not being treated like humans and more like animals. You've got probably why Scott Beach is a writer. Honestly, he figured that one out. They offset.
oh yeah, there's that Jason Lee thing, and then there's the Alec Baldwin thing. But I'm sure there's, because like in this movie, like somebody died in that war scene, and they kind of just brushed it under the rug. They're like, oh, he was alcoholic, and he probably ran into that spear. Like, okay. I'm like, oh man, that's too bad. But yeah, just kind of brushed it under the rug. And I'm sure, yeah, stuff like that. Because I know, like I said, I've heard rumors like that, like in filming like Lassie or Old Yeller, or one of those movies, like they like went through like a large number of dogs that died filming that.
Well, yeah, they don't take. I mean, they treat the animal like a prop or whatever. They treat the people like props, dude. I've heard of people on the Revenant who are like pooping in their cars and stuff, and like just working crazy. I knew. Oh man, a lot of people who die in the film industry don't necessarily die on set. They just drive. They drive home super tired, having done like 5-hour turnarounds for 5 days in a row, which means like 19 hours a day, every day, no matter what. And then they just crash their car or something, or they get that really big check they've been waiting in the mail for, and they feel so spiritually depleted. And I'm speaking, yeah, this is me projecting right here. Feel so spiritually depleted, you have to go out and spend like insane cash on yourself to go do nothing because you've been wound so tight. You know, you're on these multi-million-dollar budget sets where 1 minute 1 minute of wasted time is like $1,200. And it's just like, the only way I made it through that industry as long as I did was I didn't realize how lucky I was to even be on the sets that I was on. I didn't realize that there were other people who would have taken my place in a heartbeat and actually wanted to be there, but just for whatever reason, like I'm a likable, reliable, hard worker. So that's why people had me on sets, but I absolutely hated working for Hollywood.
That's funny. There's probably, although maybe not completely, but that's why, like, I think I haven't seen who made this movie yet, but I have suspicions because it's like it seems like high quality, and you know, that stars like Brad Pitt and Margot Robbie. But anyways, there's a character in the movie even that kind of reminds me of how you were describing yourself. Like he always wanted to be on set, but you know, he got invited basically as like that, like kind of that go-to guy, like the kind of like a odd job sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like and he's able to get shit done. Like he's able to fucking you know, there's time crunches and all this, and there's problems, and he's just able to sort of, you know, be there in the clutch. Yeah.
Well, that comes with the experience and with connection, because nobody's pulling off miracles on their own. Nobody's just like, okay, bootstraps time. I'm gonna sit in front of this laptop and crunch it out. That never happens. It's always calling in a favor. You know,
Yeah.
like, oh,
That's the same anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I've literally seen crew members walk off, and we're like, well, shit, now we don't have a camera, and that's somebody's opportunity. Like some dude who was handing out water bottles just now picks up the camera. He's gonna get that guy's day rate, and then they end up going to be a cameraman. That's like sometimes how that can happen, or somebody has to call in a favor and bring a cameraman in, and you know, production stops until we get it the way the director wants it.
I mean, I think you should check out this. You should check out this movie, man. It's called Babylon, but it's like it's crazy because like what you just described is kind of exactly like, you know, what happened. Like that kind of shit's like happening in the movie where it's like all the cameras break, and like that go-to guy, he's got to go get a camera before sunset, you know, because they got to film the shot, you know, otherwise, you know, they waste a lot of money or whatever.
Yeah, it helps to know people that own equipment rental places, or to know people who own their own equipment. Definitely, I did my job way easier just by knowing some of the dudes that work in the warehouse. And if I had to like drop off camera equipment, and it's like, guys, if you guys can stay there for an extra 30 minutes, I will bring you a 30-pack of beer. Okay? I'm going to drop off this camera equipment. I'll have all the paperwork filled out. The return paperwork is good to go. But you guys just got to write down that I returned this tomorrow. And that would like allow me to like leave early, you know, like I'm done with the job. I can return a truck. And like, I'll tell my manager that I'm doing that. Be like, yeah, just say that you rented the equipment for longer, you know, budget justification. But then they can return the truck a day early, you know? And they'll still pay me for a day, you know, the next day, even though I don't do anything. There's a lot of sneaky, tricky stuff that goes on, a lot of back scratching, which is great until it isn't.
That's exactly what it's like in the military, though, too.
Of course. Dude, the military in Hollywood are very, very similar from what I've heard. I just never went to war. I just never learned how to kill anybody.
Well, I mean, most people who work in the military don't do that, though. You know what I mean? That's like, it's like moving parts. Probably the same. It probably is a lot like a movie set, because you think about the movie, like it's the same thing. It's like you think about the actors, like they're the front people. They're the people that, you know, everybody kind of thinks about when they think about the movie. But it's probably 1,000 other people, you know, that make up what's happening. It's the same way in the military, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It absolutely is. But there's so many people behind the scenes stuff. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I almost joined the military when I was 17. I had a change of heart.
Yeah, well, I didn't join by choice.
Oh, really? That sucks. Bummer.
If I would have known about the flat Earth back then, I probably would have been a flat earther. I was a much more. I was a bigger conspiracy theorist back then. Like I was all the way.
You did like the Joe Rogan, huh?
Yeah, I did do I did do a Joe Rogan almost. You know, I'm still like I know the truth about 9/11. I've refined what I know about 9/11. But things like the moon landing, for instance, there was a time where I was flirting with that being false. But yeah, in the same way that Joe Rogan now doesn't, it's like I feel part of the same thing happened to me. I talked to enough people, learned enough things that sort of cemented what I understand about the moon landing. So.
Can't wait for Steve Aoki to go to the moon. Really excited to see how they do that.
Keep bringing that guy up. I don't even know who that is. Is it some Japanese rapper?
Yeah, pretty much.
Team who? What? When? Where?
Oh, they're sending Steve Aoki to the moon. I believe next year, along with some other cool people. Very popular, well-trained individuals, highly specialized individuals in their fields. Sending them to the moon for the first time in a while. Haven't been there quite some time.
Nice. Yeah.
So it's good. We're going to get a DJ up there. There's going to be some like trans inclusive people up there. We're definitely getting the L's, the B's, the G's, and the T's all up there. Sending them all to the moon, basically. But yeah, I think it's good. NASA's got this whole new like inclusion thing that they're doing, which I'm very supportive of. I think they actually need to over-represent NASA with those sort of like marginalized groups. Because like when is a Native American going to get a chance to go to the moon? You know, never. They have teepees. They don't have rocket. You know, they're not anywhere close to developing rocket technology. Same with like, you know, I don't know, Paraguay. Like I don't think Paraguay's space program is probably doing so hot. So we need to like send those types of people to the moon for the fairness of it.
You know, surprisingly has a not so sneezable space program. Is like the Congo or Zimbabwe or somewhere. I think it might be the Congo.
There's no way Zimbabwe has a space program. They're screwed.
Yeah, I think yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot that. Yeah, it's definitely not Zimbabwe. Because yeah, they go like through hyperinflation.
Yeah, I've seen the videos of little kids with like wheelbarrows full of money going to buy bread and stuff. Like one loaf costs a wheelbarrow full of cash.
Well, on base, when I was in the Middle East, they at the bank or whatever, they have like the currency there, but they also have like it's like novelty, but it's real. But they have like the $20 trillion Zimbabwe dollars. I think they're worth like $20 or something.
Interesting.
It's a lot of fucking money. $20 trillion or 20 trillion Zimbabwe dollars.
Yeah, it really makes you wonder if they've even ever printed that much. Like at that point, you feel like the paper itself, whatever material they used to print out that much currency, is probably worth more than they claim the currency is worth. Especially if it's deflating like that.
Well, yeah, but they probably at that point they probably don't have like singles anymore. You know what I mean? Like they have a single bill that's a $20 trillion bill, so they probably don't have like
Well, dude, wait until Americans start finding out that the copper that's in pennies and other coins, other American currency, is actually worth more than the amount of currency that it says it's worth. So when 1 penny's worth of copper is worth 2 cents of copper, like 1 penny is worth 2 cents of copper, that's when stuff's gonna get really weird.
Hey man, I don't know where you've been, but that's already came and gone. They don't
Did it happen?
They don't make them out of copper anymore because of that.
No way. I've been living under a rock. That's hilarious.
Dude, I think a nickel.
They make them out of zinc.
That's right. I think a nickel though is worth more than 5 cents melt value.
Right? So yeah, where are my smelters at? Let's go.
get these nickels. How easy is that? Just go to the bank, give them $100, tell them you want it all in nickels, and then just make your money, dude.
Yeah, literally just turn on some music and go smelt all day. That sounds really base. You're just like defacing American currency. It's a horrible thing to do.
I looked it up. It's not illegal, dude. I looked it up.
Well, you know what's funny is when iPhone came out, you know, and then Galaxy or Samsung came out with their first smartphone, and Apple sued Samsung because of that, because they, you know, basically they claimed that they stole their idea, but they lost the lawsuit and they actually owed Apple $4 billion, and so they paid Apple all in nickels. Trucks full of nickels.
Dude, they got smoked on that deal then.
Yeah, probably. It's like, but they probably didn't, I guess they didn't think it through.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. You guys know that Steve Harvey sends his 6th grade teacher a TV every Christmas?
Tell them what?
Steve Harvey sends his 6th grade teacher a television set, a brand new television set every Christmas.
That's nice.
The Family Feud? The Family Feud guy?
Yeah, well, it's not to be nice. Not to be nice. Well, who needs a new TV every year? That's crazy.
Probably just, you know, easy enough to do and not think about or whatever. You know, it doesn't have to like every year. Oh, I wonder what he wants this year.
No. His 6th grade teacher told him he'll never be on TV. So when he made it big in Hollywood, he started sending her a TV every Christmas.
That's funny.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty spiteful. It's kind of, I don't know if I approve of doing things in spite, but if you at least make it funny, that is pretty funny.
I don't know if that's spiteful, man. I mean, if that's spite, it's like a positive spite almost, because I don't know. It's a weird. It's funny because you can't really be mad at her for that, you know.
Yeah.
Dude, you got to be paid a lot to do that position. I don't know. It seems a little bit like the whole dance clown or dance monkey dance. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, and Steve Harvey's funny too. I almost feel like his talents are a little, I don't want to say wasted on Family, because I never watch it, but I'm a big fan of Steve Harvey. Like him.
Oh yeah, Family Feud, man. Find out about America there.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to know that much about Americans. I think I know enough already.
That show's a guilty pleasure for me, dude. I think Steve Harvey's really funny.
Oh, dude, my guilty pleasure is Jeopardy, dude. Fuck Maya B. Allen, that horrible, horrible woman. But Ken Jennings is all right. You know, he's kind of carrying the torch. They need to get rid of Maya. I cringed so hard, and I had to stop watching for like 40 episodes because of Amy.
I actually haven't watched it since Alex Trebek died, but it's not a guilty pleasure. It's just one of my favorite shows. I like Jeopardy.
I think it's the nerdiest crap ever, but I'm pretty good at it. I've been told to go try out for Jeopardy a bunch of times, but I don't want to. I just get screwed on the science questions, but all the literature and like the film and the historical stuff, I'm pretty good with that.
Dude, if you don't want to get the motivation to go be on Jeopardy, don't watch White Men Can't Jump.
Is that Woody Harrelson and Wesley Snipes?
Yep. And whoever
I haven't seen that in so long.
The Hispanic chick, she gets the word right for quince. Quince is like a fruit, and so that's the word she gets right. That like I guess she wins or loses. I forget. Yeah, I haven't seen the movie in a long time, but I just remember she was like super trying to get on the show, and she was super good at it. People were telling her to go do it. Anyway, it's a bad representation of the movie. Go see White Men Can't Jump, everybody. Brilliant movie.
Well, I'm getting confused right now with that movie and Joanna Man. Are those like why am I confused right now?
I don't know.
Is Joanna Man with Woody Harrelson?
I've never heard of the movie.
Okay, maybe I'm making movies up. I don't know. Oh.
No worries.
That's that marijuana.
Oh, I hear what you did there.
I'm trapped in the nation's worst traffic right now. Taking one for the team, everybody.
Yeah, man. Thanks.
No worries. You think your blinker will save you? I was born in the traffic. Raised by it.
That's pretty good.
I'm just trying to stay sane here. I just had like 7 people not let me off. There's nothing I can. It's like, all right, well, I guess I'm just going to be on here a little bit longer. Yeah, Kosho, earlier I wasn't actually offended that you asked me if I was high. Honestly, I am high. I just wanted to be offended. So thank you for allowing me to do that.
Oh yeah,
Kosho,
like I said, yeah. I mean, like I said, yeah, I knew because it was what do you call it, incendiary or something like that. And that's why I try to keep copacetic. I try not to, trigger anybody and something like that. It's kind of a triggering sort of.
no, I love
anyways,
asking people if they're high.
Well, I mean, I guess you're taking surveys or whatever, but real quick, I just want to reach out to you about something because I don't do this anymore or haven't done it in a long time, but it was popular when I was doing it. It was gems, although it's not exclusive to gems, but like I basically scraped all the questions from Jeopardy, like all the questions. I have to update it, so I have all the new ones too, but I have like 750,000 questions because of all the questions. And then I created like a Discord Jeopardy thing. And actually, there's one that's like automatic, so you don't have to have a host. But then we would do events where it's like, you just go to a different room and we play or whatever. But yeah, if you like playing, it's just regular Jeopardy questions, and it's actually almost the same regular Jeopardy structure, almost. But yeah, but to be honest with you, if we, every time we played, Curve beat everybody out of the water. Like every time Curve, beat everybody by far.
I'm never allowed back at Gems. I'm permanently banned there.
But
if you wanted to do it here, I'd be down. But I don't. Yeah.
It wasn't exclusive. I mean, it was. I was doing it at Gems, but it's not like exclusive to Gems or whatever. I probably would do it there, again if I did it again. But obviously, like I said, it's not exclusive there. So, but yeah, a lot of people got a kick out of it because I had like I did the thing where I had events like that where I was hosting it and people could play and they buzz in and all that kind of stuff. But then I also had it so like you can call the bot and play a mini game yourself or answer questions yourself and you get money and stuff like that.
Word. Yeah, I like Jeopardy. I like trivia. I like it when it's you have a couple beers, just kind of like spit what you know.
I like trivia too. It's just funny because like trivia is one of the weirdest skills because it's like a lot of like useless stuff almost.
Have you ever heard of a show? It's from the UK. It's called Only Connect.
I heard you talk about it. That's about it.
Yeah, dude. If you like Jeopardy, you'll like Only Connect. I learn a lot about British people and all of their wonderful culture.
To be honest with you, this is for me. It's a personal, maybe a racist thing. I don't like British people in trivia together. That's what bothers me because
British people aren't a race, so you're clear. You're just a regular bigot like me. You know what I've found? Okay, check this out. Do you ever watch YouTube videos on like 1.5 or 2 times speed?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, have you ever watched a British person speaking at 2 times speed? Unbearable.
Yeah, probably.
It's literally the worst. They go from being like, you hear like David Attenborough and you're like, wow, this guy's so intelligent. If you put that on 2 times speed, shatters it. At least for me, it did.
I feel a little bit bad. I don't want to say too much about the British. I feel much better insulting Australians. Maybe it's because they're
don't do
further
that.
away.
They're our greatest ally. You're an American. Why would you do that?
Well, my parents live in Australia. My brother too. So I don't really hate them, but I guess they're just easy to make fun of.
No, dude, Australian people are so chill. They literally just want to drink beer and like be left alone.
They're too chill though.
They lost
They're too chill though. They lost a war to birds.
They lost 2 wars.
Dude, okay, hold on. At least they fought a war with birds. Your ancestors didn't even try, dude. They couldn't even kill 1 emu. You know? That's what I'm saying. Everybody gives Australia shit about a fucking emu war, but it's like, do you know how insane you have to be to fucking not just fight 1 emu, but fight a war with them?
Where they had automatic guns.
So what? Dude, okay. If you gave me an M16 and like, 400 rounds of ammunition, I would still not feel comfortable fighting 50 gorillas. I would probably get killed. 50 gorillas. I would get a couple of them, and then I'd reload, and I'd get my head squished.
We're talking emus. They got no hands, man.
No, they've got massive talons.
They're descendants of dinosaurs, man. And cassowaries are much crazier, but still their claws, they're not forgiving.
Look,
yeah, but okay, but you as a single guy, okay, I see where you're coming from, but if you have a team of guys and shit, like I don't know.
Yes.
It's not a good look.
Yeah, dude. One team. They're territorial animals. They're highly intelligent territorial animals. Here's where my conspiratorial mind comes in. Dude, I feel like Australia, if they were tricked into going, I feel like maybe the Brazilians were like funding the emu side and funding, like they were bringing the emus like little shiny objects and telling them to attack the Australians. And then they were like also funding the Australian side. Because imagine if Australians could ride emus and shoot guns. It'd be over.
Oh, bro, that'd be sick. They'd be like the Parthians, or what were the people in the Middle East? The parting shot is named.
What? You fucking both are high right now, dude. Listen, we have motorcycles, assholes. We have airplanes. You don't have to ride emus to have upper hand, man.
Bro, okay, if you come to war riding some motorcycles, all right, that's cool. I'll give it to you. But if you're riding a fucking emu, bro, that's some gangster ass shit right there.
Disadvantage, doofus. Come on. You're riding a goddamn emu, man. So stop it. Dude, come on.
Yeah, but if you jump off your motorcycle is just sitting on the ground. If I have an attack emu and I jump off it and that shit just attacks you, like that's some,
Okay, I have a Tesla. It's got auto drive, and I put a turret on it. You have an emu, which doesn't really listen to you that much because it doesn't speak the same language you do.
Well, you could train them though. If they allied up with the emus instead of going to war with them. I am high as hell right now.
I know you are, dude.
Dude, no, but okay, hold on though. Your motorcycle runs off of like fossil fuels. Emu is just like eating, frogs and stuff. Doesn't Australia have a huge frog problem? Aren't they like invasive? I'm just saying they could have had a badass emu army by now, but it seems like there was some funny business.
What are you talking about? Is that true?
Remember in the Lord of the Rings when they were riding those things and they And sometimes they fell off, and on the things, the wolves thingies would still attack the other guys.
Are you talking about the actual birds, like the birds that can fly, or are you talking about
the eagles, dude?
riding?
The eagle, they're flightless.
No, they were riding some wolf things. Remember?
No, not really.
Remember they were on like the side of a hill.
There's places motorcycles can't get to, and the United States military uses horses. My uncle is in the horse guard. He's like a sergeant or something. And he does all the horse stuff in the military. So you're telling me, dude, an emu, okay, horses have 4 legs. Emus have 2 legs. Horses have 0 weapons on each leg, which is a total of 0 weapons. Emus have a weapon on each leg. They come armed, locked and loaded, dude. Cocked and rocked.
Yeah, your Tesla ain't going in like, small paths and alleyways and stuff like that.
Right.
Emus are getting everywhere, dude.
That's right.
First of all,
I think a couple emus would fuck a Tesla up.
Oh yeah, dude, I would like to see that. I would pay to see that.
Let me tell you guys a story of World War One. They used these. I forget who it was. The Russians, the Germans, one of those idiots. Okay, it could have been. I don't know. There's somebody, but anyways, they used these dogs, right? And what they did was they put bombs on the dogs because they're sick, right? They put bombs on the dogs, and we're trying to get the dogs to go across the no man's land to the other trenches, right? That was their strategy. And the dogs actually didn't go over there. They fucking came back and blew themselves up. Okay? So I'm thinking, like, you think these emus are going to be fucking your best friend and going through alleyways or helping you out? They're probably going to be the reason that you die because they're going to be the ones that attack you. So I don't know.
I mean, unless they're well trained. Have you seen Chris Pratt in the new Jurassic Park? He's got those raptors down, dude. He's got them trained.
Well, of course, there's a chance. There's a chance of drowning if you're swimming, dude. You got to take risks in life, bro.
Look at what Hannibal did with the elephant. Let's not forget Hannibal, right? Ah, shit.
You were trying to say Carthaginians.
No, I said Hannibal.
Yeah, I know, but earlier you were trying to say Carthaginians or whatever.
No, I forgot. I don't even know who I was saying. I was gonna say Alexander the Great or something with the elephant, but it was Barca or not Barca. Hannibal.
I wonder how useful that was because that was like it's cool that he did that. Dude, he went the long way, took the elephants, but I wonder did he need them? I don't know.
Dude, if you've ever been rolled up on by horse cops, it's terrifying. You're not running anywhere, first of all. Okay? They got you dead to rights. Honestly.
So we've all.
Yeah, go ahead. I was going to say something.
We've all seen True Lies, right?
Nope.
There's a very important fucking lesson being learned there. Okay.
Wait, is that the one with Arnold?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was a good movie.
Oh my god.
Good fucking movie.
He's chasing this fucking Arab dude on a motorcycle. The Arab's on a motorcycle. Arnold Schwarzenegger's on a horse, and he's keeping up. He's at the top of the hotel. The guy on a motorcycle jumps the roof to the pool on the other side of the street. And then Arnold tries to do the same thing, and the horse pussies out.
Horse doesn't jump. Yes. We all know the scene.
And you guys want to ride fucking emus.
Well, you don't know what emus are capable of.
Well, here's the thing. They don't have wings. But what if we gave them wings? I hate to be like
CRISPR. Bringing CRISPR out.
Yeah, well, if they're gonna start doing all this transhumanism stuff, they might as well do this trans emo stuff, because these birds, they don't have wings.
Well, they have wings, but they're not useful.
Okay, if you could implant wings on my back, and they looked like eagle wings, and the flesh melted with flesh, and I don't have to like plug myself into the wall or anything. It's just plug and play. I got the wings. They heal for like a week, and then I can just flap around and fly wherever I want. Honestly, guys, dude, that'd be so tight. I would have a lot of trouble not doing that. Like if they were like, yeah, come and get your jabs and get your boosters, and when you're done, you get your wings. Oh, dude, I'd be so there. I don't know.
Yeah, but there's an off chance that you get fucking some dumb shit. But yeah, that would be really cool to be honest. Like Archangel from the X-Men.
Yo, did you ever see that? Did you ever see that TikTok clip where the guy's talking about how his encounter with Christopher Walken? And he's talking about the tail and being able to fly. Oh my god, I watched that show like 20 times. It's hilarious.
Listen, dude, I'm not. I'm a little older than you, Jeremy. It sounds like.
No, you're not.
Point, but yeah, I know, dude. I'm not fucking sitting around watching TikTok all day, dude.
Kosho, how are you over or under 30? That's all I need to know.
I'm
not
over. I know, of course, I'm not older than you, dude. But you fucking you just like, oh, dude, I was watching this TikTok over and over, dude. It's fucking crazy. This TikTok is fucking crazy.
Oh, dude, let me tell you about these TikToks, bro. I be ticking and talking all day.
It's like my girlfriend does. She sits and watches Facebook. Like the same thing as TikTok, basically.
I have a friend who's like 63, and he'll be like, "Help me send this text." He's like, "Wait, is LOL capitalized?" I'm like, it's so tight.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, I love him, dude. He'll pull out his phone. He'll be like, "I wanted to show you something. Look, I sent this text message to somebody. Read it." It's like, dude, nobody does that. I don't know anybody that has me like read this awesome text message that they sent. You know?
You know what bothers me? Maybe this doesn't bother you guys, or maybe you guys do it, but I have this friend. I used to talk to him a lot, but I hate it when people text you and they just say, "Hey." Like, you always text me something like, "Hey." Like, that's the whole message. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, me and my friends, we do have one-word text messages that we'll send each other, but it's not "hey." I'll tell you that much.
And there's nothing in that, dude.
It's usually like a "yo" or "cruising?" question mark. No. If it's in the form, well, no. If I get a "yo" text message at 2 a.m, something's going on.
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
you're trying to tell me something without telling me something, and I need to show up at your location.
Yeah, or they're headed to your house.
Yeah, I've been friends with my core group of people since I was like 14, and I'm over 30, so I've been friends with them longer than I have with them. You text me late at night, some one-word shit, I'll be there quick. It's like that scene from
The Town.
The Town. He's like, "We're gonna hurt somebody, and you can't ask any questions." And he's like, "Whose car are we taking?"
Yeah. He's like, we're gonna go mess. He's like, we're gonna go mess somebody. I can't ask any questions. I can't tell you. I can't give you any details. Blah blah blah. Whatever. He's like, and he doesn't ask. He's like, whose car we taking?
Yeah, that's what ride or die homie stuff.
All right. Where were we?
I was.
Fucking Captain Crunch over here are going to be riding emus. I don't know, to fight the Australians or something like that. But
is it?
Oh, we don't even need to be on it. We don't even need to be on the emus to beat the Australians. We just send the emus.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, but the Australians and the emus are probably going to be like, "Not this time."
Oh, they lost twice. What bothers me is, like, imagine if
the second one's iffy though.
Dude, I'm like even doubting this whole narrative. Like, is it okay if I'm like an emu war denier? Like the emu Holocaust never happened. I doubt all of that.
Okay, well, the full context story is a little bit less comical than they're making it, but it's much better to just make fun of them for just a silly thing. Because, like I said, the true details are a little bit less, it makes more sense, of course. It's kind of like war on drugs.
Oh my God, you guys. I went to Goodwill today to buy some nice clothes for my interview, because that's where I go to buy nice clothes.
Makes sense.
And the Goodwill tag says men's pants. And I just opened up the seam here. I'm sitting at a stoplight. They're women's pants. Oh shit. No one's gonna know.
You got the job.
No one's gonna. Well, dude.
Dude, the first person you encounter wearing those pants is somehow gonna know.
Well, this is the thing. I didn't get to change into my interview clothes because I got there early, and she came down to get the mail, and I was like waiting at the mailbox trying to like get my shoes off. She's like, "Oh, you're already here. We'll just mail them up farm." I was like, oh, "Okay." So I looked kind of like a bum, but whatever. It's a thought that counts. I spent $15 at Goodwill. I got a shirt, I got a pants, and I got a Nova shirt. All made in America.
I feel like I can't shop at Goodwill anymore because I don't have a sense of smell anymore. So it's like I don't even know what I smell like, let alone what other people's hand-me-down clothes smell like. So it's like,
well, I have a very strong
for me.
odor. I could just wear something once and it's never going to smell weird again to me. But it wouldn't have even mattered.
These little boxes. They invented these little boxes. You put them in your house. You put the clothes in them. It fills with water. You put some soap in it. It swishes around, and then they come out smelling clean.
Yeah.
You're such a fucking dope.
I don't know, dude. They've got microplastics in the laundry detergent, man. Like, you know what I mean?
Listen to me, dude. First of all, you don't have to use laundry detergent to use laundry. That's not important. But I don't know if you ever smelled somebody's clothes, dude. But it doesn't matter how many times you wash it, dude. Once you know, there's an essence that's like left in it. You can't wash that out.
What are you washing your clothes on a rack down by the river or some shit? Like, what are you doing with your laundry situation?
Have you never smelled like clothes at Goodwill before, dude? That's like,
dude, I just think here's the thing. There's a few different things that make a person's clothes smell. One is perfumes, and like I would put perfumes and the detergent that is being used in the same category. The next is their diet. So there could be like cooking smells, but then also their BO, which is like a number of factors. And those three things combine into somebody's smell. And unless you're like a super smeller like me, you should be able to get rid of that with one wash, one load with the microplastics.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, you should be washing them before you wear. Everyone washes their clothes before they wear them. Like, he goes out and buys clothes and just puts them on, like Platypus was just doing, right?
Well, dude, I'm not gonna just not wear these pants. They're sick pants. I don't care if they're made for a woman. I'm just gonna cut the tag out. No one is gonna know except for you guys. You know.
The first person you see is gonna be like, "Oh, my mom had those same pants."
No way, my homie's mom has these pants, dude. These are sick pants, bro. These are probably like $70 pants. They're what are they called? They're the 511 Tactical Series pants.
Oh, I like those. Those are good fucking pants, bro.
Like those are male. Those are for men.
$6. Nope, this is female on it.
I didn't know they made 511 for females.
They probably make a female version. You're gonna roll up to your boys wearing those. Your boys will be like, "Damn, you're looking thick today."
Bro, I'm already outside my boy's house. I'm fucking in the driver's seat right now, changing my pants. It's gonna be funny. Well, I just fucking nailed this interview, so I'm like about to go have a drink or two.
You went to do an interview in 511 tactical pants?
Fuck yeah, bro, dude! I went.
What was the job for?
I'm gonna be a manager on a farm that's
that makes sense,
relatively new. Yeah, I don't need to show up like in a suit. That's why I went to Goodwill for my new clothes.
Bro, those are like $70 pants. Yeah, at least $60.
Yeah.
You go to the Army Navy store and try to buy them pants, they're gonna be like $60, $70. Yeah, 50, 60.
Oh, they're a little tight on me. Is there a way I can like loosen this shit?
Platypus is gonna show up. Platypus is gonna show up to his boy's house like, do I look fat in these pants?
Bro, nobody's gonna fucking. Nobody's gonna.
Actually, I bought brand new pants recently. I don't know, my girl thought they looked cool at the store or something, but I put them on, and she said I couldn't wear them outside the house because it's like, I don't know, it really it makes my ass look like attractive to me.
I'm Brazilian.
Would you get some skinny leg jeans?
I don't even know. I think they might have been girl pants, to be honest.
Dude, I am Brazilian. I have a fucking massive ass.
Kosho, you and your girl both shop at Lululemon.
Where? What'd you say? Where?
In fact, it's like that one movie because you're lying about which is your wardrobe.
Yeah. Oh.
Shopping? Would you say shop?
If somebody asks you whose clothes are these, you'd be lying about which is your wardrobe, like some Narnia shit.
I'll be honest with you. I'll be brutally honest. My girlfriend, she had these old pajamas that she didn't like anymore. I thought they were really cool looking, and she gave them to me, and I don't mind. I don't mind wearing them. But they're definitely girls, but I pull them off like as their guys' pajamas.
These tack pants are pretty sick, but they definitely do not fit me. Sorry. Oh, I bet my phone just died, huh?
You're probably getting late tonight, dude.
Yeah.
I had more Australia emu material and it just dissolved. So
Come back. Australia's not going anywhere. Emus aren't going anywhere.
well, you know, interestingly enough, you know how they had those forest fires a few years ago. There's actually it's feasible that was caused by birds. Like there's a specific type of there's a bird that actually does it on purpose.
Yeah, those crows love to start fires. They're like pyromaniacs.
Yeah, so it's like that's what I'm saying. Dude, Australia is fucked. That's why they're close to.
Go ahead, Coach. My bad.
Well, no, they got cassowaries, but look how close they are to Antarctica. There's another flightless bird there, penguins. That would be so fucking embarrassing to lose a war against penguins.
Yo,
well, I hate
birds
to,
are. Go ahead, Platypus.
No, I'm just saying I hate to break up the Kosho Jeremy Platypus hour, but I gotta go. You guys have a good one.
All right, bro. I'll catch you. Listen, birds are mad smart, bro. There's this one bird, right, where there's these nuts. It's got these nuts, right, that it gets off trees or wherever nuts come from, and it can't crack the nut open with its beak. So what it does is it will drop the nut in the road, so that when cars drive over, it cracks the shell. It'll crack the nut open. But there's more. Dun dun dun. Not only do they do that, but they drop it on a crosswalk so that when traffic stops, they can just go get the nut. It's fucking brilliant.
Wow, dude.
Bro, how'd they crack those nuts before the car?
I don't know. They probably weren't eating them. I don't know. Camels, horses, I don't know.
Some other retarded way. Let me tell you, if they were smart, what they would do is they would realize that there's tons of great food out there. You know, sushi, whatever, steak. They don't have to be eating these dumb nuts. So I don't think it's that impressive that they're fucking, they can open these, they really eat these nuts. They love these nuts. And so they drop them and the car runs them over. And they're geniuses, dude. That's it sounds like the kind of praise that somebody would give like a
that's just some smart shit.
4-year-old.
Bro, that's some smart shit. Come on.
I don't know.
You think
My
so?
bar's a little higher. My bar's higher than that, dude. I think it's
okay. What's some smarter shit? Name one the smarter thing another animal does.
Shit, dude.
Exactly, bro.
I'm not
The
finished.
fact
Hold
it's
on.
even taking this long to think about one is telling.
Well, crows do some pretty smart shit.
You know what another thing a bird does? Let me tell you another thing a bird does. There's this one bird, there's these meerkats, and they go hunt for scorpions and food and shit. And the bird kind of works with them at first. It'll give them a warning signal if a predator is near, and they'll all scatter back to their meerkat holes. And but the bird can mimic the meerkats, so it can make a noise like it'll wait for a meerkat to catch like a scorpion or something, and then it makes their call, and the meerkats go run and they drop the scorpion, and the bird just swoops in and picks it up.
Oh yeah, but yeah, birds. Yeah, see, I'm not. You
Birds are mad
this,
smart, bro.
Well, birds are descendants from dinosaurs. Okay, so they have a long history, right? So they have experience. However, I'm not a fan, dude. I don't like them. I don't think I would have one as a pet. It'd be cool to have a falcon, but I just don't trust those things, dude. And yeah, so let me give you some examples, dude, because they're semi-smart. Like you're describing things like, oh wow, vultures, they're so smart, dude. They don't actually kill anything. They just wait for something to die, and then they creep around, and then fucking you poke at it and
I don't know. Why are you straw manning me? We're having like a casual conversation.
I'm just saying, it's not that smart, dude.
What the fuck?
No, but here's what these. I've seen the David Attenborough was like, he was like talking about these birds, and he was showing how like these ducks, they have like a nest, and there's this other type of bird, and they fucking just go and they leave their eggs in the same nest.
I saw that one.
They don't even fucking nurse them or anything. They just come back like way later once the thing's hatched, and like after they realize
Super smart.
this thing's fucking ugly as fuck, and then by then it's like, so.
That's smart. Yeah. You know the only animal that takes slaves. You know what it is? Besides humans, yeah.
I know the ants do that, or just
ants. It's ants, yeah.
Oh, yeah, ants, yeah, dude. The ants. Listen, dude. You might appreciate this, but you know, when it comes to evolution, go along with it for a second.
I knew you were going to take it there. I knew it.
Just go along with it for a second, okay? Because we're very different, dude. Like we're in the same family as these apes, but there's no apes that have communities that are, thousands, let alone millions, billions population. Like there's not another there's another ape that has communities like that. But colony animals like ants and bees, they function like that. So I think like we're evolving more like those type of animals. But yeah, they got sophisticated structures, dude. Very executive, goal driven, single-minded things. I'm a very big fan of ants, dude. One of my favorite, other than human species. You know what I always wanted to do? I wanted to get an ant farm, 2 ant farms specifically, and like have a YouTube channel where I set up like a bridge in between the 2 ant farms, and I put like a cake or something, piece of cake, and then I just fucking open the gates, and then I have like GoPros everywhere, and I'm like, videotaping the whole war and shit like that.
Bro, you're gonna have PETA on you or something.
I've since seen
that does sound awesome. No, I'm not gonna lie.
There's a dude who did something kind of like that on YouTube. He had like I forget exactly what he did, but he had like 6 ants, like different colonies, like different queens, and then just like did different experiments. It was kind of boring the way he did it, but I was fascinated by it. Also, I don't even kill bugs. I don't kill ants, so it's like I'd be a little bit morally conflicted if I did that, but Yeah, I do think that you'd probably get a lot of views if you had like an episodic, show on YouTube where it's like there's like ant wars basically, and it's really like, you know, uh, like really recorded, like have a lot of cameras, and then you have even like commentary.
Wait, even a mosquito?
No, I should be more accurate. I don't kill bugs. Like I'll have to spend time catching cockroaches, and spiders and stuff. But if they're pests, like like pests, or if they're what do you call that? Yeah, pests. So it's like if they're like termites or ants, or not ants, but termites or mosquitoes, especially. I hate mosquitoes. Uh, Infestations of any kind, they have to be taken care of, unfortunately.
Sure, in the name of self-defense.
Yeah. Same as eating, like I'm torn between the food that I buy, but I definitely think that it's necessary to consume life in order to survive. So as long as you make your life a good life, like you do good acts, and you just do good works, then you can kind of justify the things that you have to kill in order to survive. Um, Native Americans would do that. That they would pray and worship, all the food that they, capture, and they would even use all the bones and fur and everything. They wouldn't let anything go to waste. But it wasn't just like a hatred thing. It was like a loving thing. Like they were thanking them for giving them sustenance, basically. But yeah, it's just the fact of life that in order to survive, something has to die. Unless you only eat fruit, but that's not healthy.
Yeah, a lot of people still to this day, like, say grace before a meal. I know they're thanking like the creator more so than the food itself, because you're saying Native Americans actually like thank the cow or whatever.
I did that for a time, but I mean, I guess it's kind of it's the same idea though. Like if earlier we kind of got heated with North and stuff like that, but I think he actually asked to find questions because um, yeah, right. I just didn't get to give a full answer, but he was asking like, how is it, objectively, morally wrong to do some of these things? And I think for me, it comes from the perspective that like all things in existence have like a shared, kind of like we share this whole place together. Like we're all in this together. That's why I don't kill bugs or anything, because I feel like, I just feel it's morally wrong. Anyway, I don't remember what my point was, but
No, we're all like brothers in this big old game.
yeah,
I agree.
sure, yeah. Well, I mean, like, that's what I was going to say is, like, whether you believe in God, the Bible, or you're a Native American and you believe that, like, you're connected with animals. I kind of believe something in between both those, that, like, everything in the universe is all part of a single, all encompassing spirit, which you can call God or whatever. So it's like, yeah, you have to kill an animal to survive, but I don't think that's just a necessity. You have to do that. You have to kill something to survive, so.
Yeah, for sure.
People who kill, but like, I mean, I know a lot of people do this, but it's like if you see a fly or something and then you just kill it for whatever reason, like it's just like annoying you. If you have the philosophy that I was just describing, it kind of is. It's difficult to justify that, because you put it in perspective. You're basically ending something's life because it's like annoying you. It's like
Bro, I'm about to get that bug assault gun that shoots salt, buckshot.
Yeah.
Oh, that thing works awesome, dude.
It is
I
awesome.
got chickens though, so I got flies, man.
You know what's good for chickens? I heard if you get one of those electric zappers, but just don't put the bottom cover on it. You know, the cover that like catches all the dead shit. Just let it fall on the ground, and then your chickens can eat that. They'll eat that.
Dude, that's what I do with the flies that we get. Seriously, just give them back to the chickens because I feel like that's the circle of life. So I'm not too upset. Like sometimes I go out and I catch too much bait, and some of those baits die. But then I throw it down and I'm like, look, the lobster is gonna eat. It's all good.
Your chickens eat flies?
Yeah, dude, they eat anything that you put in there. Like when you guys were talking about the intelligence of birds, I was just thinking about my chickens, and I was like, they are pretty intelligent, though, dude.
I wouldn't put a chicken. I wouldn't put a chicken. No, I wouldn't put a chicken in the intelligent bird category. They're not even in the top 10 list.
They're just as clever as the fucking birds you're talking about, dude.
No, it's not. I'm talking about friggin' crows and the bird that mimics the meerkat call and all kinds of cool shit, not chickens.
Dude, chickens can run around with their head cut off.
That's right. I don't know if you have chickens, so you know this. Like, if you ever seen like roosters, like corralling the fucking hens, dude.
Yeah, no,
it's a real deal, dude.
It is, dude. Roosters are funny too. Like you can go down to pet like your chickens, your hens, and they'll like squat and let you pet them. A rooster never squats. He always stays on guard the whole time.
I think they're badass,
You gotta assert that dominance, dude, over your roosters if you have roosters.
My friend, she recently passed away or whatever, but I had a lot of crazy times with her because she was a very, very crazy sort of person, very different. And so anyway, I don't kill bugs, right? But she's so messy. Like her house had fucking God knows what living there, dude. Mice, rats, all sorts of roaches and flying things. Anyway, I was there last year and like it's so messy. So I was like, I'm gonna help you clean your room, dude. You need to clean it finally. But I don't know what had happened. I think there must have been some sort of like flies that were like laid eggs or something. I don't know how that happens. Like they must have had like a some sort of nest there or something. But there was like hundreds, maybe even thousands of flies in her room. Maybe like thousands is too much, but definitely hundreds, right? Like I mean that they were fucking everywhere, and so we'd put up those strips, and they would just fill them up. And so we wanted to get that bug assault thing and the fly swatter shit, but it was like an all-out assault, dude. Like these things, they kept coming, and they actually were a little bit smart about it, dude. Like it was just crazy how many there were. Like there was probably literally 500 in there at any given time, which sounds crazy, but like that's how messy her room was, dude. That kind of thing could happen.
Yeah, that's gross, bro.
Oh, sure, yeah.
That sucks.
It does suck, dude, but like that's why I was like in her life is because she was kind of a she was a difficult person to get along with, and so she didn't have anybody, and she had a lot of problems. So it's like I kind of was like I'd hang out with her to try to like help her. Like I was gonna help her clean her room, help her get a job, and all sort of type of stuff. But long story short, ended up like I said, she passed away recently. So it is what it is.
Yeah, damn, brother.
But to be honest, it was kind of fun trying to catch mice and catch flies and fix those kind of problems. Like actually, I built these buckets to catch the mice. I don't know if you've ever caught, try to catch like there's probably 10 mice in there or something, but I built this thing that was like a bucket that had a swivel lid on it. So like if it like landed, it would go get like the cheese or whatever, and then it would kind of fall into the bucket. Actually worked.
Nice. Did you buy that or you made it yourself?
I don't know. Yeah, they have those for sale, but yeah, I just made one based on it.
Nice.
Oh, right. I was going to tell you something now about your chicken and your flies. Yeah, I don't. What do I know? But they say you are what you eat, right? So if your chicken's eating flies, I mean, do you eat the chicken?
Well, I raise chickens for eggs, but your chicken eats everything. Your chicken eats chicken. Crazy.
Second, my girl's talking to me.
Hey, Matthew, just in time.
Hey, just in time for what?
Have a look what I just posted.
The bottom's cut off. 10 million what?
There's I would have to put literally 5 pages of zeros, and let me show you the last one. So picture the first page, then 5 pages just of zeros, 5 or 6, I lost count, and then the last one, and read what it says.
Yeah, so matter would have to travel that many times faster than the speed of light.
In order for inflation to be true, the inflationary theory, yeah.
Right.
What do you think? Plausible?
So I don't know much about the details of the Big Bang, but their claim would be not that it's traveling that faster, but the fabric of space-time is expanding. And so technically none of the matter is moving faster than the speed of light. It's just expanding. Fabric of space-time is expanding.
Now that's what they say, but
right. So it's not a contradiction within their own system. It's not a contradiction, which it sounds like you're trying to say.
Nothing can travel. Nothing can travel faster than the speed of light.
Right, and they're not saying it is.
But they're saying the fabric of space-time is.
The fabric is, but not the matter inside of it.
So that buys it what, a free faster than light pass card?
No, the matter doesn't travel faster than the speed of light. It's the fabric of space-time itself that is expanding faster than that, and so it's still consistent within their own system. I'm not saying, that their system is right. I'm just saying that it's not contradictory.
Well, how so? Think about it. If nothing can travel faster than the speed of light,
right?
That's Einstein's law, right?
Right.
Okay. So then, to get around that, because their whole theory would go down the tubes, they say that, well, it's not the matter that travels faster than the speed of light, it's the space around it.
Right, and that doesn't violate Einstein.
Yeah, but it carries... No, it does. Only if you think of it in La La Land terms, right? But if you think of it logically, that matter would still have to get from that point to that point faster than the speed of light. No matter how you think of it, you can make the space travel faster or whatever, but that matter is still there and it's still traveling. No?
But so it depends on what you mean by traveling, I guess. If it's traveling within the fabric of space-time, that's its speed. But if space-time itself is expanding, then they can say it's not traveling.
So like if you're on a balloon, right?
Right.
Yeah, but you still are traveling. Think about it.
Yeah, the definition
balloon
of
starts
traveling...
out small, no matter any... Sorry?
Yeah, so imagine some ants walking on the surface of a balloon. You could measure the speed of the ant by how fast it's walking, right? Like how fast the ant is changing with respect to the surface underneath it, right? So that's its speed, and then there's some speed limit for that ant. It can only go a certain speed. But even if the ant stops and is not walking at all, and you blow up the balloon, you could still say the ant is traveling 0 because it's not walking anywhere. But the surface of the balloon itself is expanding. And so if there's a speed limit, the speed limit is on how fast the ant is walking with respect to the balloon, not the expansion of space-time.
Yeah, but the ant is still moving if the balloon is expanding, correct?
It is moving, but not. It doesn't have a speed with respect to the balloon underneath it.
Sure,
And
it does.
as far as I know, the speed limit only applies to one of those situations: the ant walking,
If
not
you
the
think of it in non-logical terms, you can't think just because the ant is stationary, but the ground is moving, the balloon, that the ant is not moving. You can say that, right? Technically, because the ant is not moving itself, but it is moving from a fixed position. That's the only way expansion could happen. So you got a contradiction in terms, even if you use space as expanding. That object still has to get from point A to point B in a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a second. And that is impossible according to Einstein. So either that happened or Einstein was wrong about the speed of light. There's no two ways about it.
Or you're misinterpreting what Einstein meant.
No, there's no. I'm explaining it in plain English.
Right,
It doesn't
and your
matter who
explanation
said
does
it.
not match their explanation.
It's
So he's wrong.
nonsense. Sorry?
Your explanation of how it works does not match cosmologists' explanation of how it works, and so now I'm stuck trying to decide which one to believe.
No, you have to. No, you have to decide what is logical, right?
So you're claiming that
claim
only
the
your
ant.
interpretation is logical, right?
No, I'm going by your model.
It's not my model. I mean, I don't like I said, I don't know. I'm just saying, let's look at it, at what they're saying, what their claims are. I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah, but forget about what they're saying, right? You use the logic, right? If you take the ant, you said that the ant is moving if it's actually walking.
Right.
But then if it stops, it's stationary, right? I agree with you.
If you define stationary and moving with respect to the ground underneath it, then yes.
Yeah. But then you also said that to get around the problem, that the balloon is expanding faster than the speed of light.
Right.
Right. And then I told you, now think logically. If the ant is on that balloon and that balloon is expanding faster than the speed of light, would that ant not also be?
It would be, according to that definition, the definition being the absolute location of the ant. It does move. But the speed limit doesn't apply to the absolute position. It only applies to the relative position of the ant to the balloon underneath it.
Yeah, if you use magic, nonsensical terms like that.
Well, yeah, that's what the speed of light is. The speed of light is all relative to the local position.
No, that's what one crazy fuzzy-haired white guy with white hair named Einstein said.
That's Einstein's idea. We're talking about whether Einstein is internally consistent. It's his crazy idea matches his crazy idea.
But it doesn't. I just proved it wrong.
No, you didn't. You proved that the interpretation is doesn't match his crazy idea.
No, but I used your own logic, the balloon and the ant. Now you have to, in your mind, imagine a world where there's an expanding balloon with an ant on it traveling faster than the speed of light, but that ant is actually not moving.
Right.
You have to put your brain, let me finish. You have to put your brain in that position. I just have to show how ridiculous one man's idea is, which I believe I did.
If you define speed with the ant with respect to the balloon, then you could still say the speed is 0 no matter where the ant and the balloon are, because if you use that as the definition, and that's what I think they're doing, is using that as a definition. So the speed limit only applies to that one situation, not to the absolute position of the ant and the balloon.
Exactly. You have to detach your brain from reality.
Now you're getting it. Yes.
To make that happen. Yeah. Because no sane person could make a scenario where that could happen.
They just did. What are you talking about? They do this all the time.
No, that's insanity. If you can think a balloon could be moving at the speed of faster than the speed of light and something on that balloon not moving with it, well, then your mind is exploded. You're
using speed in two different ways. Yeah. So maybe we should use different words: the absolute speed versus the local speed.
Nah,
the absolute
there's an
speed
ant
is where the
and there's
ant
a
is.
balloon. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, the ant is moving in absolute speed, and so is the ground underneath it, the balloon underneath it. But if you define a local speed as how much the ant changes from the surface of the balloon, if the ant stops walking, that local speed will be 0, even though the absolute speed is faster than the speed of light. And I think that's what they're saying by the speed of light. That's sort of the best analogy I can come up with what they're meaning. Again, I'm trying to just interpret what they're saying. I'm not claiming I think it's true.
Yeah, and I'm telling you how nonsensical it is, because first of all, nothing, no matter, can reach or exceed the speed of light, because it expands, like it just keeps expanding. Number one,
right. But you have to distinguish when you
that's
say
gone.
speed.
That kills it right there. Your
No,
ant
you have to
ain't
define what you
going
mean by
nowhere
speed.
near. Sorry?
You have to define what you mean by speed. Do you mean absolute speed or local speed?
Speed, my friend. Nothing can travel faster than the speed of light.
Right.
Research it.
No, there's two different speeds, and you'll have to distinguish if you're going to make a coherent statement about it.
No, there's no two different speeds. Nothing can
Okay,
travel
then
faster than
they
the speed of light.
They say there is. They say there is, and so if
Define
you
them.
say there's not,
Define them. Go ahead. What's the difference?
sure. Using the analogy of the balloon, the ants walking on the balloon, the absolute speed of the ant would be its position in three-dimensional space, like relative to the center of the balloon, for example, whereas the local speed would be the difference between the ant and the balloon underneath it. Those are two different speeds, and you get two different numbers. And as far as I know, the speed of light only is only a restriction on the local speed, not the absolute speed.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you call them. If the ant is not moving on the balloon, right?
Right.
There
The
goes
local
one of your
speed is
speeds.
0.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
local speed is
the
0.
balloon is moving faster than the speed of light, right?
Right. So absolute speed is higher
and the
than
ant is on the balloon, right?
Right.
So the ant is moving faster than the speed of light, whether you like it or not. There's no words that you can say that can change that. There's no relativity. There's no absolute. There's nothing that can change that. Only your mind can convince yourself that that is not true.
Yeah, the ant is moving faster than the speed of light in the absolute sense. The absolute position of the ant is moving faster than the speed of light. You're right. The
Right.
local
That is
speed is still
impossible.
0.
That cannot happen. That violates the fuzzy hair white. Yes, that violates Einstein's theory.
It does not. He only says that the local speed does not exceed the speed of light, not the absolute speed. It's relative. And relativity is one of the, I mean, it's in the name, right? The theory of relativity. Relativity is a key point of his theory.
So you think by saying relativity, or not you, some crackpot named Einstein can say the word relativity, and you can make the ant not moving at the speed of light on top of an object that's moving at the speed of light?
Right.
Can't
because
happen,
it's
my
local.
friend. Not it.
It
Don't
does all the
interrupt me.
time.
Please do not interrupt me in mid-sentence.
Sorry.
Thank you. That can only happen in a person's mind that's been exploded.
Or a person who recognizes that there's a difference between the absolute speed and local speed, which the theory is all about. It's all about the local speed or the relative speed.
No sane person can say relative speed, put an ant on a balloon, make the balloon travel faster than the speed of light, and say the ant is not traveling faster than the speed of light. No sane person in my mind can say that.
You're right if you mean the same thing about those speeds. That's why there's two different speeds. If your argument is that there are not two different speeds, okay, fine. You'd have to argue that. But I'm saying that their system, the way that they describe it, there are two different speeds, and it
doesn't matter. Yeah, okay. We established one is the ant, and the ant is not moving, right? That's out of the way. That speed is gone, right?
The local speed of the ant is 0.
That local speed of the ant is not existent, right?
Right, it's 0 if he's not
That's
walking.
gone. Okay, now forget about that movement. Forget about that one, right? We're talking about the other movement that the ant is on. The balloon is moving faster than the speed of light. Yes?
That's right. The absolute speed
So that
is faster.
means that the ant is also moving faster than the speed of light. You
His
can't
absolute
change that statement.
You're right. The absolute speed of that ant is faster than the speed of light.
That's correct. And that violates faster than the speed of light law. No
It
matter
does not,
what word you
because
put on it, yes, it does. Yes.
I don't think it does, because my interpretation of Einstein's theory is that the speed of light is a relative to the local speed, and that does not violate the speed of light restriction. It's a speed limit only on the local speed, not the absolute speed.
I don't care what you call it. You can put a cherry on top of it. You agree that the ant is traveling faster than the speed of light on top of the balloon.
That's
That
right.
violates the speed of light law. End of story. Sorry.
It sounds like you don't even understand my argument.
No, you don't understand reality. It's not your argument. Some guy named Einstein convinced you of this nonsense. I'm showing you reality. That cannot happen. Sorry.
So you're saying that the restriction on the speed of light is a restriction in the absolute sense, that nothing can travel faster than the speed of light in the absolute sense, right?
Absolutely. That's right. According to Einstein, nothing, and I repeat, nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. Correct.
I just don't think that that's what he said. So I think
I
you're
don't
wrong
believe
about that.
any of it, but I'm just telling you what your model is.
I don't think that's an accurate
exactly what it is.
representation. That's not what our model says.
Yes, that's exactly what your model says. And the way they get around it is they say space travels faster than the
Right.
speed of light. Right. And I just showed you that that's impossible.
It's not.
Because I'll tell you why. Because during the Big Bang, if inflation happened, right, and it had to expand in the billionth of a billion, I showed you all those zeros, right?
Right.
That would mean that the matter would have to travel faster than the speed of light. It's you that doesn't understand your own theory.
I mean, I disagree. I think that the speed limit on the speed of light is the local speed limit on the local level, like the ant and the balloon, and it's relative to the local situation. That's in fact why it's called the theory of relativity, because it's relative.
You don't know your own theory. I just explained to you. I just
Okay, so what do you think? Okay,
I
what
just
do you think the word
destroyed your
relativity
whole
means?
theory, bro. But you don't understand it. You
Okay,
can't comprehend it.
The key word, relativity. What do you think it means if it doesn't mean what I just said?
Do you understand what the Big Bang and expansion, what I was talking about, all those zeros that I put there?
Yes.
Do you understand what that means?
Yes, I do.
What does it mean?
It means that the space-time expands way faster than the speed of light. So the absolute speed at that billionth of a second was way higher than the speed of light.
By how many zeros?
By
By how many?
1,050 or 1650.
Exactly. That's older than all the matter in the universe. It's
Right.
more like. Did you read that part?
It's a different number, but yes, it's bigger. There's more. It's a way bigger number than even the total particles in the universe.
So how is that possible?
Because the speed of light is relative, hence it's called the theory of relativity. It's relative to the local situation, not an absolute speed limit, but a local speed limit.
I don't know what else to tell you, bro. I mean, if you don't understand that, there's like no hope.
Yeah, so to sum up, I think you were saying that there are no such things as two different types of speed, local speed and absolute speed, and that the
No,
speed
we
limit
went through that 3 times already.
Right, and that's
3
I'm
times.
just describing our fundamental disagreement about this. You say
No,
that
that's
there's
not our
different
disagreement. No. Our disagreement is you don't understand that we eliminated the first speed. You agreed with me. The ant is not moving. Then you said the ant is on an object that's moving faster than the speed of light. And then
Right.
you're telling me, no, but that object is not moving faster than the speed of light.
Right, because there's
It's
two
of
different.
some relativity. Well, that's nonsense, bro.
You have to
If you're on a
distinguish what you mean
train,
by movement.
movement. Everybody knows what I mean by movement. The whole world.
No,
Ask
you're
a
saying it's one
5-year-old
thing.
girl, what's movement? They're gonna tell you, movement is movement.
And so you're saying that movement is one thing, and I'm saying it's two things, and that's our fundamental disagreement. And if we don't agree on that, then that's why we don't agree on the rest of it.
Bro, do you have hearing problems?
No.
Seriously. Let me try again.
No, I
There's two
understand what you're
movements.
saying. I just disagree with it.
Then why do you keep saying I don't understand?
I don't. I understand what you're saying. I'm just skeptical that you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, let me say it for the 6th time. There's two movements. One the ant and one the balloon. Do I understand you correctly?
No, there's movement is always relative. Movement is always relative to something. So if it's an absolute movement, it's relative to the center of the balloon. If it's a local movement, it's relative to the balloon underneath the ant. Those are
now
two
you're
different
saying
movements.
something totally different. Now you're introducing a third thing. The
This is what I've
center of
always said.
something. No, you.
Well,
That's
that's a way of saying absolute.
You know what, bro? I'm gonna start losing respect with you, and I think we should just stop this conversation.
Fair enough.
But before, because I'm trying to say to you, Matthew, I'm not trying to hijack this. Actually, I was supposed to go outside and talk to my girlfriend.
No, I'd be curious your input.
No, yeah, well, because I just wanted to give one input, and I was going to run away. But I just had this. I was trying to think of a good analogy, and this is the best one I have. But I think it's a fine one because the balloon and the ant. There's something missing from that. I think instead, if Einstein, let's say there's a monkey Einstein, and he had discovered a rule that there's this vine, there's a horizontal vine of somewhere, it's very long or something, and there is a maximum speed that a monkey can traverse that vine. Like he can only put one arm in front of the other, and he can either be stationary or he can move. And if he's moving, he's going to move across that vine always at the same speed. Like let's say it's one arm length a second. That's the fastest he can go. Okay, this is the rule that Monkey Einstein came up with. Okay. It's completely irrelevant to anything other than the domain of that vine and the way the monkey moves on that vine. So if then it's established that the vine is growing because it's a living thing, the speed that the vine is growing doesn't it's not a part of that rule that he had discovered. So the monkey still the reason the monkey moves at the speed he does is because he's it's a mechanic it's a mechanical.
Are you serious, Kosho?
It's a
Are you
mechanical
serious?
movement. Yeah, so he always puts one arm in front of the other at 1 second. It doesn't matter if that thing's stretching out extremely fast and the monkeys are moving further away from each other because of that stretching. The monkeys can still only move that speed.
What Kosho is doing is using the same kind of analogy, but in a one-dimensional case. The surface of the ant walking on the surface of a balloon is a two-dimensional case where the ant can only walk so fast on the surface of a balloon, even if it's expanding. So it's another analogy that might simplify it a bit.
No, it doesn't. It just makes it twice as confusing. No.
Well, if you're confused by his analogy, it's a pretty simple analogy.
No, you can have vines stretching, you can have balloons stretching. It doesn't matter. If you have something on that vine or on that balloon stretching, it's going to be the same speed as that balloon or that vine stretching. There's no relativity words you can put on it. You can hijack. There's nothing you can say that can change that, bro. Simply put.
If you don't understand that there's two different speeds, then I don't know what.
There it goes again, bro. Do you have a tick?
No,
do you have a problem?
no.
Do you have a comprehension issue?
I do not.
Okay. Now we've been through this 6 times now. I'm trying to be very calm. I'm trying to keep my cool, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
We established that there's 2 speeds, right? The ant either walking or not walking. This is the 7th time now I'm saying this. That ant is not moving. That's one speed, right?
Right.
Please do not tell me I don't understand the 2 speeds. And the other speed is the balloon expanding. Do you agree that I understand the 2 speeds?
Yes,
Matthew.
you described it well. Yes, I do.
You promise me you're not going to tell me now I don't understand the 2 speeds again, right? In 2 minutes
promise.
from now?
I promise.
Thank you. Okay, so now the second speed where the ant is on the balloon, that balloon is traveling faster than the speed of light. The balloon that the ant is on, correct?
Right.
So does that make the ant as well traveling faster than the speed of light?
Yes, it does.
Oh, thank God Almighty. Thank the Lord. Okay, so that violates Einstein's law.
You're right. It would if the law applied to both speeds. I think the law only applies to the relative speed, is what I've been saying.
Why? Why would it not apply to the other speed?
Because
Why
it's
not?
part of the theory of relativity. It's about the relative speed of light, not the absolute speed of light.
Do you understand how nonsensical that statement is?
I do.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, this type of stuff is not very intuitive.
No, it's stupid. It's not intuitive. You're saying you're on a car, the car is traveling at 60 miles an hour, but you're not traveling at 60 miles an hour while you're sitting on top of the car. And you're believing this because some idiot called Einstein says it's so.
Yeah, the question is whether the speed of light, speed limit, if that applies to the absolute speed or to the relative speed, or both.
It doesn't matter, bro.
We
What
better ask
name you
Einstein.
put on it. You're traveling at 60 miles an hour, no matter if Einstein says you are or not, no matter if Newton says you are or not, no matter whatever person's name that ever walked on top of the planet tells you otherwise. You're traveling at 60 miles an hour, bro.
Right.
Right. That's it. There's no other statement after that. No man can change that. They can't put relativity. They can't call it anything else, bro.
No,
That's
I
it.
think you're right. The absolute speed is faster than the speed of light. You're right about that.
That's what?
The absolute
Oh man,
speed is faster
Matthew,
than the speed of light.
we're on different tracks, bro.
That's what you just said. Yeah.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said when you're on an object and that object is traveling at a certain speed and you're sat on top of that object, if that object is traveling at 60 miles an hour, you're traveling at 60 miles an hour.
Right.
That's it. There's no relative, there's no cousin, there's no aunt, there's no other word to put on it. You're traveling at the same speed at the object you're sat upon. Period. End of story.
That's right.
Yeah, I know that's right.
What if we switch the analogy instead of a car? Let's say you're in a big long train that's going 60 miles an hour.
You're gonna try to change now the scenario?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
So the train's going 60 miles an hour and it's not speeding up or slowing down. You're sitting at the back of the train and you're just sitting there. So you're going 60 also. Then somebody says, "Oh, human beings can't run faster than 20 miles an hour." And so that human being has a speed limit of 20 miles an hour. So even though that human being could get out of his chair and start running up and down the train, inside the train, their relative speed will be limited to 20 miles an hour because, people can't run that fast. Or, well, let's just say I can't run that fast. So even though the human has a speed limit, I don't know how fast does Usain Bolt run? Maybe it's 25 or something. Yeah, so even if the human has a speed limit and can't run up and down the train faster than 20, 25 miles an hour, their absolute speed could still be 60.
Okay, so?
So the analogy would be that just like human beings have a speed limit of 25 miles an hour, that speed limit just applies to how fast that person can run up and down the train. It doesn't apply to how fast the train is moving.
Yeah, but the train has a speed limit. The train cannot reach the speed of light. Do you not understand that?
No, so that's the
Matter cannot reach the speed of light and surpass it.
Yeah, so that's the question. The question is, is the expansion of space subject to the speed limit of the speed of light or not? And I think the answer is no, according to relativity, but I don't know it well enough. And that's the whole crux of our disagreement.
Right. How does
that's how they
infinity?
get around. That's how they get around the speed of light problem.
Right.
Is they make space time move faster.
Right.
That's the nonsense that we're talking about. Yeah, that's nonsensical. Because even if they do that, right? And if there's a big bang, right? And if something started like smaller, like an atom, whatever, and it expanded in a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a second to a huge thing, that would have to violate the speed of light. It would have to move faster than the speed of light. The distances are too vast. Do you understand?
How does infinity expand into infinity?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, these are all mathematical concepts in cosmology that I don't pretend to understand. By the way, Usain Bolt, I just looked it up. His top speed is 27.3 miles an hour, 44 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, but do you understand what I told you, Matthew?
I do.
The expansion and the Big Bang thing. Do you understand that problem?
Yes, I understand the problem.
That's a big problem, bro. That's a big, big issue for the model.
I don't think it is, because I think that they don't say that there's a speed limit on the expansion of the universe, just on the matter inside of it.
Nothing's an issue for the model.
But that can be.
You know that.
Yeah.
Right, of course. They make the model based on observation. So if observations disagree with what they say, then they fix the model.
Yeah, but I think I showed you that in order for the universe to be what they say it is, that everything had to expand, and it would have to have violated the speed of light.
Right.
There's no way around it.
The absolute speed would have to violate the speed of light. You're right about that.
Yeah. Call it whatever you want.
Hey, very quickly, because I feel like
so concepts.
Sorry, got sugar.
Right, so concepts are not physical. Don't match physics. Correct.
Concepts
so you're gonna have to modify the model.
Right.
You have to modify the model to fit somehow.
Right.
That's how it works. Yeah. Just real quickly, because I know I promised I was not gonna. I'm not hijacking anything again. I was disappointed because there was the main point of the analogy of the monkeys and the vines. I typed all this out, but you're not going to read it, SC, so I'm not going to send it. I'm just going to just and actually Matthew is focusing on that, but the part that's being missed is that the monkey Einstein I'm talking about and the Einstein in real life, the rule that the monkey Einstein made was specifically about the speed that monkeys swing on the vine. So because monkeys are not magical and there's no special ability they have, they will always swing that speed. That's the domain of the rule that he made.
Yeah, I've been calling it local speed.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Matthew's using the local speed. But if then there is an like if the vine that we're talking about, which this rule doesn't is not pertaining to that. So it's not. There's no. The monkey swing speed doesn't do anything to the speed that the vine can grow. The vine could magically grow fucking 100 times its size in a second for some reason. Let's just say, who knows why the hell it's doing that? But this is what you're describing the universe doing. It's growing in these massive sizes in a small amount of time. That says nothing about how fast the monkey moves across the vine, right?
Are you high?
The monkey still moves across the vine at the same speed. Okay, so if the
That won't
vine
help
grew
you,
100,
Coach.
if the vine grew 100 times in a second, and the monkeys are now way farther apart than they would have been just by swinging, it's not due to the fact that they swung further. That speed is still in effect. That limit is not. It hasn't been.
What
The
are
monkeys
you
weren't
what are you
swinging, bro.
fucking talking about, dude? You're off your
The
rocker.
point is the vine increasing in size doesn't invalidate the speed that was established before. The monkeys
Okay.
still have the maximum speed that they can swing across the vine. Just
Are you
because the
arguing
vine
with
grew,
yourself?
just because the vine grew 100 times in a second, and now the monkeys are way further apart. The same rule that was established, the rule that you're saying is debunked, is still this. It hasn't been invalidated. There's nothing.
Nobody is saying that. Why we
Yes.
say you say this or you say that, and nobody's saying any of the shit you're saying. You're having a conversation with
I'll give it to
yourself.
you. I'll give you the analogy in the actual form, so it's not an analogy anymore.
Okay,
So,
great. I'd love to
so
hear another monologue from you.
nothing can move faster than the speed of light, especially not matter. So two objects, two planets, for example, very far apart, they're not going to move faster than the speed of light through space. Okay, that's the rule that Einstein had come up with. They can move through space at maximum of that speed. Now, if for some reason the space itself is increasing in size, they still cannot move faster than that across space. But there now is more space. So there's more space between them, but it's not because these things moved across space. It's because there was the space had expanded.
No, doesn't work, bro.
It's the same as with the balloon and same as with the vine. That's the
Nope.
point. Is that
no matter what's
these increases in sizes don't invalidate the speed that was established.
negative.
Well, show me how that works
matter. If it's matter, if it's moving on its own, or if something else is causing it to move, it cannot move faster than the speed of light, according to Einstein. Sorry, bro. Nice try, though.
It's not the rule that he said, though. Matthew's saying
that is the rule.
local. No, he's saying the local speed, meaning the speed it moves through space time, not the speed it's in some other reference
Space
frame.
time. What space time, right? Yeah.
Like think of it as like a track. If something's moving along a track at a consistent rate, that can't change. But if you some reason added tracks all over the place in between it and something else, it's not now moving across the tracks faster. It's still only capable of moving that speed across the tracks. It's just now there's more tracks that have been constructed in between it and the other
No. The tracks are moving. Now don't try to get out of it like that, bro. It's not adding more tracks. The track is moving faster than the speed of light, and that's a no. Sorry. Try again. I'm telling you, man. Einstein set back science 100 years. He screwed everything up, bro. He made everything insane. It's gonna have to start from scratch. As soon as they get rid of this guy, we can start moving forward. The guy was a complete and utter kook.
Yeah, well, you might be right. I mean, I don't want to defend Einstein here, but you might be wrong.
Sorry, Matthew?
You might be right about Einstein, but it solves a lot of problems in cosmology, so I don't think he's a kook.
No, it doesn't, bro. It just makes more of them.
Well, yeah, most theories do that. They bring up new questions. Solve some questions, bring up
Hey,
new
SC. Sorry. SC, I got a question for you.
Yeah, bro.
So, I think let's hang our hat on the fact that some crazy nutcase like what's his nuts said some weird shit, and then so therefore after that, then it makes all sense. Like Einstein, right? Like, okay, let's just go with it. Whatever. This fucking asshole. Whatever. He's crazy. He's got crazy hair. Whatever. He smokes a pipe. Just he's talking some crazy ass shit. Let's just go with it.
Bro, he convinced people they're gonna age at different times if they go at different speeds, bro. These guys bought it. They think if you go higher on a skyscraper or lower, like two brothers are gonna age differently. They believe this stuff, bro.
It's insane. It's fucking insane. It's science fiction. Fiction.
Fiction with a capital F.
Yep, and a capital N, probably at the end. Probably all capitals. How about that?
No, I like the way you said it. Capital F and for some reason a capital N at the end.
You like that?
Don't hold back, Osho. Don't hold back. Let it loose.
Well, I'm actually making an animation because I do. I'm bad at explaining stuff, SC, and I was foolish enough to think that it was good explanation. But
monkeys swinging on vines.
No,
right.
SC, let me just change it slightly because I think this might be good. Let's say you have there. Let's say there's a universe, and there's a guy who come up with a rule that there's a gear, right? Like a gear with I don't know, 8 little notches in it, right?
Like maybe like in a watch or something like that.
It's not in anything at this point though. It's just a gear on its own. It's so you just got to imagine the gear's got 8 teeth and
Okay.
right? And they only they spin always at 1 RPM. This is the rate that those gears always rotate. Okay.
Like perpetual motion, basically.
Yeah, they never change their speed. They always go at 1 RPM. And by the way, this is the only thing in existence. And there's a track. There's a track that the teeth, when the teeth are on this track, it will rotate and move across the track. Okay.
Realistic.
You following? Right. So because they only move at that consistent rate, 1 RPM. They're going to consistently move across the track at a maximum speed for this reason, assuming that the track isn't changing size, right? But if for some reason, so that's the rule that's established. It's important to remember that this is the only rule that this person is describing. The rule that they're describing is not that these things can't move farther away from each other faster than this speed. It's that they can't move across the track faster than this speed, okay? So if for some reason the track is growing in size by some enormous, a number, like I said, 1,000 times a second, the track just increased in size. These things are going to move farther away than each other faster than what you would think that rule had allowed, except for that rule didn't say anything about how fast they move away from each other. It's how fast they move across that track. Okay. So
let me ask you this.
Not violated.
Can I ask you a question about that?
By all means, yeah. You don't have to ask my permission.
What happens if you put a flux capacitor on that?
Okay, and maybe you do have to ask my permission.
And then you get it going like 88 miles an hour. You're just talking complete.
And we're gonna say some serious
nonsense.
Shit.
So the problem that I'm hearing with Matthews and Essie's exchange is that Essie keeps saying that it's a violation of what Einstein had established because supposedly he established that things cannot move away from each other faster than this speed, right? But as Matthew keeps saying, they're describing local speed, meaning the speed that something is moving through space-time, right? If the construct that these things exist in, the space-time itself, is for some reason expanding, then those things, they are moving away from each other at a greater speed than would have seemed to be established. However, the rule that he came up with was about how they move through space-time. So they're not moving faster through space-time violating that rule. It's just space-time is expanding, and so by virtue of that, they're growing further away at a faster rate. But that's not the rule he established. The rule he established is about how fast they move through space-time.
It's a lot of
Doesn't
ifs.
matter what rule somebody wrote down. Reality doesn't work that way. And even by his own rule, it says that matter cannot travel at or greater than the speed of light because it expands exponentially. Now that's his words, his statements. Now he can't, because he knew he was screwed because of what that law states that he made. And who knows, maybe light can travel. I have no clue. I'm not going to believe this one dude, right? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, right? But according to his law, it doesn't. So it violates his own law. So the only way that they can go around it, because they saw things traveling faster than the speed of light. So the only way they can go around that, they didn't say, well, man, he was wrong. Look, it's traveling faster. They made the space travel faster. The audacity and the foolishness of people that believe them. It's like it's like the greatest con. It's like this is like 3-card Monte times a million, like, and people believe it. It's incredible.
Well said.
Because it's
Well
true.
said, Lefty. Well said.
I don't know. To me, it's almost like an insult to somebody's intelligence. Really.
Yeah, I agree. Listening to somebody monologue about monkeys swinging on vines. Oh, wow.
Of course, I tried.
Yeah, good effort. I guess. Creative. Very creative. I give 10
I
points
wish I
on
could say the
creativity.
same. Wish I could say the same to you, man.
Got to be some doubt in your mind, Kosher, about this. Like to imagine, okay, something stationary, fine. The ant is stationary. But then to imagine that ant on a balloon and the balloon is expanding and the ant is not moving and it's not violating like a movement speed, like a movement thing, that's like far-fetched, bro. You have to believe you're both moving and stationary at the same time.
With two different definitions of moving, right?
Yeah. But exactly, bro. You said it yourself.
Right,
With
like if you're
definitions of
walking
moving.
down in the middle of a train car, you your speed in the train and also the train speed, two different speeds.
Right. So you're sitting in the train, but you're not moving. Mm-hmm.
You have to define what you mean by moving. That's what I'm. That's
You're
the whole
on a
point.
train.
Yeah. So the absolute speed versus your walking speed. Those are two different speeds, two different definitions of moving.
Oh, so what? You're still moving.
Yeah. So you're sitting in a train car. The train's going 60 miles an hour. The absolute speed is 60. Then you get up and start walking, and your local speed is 10 miles an hour. You're walking.
You're walking at 10 miles an hour. That's a fast pace.
Two.
Like you're going to the
Fine.
bathroom or something.
2 miles an hour. Right.
Okay.
Okay. So now, as you're walking to the cafe car to buy the $10 bag of chips, then now your local speed is 2 miles an hour. That's your walking speed with relative to the train car, and your absolute speed is 62 miles an hour.
I would like to talk about this $10 bag of chips.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like airplane or airport food prices on some of those trains.
Can I ask a question? And this might be a bit simplistic, so I apologize. I know nothing about theory of relativity, really. So
actually, none of us do either. We're just sort of speculating and talking about it. So
well, I'm the biggest dummy here, so go for it.
Well, I might challenge you on that, but I'm thinking about a radar gun, right? How do we measure speed, right? So in your example there, Matthew, if you're able to, not saying you can, but from a separate reference frame, if you're able to isolate the person walking, let's say it's a see-through whatever train car, right? And you're able to isolate that person walking with a radar gun to measure their speed. They are going at 60 plus their walking speed, right? Let's call it 62.4 miles an hour.
Right.
That's their speed.
So you're going 2.4 miles an hour to buy a $10 bag of chips on the train.
I said 2 miles an hour, but he's saying 2.4. He's a little bit more
Right.
excited about those chips than I was. So
Right. He's hungry. He's hungry.
hustling
Gotta
down
pay
there.
up.
Well, it depends. Are they Doritos Cool Ranch? Because I might go 3.5.
Probably. Well, they got Sun Chips also, you know.
Oh,
No, they're
definitely not even.
Flamin'
I'm not
Hot
getting
Cheetos.
up for Sun Chips.
Yeah.
Flaming Hot Cheetos all the way.
But like ultimately, that object, if I'm able to isolate with a speed measurement, that object, that person, that whatever, that matter, is traveling at 62.4 or 63.5, right? So in the ant balloon thing or the monkey vine thing, right? If you're able to isolate the speed of that matter is traveling greater than theoretically the speed of light or whatever you guys were discussing.
Oh yeah. So okay. So you're going. So if you go to the speed of light, let's say it's spaceship or whatever, and you turn the
It's a light
headlights on.
train.
And yeah, you turn the headlights on, and you go get walk forward to get a bag of chips. Then you're actually traveling faster than the speed of light. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you're able to isolate the speed of that matter. Yeah.
I don't think it works like that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But the radar gun is on the ground as the train's going by, and so it also has a reference frame of being the
Well,
ground.
the reference frame is the same reference frame is the ground. The same
Right,
reference
right.
frame, right? I think the ground is amazing. It's weird to say that because, you know, that's what you have to, like, electricity works with a ground. Everybody has ground rods, copper freaking stake in the ground for a lightning. On their house. You know what I mean? The ground is something else. You don't have a ground in outer space, apparently, I'm guessing, because it's all fictitious anyway.
You see, if you can convince somebody of this, right, then you can convince them that right now they're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour on all kinds of different vectors.
Right.
And then you have them. You can convince them of anything.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Here's
that
everything you
argument
said
is
with
just
the last
saying,
one.
oh, this ridiculous thing. If you can convince somebody of this ridiculous thing, then you can convince them of other ridiculous things. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we Globers say the same thing. It's just that we say things like, well, if you can convince somebody that the sun disappears at sunset because it just got too far away, you can convince them of any of the flat Earth ideas.
Touche.
Well,
Yeah.
Sure. You know how propaganda works, though, so that's how it works. Like the little, if you can convince them, somebody of one thing that makes sense, then you can. It's like a little foot in the door technique psychologically. That's what I really like about this whole thing is like there's a psychological thing that has to go along with all of it. Because some people go along with the consensus because like, why the fuck not? It's easy. It's the red pill or the blue pill, basically, from the Matrix. Okay, well the red pill is like, oh jeez Christ, this sucks. It's fucking all right. So it's not that. Yeah, it's obviously not that. You know what I mean? There's a positive claim from mainstream saying it is this way. I mean, I've lost not necessarily lost friends, but you know, have a rift in like communication with people over the fact that like that that's not mainstream shit. quote unquote science is bullshit. A lot of it.
I think there's something in the air or the water or something. We got some flat earthers saying now that we can't feel acceleration, linear or rotational.
Oh, really? That sounds weird. Like I get in my car and I fucking gun it. I can feel that acceleration.
Yeah, humans can feel acceleration and they can feel rotation. We can't feel raw speed, but we can feel the other things. I mean, of course, there's a threshold to all of our senses.
What if you don't have? Okay, so how about this? Like David Icke style, right? Like if you take away all your senses, sight, hearing, touch, smell, whatever. Is there another one?
Taste.
Yeah, taste. Take away all of that, and what are you? It's basically just consciousness.
There's
Like-
still something called proprioception, which you can sense where your limbs are, and there's still, I guess, the sense of movement, like you can understand, you can feel acceleration and rotation. Maybe that would be considered part of touch.
No, you're just hanging on to your belief already about that. You're taking away every sense that you have, and then saying you still have them. That's
I thought
silly.
I thought you
Right?
were saying just those 5 senses. I was mainly saying
Yeah.
that there's more than those 5. But if you're saying you're taking away every sense,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
you would just be conscious.
Well, except for taste, because we got to go get some chips.
Right.
Yeah.
That $10 bag of Doritos or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Cool Ranch.
So what was your question? If you get rid of all your senses except for taste, then you're just sort of like a consciousness.
You can't
floating
I
there
feel
thinking.
accelerate. You can't. The reason why I brought that up is because I think somebody was saying you can't feel acceleration. There's no way you can at that point.
At that point, yeah, if you take away all your senses, that would be one of them. You can't feel acceleration. The other thing that would happen is that you would fairly quickly go a little bit insane and crazy, even putting people into isolation chambers where they can't see or hear anything. People can't
with no fan or airflow. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, basically, people can like stand it for maybe 10 minutes, but then people like peace out and like go a little bit crazy and get out of there.
Did you see that Vsauce where he tried that for 3 days?
Yeah, how long was it?
He did it for 3 days, but yeah, he was going mad pretty quickly, like within the first day. But
was that just isolation from other people, or was it like sense deprivation?
Well, he put himself in a white room with no idea of the time.
Who is this?
Michael
Vsauce.
From Vsauce, a YouTuber.
That's psychological torture. You know that, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Army
of course.
style.
They
Yeah.
put
Like
people in prison.
David Blaine style kind of stuff.
Well, I guess, but yeah, and then so yeah, everything was white. I think that he just had white water bottles, and I forget if he had food, but yeah, there was nothing in there. You know, it was just like literally just white walls. You know.
So sense deprivation as far as sight goes, I assume that he could still, like, even hearing the echoes of your own footsteps and that type of thing, he would have heard. And I've heard that if you take away the sense of sound by like the sound deafening foam all over, that you go crazy even faster, like 5-10 minutes.
Echoes of footsteps.
Oh well, sorry. So if they put you in one of these chambers that has high grade sound deafening walls and ceilings and everything, that you
like
can't.
a sensory deprivation chamber or something.
Yeah, it's
like
called
that.
an anphonic or something. Anyway,
is that where you like lay in like basically it's salt water or something?
Oh, that's one way to do it. Yeah,
people do that for therapy though, but yeah, it's a deprivation tank or whatever, or sense whatever to call it, but float, like they call it float tank. That's right, but yeah, they do purposely null the rest of their or at least make the stimulus for the rest of their senses go away. But yeah, it's for therapy.
Like red light, also probably.
Hey, I gotta go. I'm get together with some people. We're gonna watch the SpaceX launch. Anybody in here in Southern California?
Can you record it, like video it on your phone?
Yeah, I'm gonna take some pictures and stuff. I'm gonna try and get a picture of the contrail above our science building at my university.
Cool. If Platypus comes back in, I'll reach out to him because he is in Southern California. So.
9:09 p.m. is when it launches. I'm gonna do some stuff to get ready.
Okay.
But
Is
nice
that
talking to you
tonight?
guys. It is tonight. They did it. They tried last night and scrubbed it at T-5 seconds. So we'll see what happens.
What are they launching? Like, what are they?
Just more Starlink satellites, sort of the most mundane. But it happens to be at Vandenberg in Southern California. They do lots of launches off of Florida, but not so many here. And the cool thing about tonight's is that it's just the right amount of time after sunset that the ground is dark. It's dark here, but up high enough you can see the contrail in the sunlight, which is a bizarre thing. How could that work if the Earth is flat? But that's a different question.
Absolutely.
All right.
I know you got to go, Matthew. Okay.
Yep.
I was just going to say, what noctilucent? I think they're called noctilucent clouds or something like that. I might be saying it wrong.
Oh yeah, that
Same
type of thing
right?
happens with high enough clouds. That's right. Okay.
Anyways, have fun.
Take it easy. I'll post some pictures in here if I get something good.
I'll kind of carry the torch of what he was talking about with the SpaceX launch, because those noctilucent clouds, like they're very rare, but they're 60-mile high clouds. That's crazy, right? Clouds that are 60 miles high, and they can, they're seen at night. So they're
What clouds are 60 miles high?
These specific clouds that I'm talking about, noctilucent. They're called noctilucent clouds. They're very rare.
60 miles.
That's right.
Yeah, the rare clouds that are 60 miles high.
In space. There's clouds in space.
Not in space.
It's rare. It's rare, Essie. It's rare.
Well, let me tell you,
it's very rare, almost non-existent. Yeah. Those
no,
clouds.
actually, the funny thing about that is what Matthew was just saying. He's going to go see this launch. They're going to create. They're going to create that basically artificially. The same effect. It's nighttime, but the launch will go high enough that the exhaust, if it was low enough, it wouldn't be lit up. But because it raises a high enough altitude, the sunlight is still reaching that gas while it's not reaching the ground, right? So
gas,
it's definitely eerie.
Gas in outer space, gas vacuum. Gas.
I never said anything about outer space. I think SC might have said that. Yeah.
Well, I assume that you're talking about outer space.
60 miles, so that's
60 miles. You can call it whatever you want. You can call it Grandma's house if you want, but I'm saying 60 miles. So.
Well, that's 10 miles higher than the U.S. Air Force recognizes astronauts. So I think that
It
would.
was 2 miles lower than the Kármán line. So what are you doing?
I really appreciate
tough.
I appreciate the precision there, Coco.
Wasn't that? I'll take the praise, but wasn't a couple digits. But anyways, right. So yeah, the point is though that Matthew, he wasn't able to touch on it too much, but it is kind of telling. It's the fact that this happens. It says something about the world we live in.
So what's the point? You're trying to get to one, I believe.
Are the clouds higher than the ISS? These noctilucent clouds?
Well, here's what I heard. I heard Kocho saying What's his nuts was trying to make a point, and then Kosho was trying to summarize a point without summarizing a point at all.
Maybe his mic screwed up or something.
No, it's just he was just waffling again. My point of view.
Well, I was just curious if the clouds are above the ISS. If it rains on the ISS some days, if it gets gloomy.
Oh, does the ISS have rings around it now?
I don't know. Apparently, the clouds are above it, though.
Okay, so not in outer space.
Yeah, I don't know. How do clouds get up there? I think that's a crazy claim.
Right, just like the moon is inside the atmosphere.
But actually, the reason why it's rare is because typically
Yeah, but still claim gravity.
Typically,
Sorry,
they're
go
not
ahead.
ordinary clouds. They're like it could be, remnants of exhaust from rockets, for example. It's not a common thing because it's not common for there to
Space
be any gases
clouds.
up there. Yeah, but the
Space
point is that
clouds.
there are gases up there. There are it does
Which
happen
one?
in the say what?
Which gases are in outer space?
Oh, we're not talking about outer space, are we?
Oh, so we're still not talking about outer space?
No. I mean, we can if you'd like to, but
Okay.
we're clearly talking
Where's the
about
ISS?
clouds.
Where's the where is the ISS? Is that not in outer space? And
It's
there's
got to be
clouds
below
above
60
it.
miles, right? Yeah.
So it's obviously not in outer space because there's clouds above it. And if it's you can't have clouds in outer space. That seems kind of silly.
And then to think that they lied to us and said the astronauts were doing spacewalks. Obviously not. They're not in space. Can't be a spacewalk. Must be a cloud walk. They're
I'm gonna
cloud
give you guys a
walkers.
gift. I'm gonna give you guys a gift only because it's easy to give. But I don't know what you're talking about. But it's not. I don't know what you're talking about. The ISS is not that low. It's not lower than the Kármán line, so everything's still kosher. It's like 5 times higher than that. So I hope that kind of clears it up for you guys.
No,
No
it
issues.
doesn't clear anything up at all. For me.
We understand, like, if something's not lower than something, then that means that the clouds or the Kármán line are not higher than the ISS. But for some reason, you guys are
What?
suggesting that they are.
Can
You
you
guys
talk
just
like a normal person real quick?
you guys just suggested that the ISS was lower than those clouds.
Well, isn't that what you said?
No, I just told you how high the
So it's
ISS
higher.
is.
So the ISS
It's
is
5 times
higher than the
higher.
clouds. The unique odd clouds in space.
5 times higher.
5 times higher. Okay, so are the clouds not in outer space then?
Actually, funnily enough, the ISS is also one of these objects that, when it's dark on the ground, the ISS being as high as it is still reflecting light from the sun.
Right.
So
So
the
is it
same eerie phenomena is happening. It's not really explained in certain models.
Kosho, you are full of non sequiturs, in my opinion. Is the ISS in outer space or not?
How high do you consider outer space to be?
I don't know. You tell me. Simple question.
Oh. Outer space is different for different people. I mean, you could use the Kármán line to be safe. Kármán line's 62 miles. The ISS is higher than 62 miles.
So is the ISS in outer space? Yes or no?
Well, you'd have to break down the logic that I just laid out for you, but
Yeah. So yes or no?
I literally just told you how high I considered the space to be. I told you how high the ISS was. I don't know what else to do for you.
Why can you not answer the question? It's super duper simple.
So
What's up, Red Cloud?
just say no.
I'll say no contest.
What? What? That should be. Why wouldn't you just say yes? It's in outer space. Seems like a super simple answer.
The cloud. It's just to say no.
You can't do it, can you, Kosho? Because it's gonna. You feel like it's gonna put you in a corner.
What's he gonna do?
Anybody paying attention, anybody paying close enough attention, really the minimum amount of attention, would have noticed. I've already told you. Yes.
Right, but
I told you that the Kármán line is where I consider space to start, 62 miles.
Right.
And then I told you that the ISS was higher than that point. Right? So if you then ask me, is the ISS in space? Well, I just told you it's higher than the point that I just told you space starts at. So your answer is embedded very clearly in that statement.
I think you did say some people claim the Kármán line. I'm not so sure you made that claim, but now that you have, you definitely say the ISS is in outer space. I get it. So now the rare clouds you mentioned.
People vary, and I established what I consider space to be. I said I consider space to be the Kármán line.
The ISS is in outer space. That's your claim, and I get it. So I appreciate that. I'm just curious. And so the rare clouds you mentioned, you said they're rare clouds, but they're made up of like rocket fuel. Is that what you said?
They're rare.
Sometimes.
It's very rare. It's a very rare occasion. When you get those clouds in outer space.
And they're at 60 miles, you say, and the Kármán line is at 62. Do the clouds ever deviate from their 60-mile height, or do they ever get into space?
They can be lower than that.
Can they be higher?
I don't imagine they could be much higher than that.
So 60 is the limit.
Where do they go?
I do think that you could see exhaust from a rocket higher than that. So, but
like space
I don't know
exhaust.
if I would call those clouds.
Outer space exhaust.
Yeah, in the vacuum.
Near perfect vacuum.
Right. So the clouds, these rare clouds, stay at a certain level in outer space, I'm guessing. They just float along with the acceleration of the Earth and everything goes spiraling like a million miles an hour forward. Also,
you got it, dude. You hit it right on the head.
Yeah.
Cool. See, yeah, so it seems legit.
It's something that we've mentioned for at least the last half decade.
Outer space clouds. You guys have been talking about outer space clouds for half a decade now, like 5 years. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Like, why would you say half a decade? That seems like a weird way to put something.
Well, 5 years is half a decade.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
It's just another way of saying a long time. Long enough that any adult should be able to pick up the information and
5
retain
years,
the information for this amount of time.
Okay, so 5 years ago, you guys were talking about space clouds, and I'm just now hearing about it.
No, we've never talked about space clouds. You just invented that just now.
Well, Kosho was talking about it.
No, he wasn't.
Oh, did I?
Yes, he was.
Seems like Red Cloud's paying attention, and he just got here.
I just got here, and you've been explaining. I've just been keeping my peace because you've been explaining this very, 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 very simple concept.
So you haven't.
I established what I said space was.
You didn't know about space
miles.
But you don't understand still. I don't get it.
Space clouds.
No, it's filled with space clouds. What's with the space clouds? Someone help.
Oh no, ask Kosho.
He hasn't mentioned space clouds.
Go and ask me real quick, Red Cloud. Because I'll give you the answer.
Okay, okay.
But I think you know that, yeah, if I consider space to be 62 miles,
right,
that means that anything above that, I consider to be in space.
Right.
Anything below that, I don't consider to be space.
And what height are the clouds?
I said 60 miles.
60 miles, so they are not in space?
2 miles below space.
Right, 2 miles below space, okay. Well, it's 2 miles where
in the atmosphere then?
Okay, the atmosphere extends quite some distance. These are
right. Apparently, up to 62 miles is atmosphere.
Higher than that.
All right. Well, so get your shit together with Kosho then.
Yeah, because he says space is there.
I didn't say anything about the atmosphere.
He didn't say that at all.
You said
You
space,
asked me
that's
where
at 62
space
miles.
was.
Where are you getting this stuff from?
You asked me where
Told
space
you.
was. I told you it's arbitrary, and there's different people with
It is
different
arbitrary.
definitions of it. And I told you my definition of it. I'll use something simple like the Kármán line. That's
Right, so
simple
62
enough.
miles.
Yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with where the atmosphere ends or anything like that. You asked me what's space.
So your definition of outer space is sometimes a vacuum, but sometimes with atmosphere. Is that
No.
right?
No, that's not right.
Where the atmosphere ends
I
is
was
outer
asking
space.
Kosho.
That's what my
I'm just trying to understand what he's saying.
You guys got to start from square one, man.
Yes,
I mean,
really.
you're
let's start
way
with
behind
square
the
one.
curve,
I
man.
agree.
This
Square
is
one.
like day one of flat Earth. You just heard of flat Earth, and
right. So
and now we're asking about the clouds and everything else. Like you don't know anything about clouds, and I know nothing about. That's fine. So let's go from absolute basics. Okay.
Right. Okay. So let's go back to the basics.
All right.
Does outer space start where the Earth's atmosphere ends?
No.
Okay.
Right.
Where does
So
outer space start then?
what you want to do is write this down. So in 6 months, you
No,
won't ask
I'm
someone
not.
the same
I'm not going
question.
to write anything down. No.
I know you won't, but that's all right. So outer space does not start where the atmosphere ends. The two overlap. It's not like
can't overlap.
oceans. It's not like the oceans and the. It's not like that at all. It's not
There's
the
no
ocean and the ocean.
overlapping.
There is overlap.
How? How is that physically possible in physics?
How is it not physically possible in physics? Explain the physics.
No.
The issue with
So
the
you
physics of
you
space.
just asked me the. No, hang on. You can't answer. Hang on.
I'm answering, but you just. I don't know why you're being like this.
No,
What's
no.
the issue? Tell
My
me the issue.
question is, how does how is there an overlap now all of a sudden between the Earth's atmosphere and outer space? And then you asked me, how is there not? Like what?
Well, you're objecting.
What kind of answer is that?
You sound like you're objecting to it, so you must have a reason for your objection. What's the reason for your objection? That is implausible.
You're not going to get away with turning this question around on me. Answer the question. Fuck off with that.
So you don't know. You're just raising objection arbitrarily.
You don't. So you don't know. So
yes,
you
I do.
can't answer my question. So you're turning it around and saying, "How do
can
I
answer your
not
question.
know that?"
I can answer your question. You just have to be an adult.
Thank you.
And
Thank
stop being
you.
condescending.
Please do answer the question.
Okay. So what is defined as the Kármán line is where aeronautical flight is no longer possible. An astronautical flight is beyond that. Internationally, I don't know the exact number. Internationally, it's a different height than what the Americans consider astronautical flight versus aeronautical flight. That's the differentiator, and that's the Kármán line. Some people use different qualifications for defining what astronomical or astronautical and aeronautical flight is.
Shouldn't there be a standard though? Why is that
well, there
not?
isn't,
Why is there a difference in things like that?
Because America's weird and they like to do their own thing. That's why America's using.
It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Like, right? No,
it doesn't.
It shouldn't
It
matter
shouldn't. That's
because
right. I agree.
Like 1 foot is the same as an equal amount. It's still the same height, no matter how what kind of measurement you want to put on it. It's still the same height. That height is there, so you can't get around answering by saying, "Well, it's different based on the scale you're using of measurements." No, the height is the same height. So at this point, are we talking about elevation or what?
Well, in all reality, I don't think I need to say that it's something I'm just making up. This is what America does, and then the rest of the world does. Like America doesn't use metric, the rest of the world does. That sort of thing. Also, or you could have two different navies, right?
You're not understanding my point at all, are you?
You're not. Well, what's your? Then spell it out as if I'm a Alsatian. Spell it out like I'm 5. Try that. But maybe I'll get it better.
Okay, so you have a ruler and you put it on its end so it goes up and down. Right. That is that height. No matter or a stick or whatever.
Okay.
That is the same height no matter what. You can
Right.
measure it in hands, like people used to measure horses in hands or stones or whatever. Doesn't matter. That height is the same height no matter what. So you keep going back to, well, it depends on the unit of measurement, which is why that's my point, is where you're
Okay,
waffling.
So you didn't understand what I was saying then, not I didn't understand what you were saying. Because I am not talking about anything. I was illustrating. I'm not talking about anything about the measurement units themselves. I'm talking about what American. I was using that as an illustration. Holy moly. America considers space a different altitude than the rest of the world. That's just up to them.
So not a scientific consensus then?
Because it's arbitrary.
Gosh,
it's like asking somebody, somebody saying like, dinner's expensive. Get an expensive dinner. What price is an expensive dinner? It's different for different people, man.
You guys are fucking waffling.
It's an arbitrary value. We arbitrarily set it.
Yeah, because
that's fine.
That's 62
because
miles.
you don't.
I'm okay with arbitrary, but why is it not scientific?
Because I don't think you know what scientific is. I think you just have an invented notion of what scientific.
Why can't you guys come up with a consensus on what the arbitrary thing is then?
Because what America considers the point at which their airplanes and rockets can fly, and the other countries consider the point at which they're.
So do other countries consider the periodic table of elements different then, or no? Like what? Where does?
I don't know about that, but I do know about this.
Scientific
all
is
it
the
is.
type of word. It's like saying nutritious.
Yeah, or it's like saying a different navy considers, let's say, 5 miles in depth, or however that is in furlongs, or whatever it is. What is it in underwater? Miles? No, not miles. So it's like one navy considers.
Dallas Dave calls them seafloor miles.
Seafloor miles. There you go. So it's like one navy says that the safe level at which our submarines can operate is 5 miles down, whereas Russia says the safe limit for their submarines is 6 miles. Well, why can't everyone decide? Because they want different countries decide different things. That's all it is.
It doesn't work like that. I'd explain
it doesn't
you why.
Work like that?
No, not in this instance. You know why? Because
why?
Are you finished giggling?
Well, no, yeah, because it's. Sorry, yeah, I'm done giggling.
Tell me when you're finished giggling, and I can go.
All right, you tell me. You inform me. I'm willing to learn from you. I see. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, in this case, you cannot assign an arbitrary depth because the submarine, right? If they're equal, both navies, right? They're going to have the same crush depth. So no matter what you assign it at a certain depth in the ocean, the hull will crush. You get it?
If they're
you
the
can't just assign arbitrary crush depths.
You're assuming they're the same submarines.
That's what I said.
I know, but that's what Red Cloud's point is that in this case we're talking about the different determinations. There's different things that different countries are using different determinations because they have different vehicles to decide these things. The same is true.
No,
it's good
no,
to
you
use
know.
depth because the same is true for the depth as it is with altitude.
Nah. You can't get away with stuff like that with me around. No matter what you determine, no matter what you say, that is wrong. If you have the same submarine, the same steel, it would crush at the same depth. You cannot determine that depth.
Why are you assuming they're the same submarine?
Change the metal. You can change the metal. That will change the depth, but you cannot determine crush depth. Sorry. Cannot be done.
Okay, so you basically are saying the same submarine from two different countries? What if they have two different types of submarines?
What did I just say? What did I just say 30 seconds ago?
Well, I mean, I just said things 30 seconds ago, and I got misread as well. So, I mean,
doesn't matter if you change the submarines. I'm talking about crush depth. Same thing as outer space. You can't change the pressure because you assign it. Like the states can say outer space is here, and then the international community could say it's there. No, it doesn't work like that.
Like this. Is this the first time you've heard that?
I don't care what you say, dude.
Okay.
Facts are facts.
It is the first
Doesn't
time
matter
you've
if
heard
I
that.
heard it 100 times. Address the issue.
Yeah, it's funny because Hugh tends to say, from my observations of listening, Hugh tends to say what ifs.
I tend to do
and
that.
Totally disregard your point.
Because I'm trying to be polite, and I'm trying not to be condescending to adults who, after this amount of time, should know better.
Right. So you can go fuck yourself as well.
I'm trying to have a polite conversation, which you're not trying to do.
No, it's because you have a mental disease where you need to have a question mark at the end of everything.
So see, I have a mental disease.
Pseudo PMAC.
Come on, guys. Let's bring some.
That's totally unnecessary, but it's normal.
But
Come on, guys. Let's keep it chill. Come on.
All right. So, yes, America defines space at a certain level, and the rest of the world defines it at another level. I don't know exactly how many different levels there are, but that's basically what it is. So, no, there are no clouds in space, and no, there's no rain over the International Space Station.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt
you. Go back
you.
to what that was about. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. So you're saying there's wiggle room?
Yeah, let's say that. It depends on the planes. It depends on the tolerances of the planes that you have. I don't know that much about it, but I know that much. I know enough to know that it depends on the construction of the plane. Same thing as what you consider safe depth for a submarine. Maybe you have some submarines the Chinese make, and they can go much deeper, and they say that their safe distance for the depth is 10 miles. And that's where they consider the deep ocean. So they would say our safe distance is 10 miles. We say deep ocean is 10 miles. Okay, well, internationally, they say deep ocean is 6 miles.
Why do you Why do you
constantly
divert to?
I'm using analogies.
A country says this, another country might say that.
Should I not use analogies?
You're not addressing Essie's point head on at all, and that's what you.
His first point was mistaking, thinking that we were talking about different. You know what? Actually, I love what he was saying. He just said no, not at all, having just heard that different countries consider the Kármán line to be at a different level. He just heard that today.
Changing the subject there, dude. That's not what
but
I said.
He's going to tell us that that's completely wrong.
Right. Yeah, no. Don't try and come in here and try to play these games, okay? Just keep on point, keep on the subject. Don't try to do what you're doing. It's not going to work, bro.
Okay, well, don't play ignorant.
No, don't say what I said and what I thought I said and what you're doing now. Don't do that. We're addressing an issue. Do you understand? The United States declares space at 50 miles. The international community declares it at 60. That is a 10-mile discrepancy. Do you understand
whatever the numbers are, then that's not exactly the numbers, but okay. Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
So that's a problem. You can't just assign where outer space is. Just like I showed you with the boats and the submarines, you can't assign crush depth. It is what it is.
Depending on the craft.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. Okay, well then
that's not how it's assigned.
Yeah. What do you mean not how it's assigned? According to whom is it not assigned that way?
The military and the international
is not assigned. Pressure is, or the lack thereof. You cannot assign what pressure is, what a delineation mark is. It is. It's not different for other countries.
Kármán line isn't defined by the pressure, though. Okay, it's defined in one way by the international. Yeah, it's defined by
Common
the
line,
international people.
By the Atmos.
common line is
by
defined at the point at which aeronautical flight is no longer possible. That's
how we. That's how we.
That's
okay,
how you
so
delineate between astronautical and aeronautical. Aeronautical, astronautical. That's why
Yeah,
those two things are a thing.
Yes,
Well,
so
so, okay,
an
hold on.
American pilot
Sorry if
gets
I'm
his
patronizing.
astronaut wings at 50 miles, and everybody else in the world gets their astronaut wings at 60 miles.
Okay.
Because they've used different metrics to determine these things, and like what Red Cloud just said, this is the result. Once they decide the Kármán line, they then decide that things above that are astronautical, things below that are aeronautical. For in the case of the international thing, right? And the Air Force just does it differently. They establish it at 50 miles, and they say that if you're above 50 miles, you're an astronaut. Okay, that's
what I just said.
They're not the same. Their jurisdiction. They didn't make the same considerations when they were coming up with that. They just established it at 50. Whereas the international people, they established it based off of. I saw something that said like the decay, where typically where the decay of an orbit would force, so it wouldn't be able to make a complete orbit basically, because it would decay.
Too quick. It would just fall back immediately.
Yeah, too much Atmos. Yeah, we get the picture.
Yeah, but that's the other thing. The atmosphere changes tremendously, like so much so that the ISS has to change its altitude by 50 miles or so. So it can lower and raise, where certain amounts of air or pressures are going to be. It's not.
That's what I'm trying to tell you,
It's not a fixed
Coach.
location. So the fixed value that we give it, the 50 miles or 62 miles, these are arbitrary lines that do not correspond to the atmosphere. They do not correspond to anything. They're numbers that we set in place, and we just use them because they, closely fit certain parameters or whatever. But we've just made those arbitrary distinctions so that we can then classify people above that to be in space and astronauts, and people below that to be not in space. That's it.
That's my whole point. You just declare the thing. Yeah, that's what
Absolutely.
I'm trying to tell you.
But more made up bullshit.
What do you mean? Just declare the thing. That's how they operate. It doesn't affect you. Why is it a problem for you if that's what they declare space to be?
It's not a problem. I'm just saying it so people can understand it. Space for the Americans is 50 miles, and space for the rest of the world is 60 miles. And what you say ain't gonna change that. Sorry.
What is that? Okay.
To be fair though, the Kármán line. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, what does that change though? What does that mean? Is it
Nothing,
a problem?
just a statement of fact. And you guys are fighting it for some reason.
No one is fighting that, dude. There's two different values. One of them is the Kármán line. The thing that the Americans use to claim somebody's an astronaut is not the Kármán line. They just have that 50-mile thing so they can award somebody an astronaut if they go above that, and not if they don't go above that. But
We're just talking about.
They don't. Yeah.
We're just talking about this because someone said that there are clouds in space now, and then the International Space Station has rain.
That said that.
I never said that.
Yeah, you said there was clouds at 60 miles. You said it to me, bro. Come on, don't freaking lie, man.
Essie, what I said to you was the height of those clouds. What I said to you was the height of those clouds, and then what I said to you was where I consider space to be. These are things I said to you. You then interpreted that as I told you clouds are in space, but that would be because you're incorrectly calculating which is higher, 60 or 62. 62 is higher than 60. So in my description of where space is, those clouds are below where space is. I never said they were in space.
I stand corrected. Okay, Kosho. They're not at 62, they're at 60. Excuse me.
Actually, so the natural ones are usually at 54, somewhere around that. But then there were some created by the space shuttle, like left over from the residue, like I was saying, and those can go as high as about 60.
Right. So clouds are not in outer space. Thank you for that brilliant fucking insight, dude.
Wow.
Hold on. According to America, you see, this is what you guys are not seeing. According to America, those are space clouds because they went beyond 50 miles. So those clouds got wings. They got their space wings, according to the Americans.
Okay,
how do you like that, Kosho?
Can we just
Huh?
reiterate again that no one but you said that space starts at 50 miles? I didn't say that, and Kosha didn't say that.
The Americans disagree with you.
The military will consider somebody an astronaut if they fly above that. They don't consider the Kármán line to be there though. The Kármán line is the Kármán line. So, you know, if I'm using the Kármán line as where space starts, that's fine. If you hear somebody else say something different, then argue with them about that, right? I'm telling you, I consider space 62 miles just to make shit easy.
Well, your government and your Air Force vehemently disagrees with you, sir.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
They
They
consider the
give
Kármán line 62
astronauts
miles.
wings if they go above 50 miles, 50 and up. You get
Right.
wings.
Right. So
those clouds are in space. They got wings. The clouds that you said that they can be
Absolutely.
there.
Of course they are, SE. I mean, why the discrepancy in claiming scientific consensus and then all of a sudden not?
I mean, the conversation is a bit ridiculous, let's be honest, right? But it has to be had to show the stuff that these guys believe in. They believe that there could be clouds at 60 miles up. Clouds.
Okay. Well, how are you going to refute that or find out that's not true?
Just by laughing.
That's okay. That's great. Good.
60 miles clouds, like, I mean, come on, man. Like, be reasonable.
How would you know? How would you know otherwise? How would you know otherwise?
How would I know otherwise?
Show me that.
Yeah.
Show me your
Can you please show me some proof of clouds that are 60 miles in the sky, please?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Tonight.
Show me a cup of gravity.
Well, no.
Oh, here we go.
Right.
Here we go.
No, but this is actually a simple.
It's the same level of stupidity. I'll be honest.
No, this is an easy thing to demonstrate, though. This is very simple to demonstrate.
Okay,
that's
well,
the
you
whole,
can't.
That's the
you
whole
can
point.
demonstrate it, but you can't show it.
It's easily demonstrable.
Show it in real life. Don't fucking do this demonstration bullshit. You could easily demonstrate some.
Listen, bro.
Show me in real life,
hey,
asshole.
guy, take
show
it
me
chill
in real life, asshole.
Take it chill pill. Take it
Come
chill
on, come on, guys. Come on. We don't need to do that.
When I use the word demonstration, what I mean by that is I can show it to you in real life. So, I mean, that's the way I use that word. If I say I can demonstrate it to you, that means I can show it to you in real life. So there's no need to get angry, buddy. So what I'm telling you is that Matthew Learns had just told us that in about 30 minutes time, where he's at in California, where it's already dark, or the ground, it's dark on the ground or whatever, they're launching a rocket. And the rocket's going to obviously reach altitudes high enough that its exhaust will be in this region. This is exactly why they're called noctilucent clouds, because there's, of course, what does it cost to make clouds? You need dust and you need water vapor or whatever. The dust that's there, is probably from micrometeors or whatever. In this case, it's from the rocket. So when the rocket reaches there, and in the darkness of night, you see a cloud that's lit up by the sun. This is going to show you that that exhaust has to be at a certain altitude in order for that to be lit up.
So 50 miles high, is that where that cloud is? You're still diverting.
What's the diversion, dude? I just told you when you can see it. You can see it in about 30 minutes when
Are
Matthew
those
shows
clouds
us the pictures.
60 miles high? 50 miles high?
The clouds we haven't seen yet? I couldn't tell you. I'm not an oracle.
Right. Exactly. So you can't ever show me the thing you're saying. Great. That's cool. That's my
You're
point.
asking me how high are the exhausts that we haven't seen yet?
Right. You're diverting from the entire question that I had.
I'm telling you, it's going to be in the range of where these noctilucent clouds are.
The
range of these noctilucent clouds. The range of these noctilucent clouds.
The range of space cloud height. You're full of shit.
Calm down, dude. What the heck? What's wrong with you? Grow up.
It takes so much in me to not say something offensive, but
I do.
What is wrong with you?
What do you mean, calm down? What's wrong with me? I'm the one.
What is wrong with you? I want to know what's wrong with you.
You guys can't answer.
Why all the cussing and calling people a-holes? Do you have a problem you need taken care of or something? What's the deal? We're talking
No,
about
I
space.
have a problem with assholes not answering
Calm
my
down.
question.
If I came in there in here and started doing that to you, Gio would boot me in about 5 minutes. Calm down.
Stop it, guys. Come on, please.
Tell me to calm down. You're the one not answering any questions.
We are answering questions. You're acting like a freaking 5-year-old.
Do I have to moderate?
Waffle more, please.
Well, I can moderate if I have to.
All right, I'm turning the psycho down. Is that all right?
Essie, have you seen this is a chat between buddies, okay, Essie? But have you seen the ISS? I forget if you've seen the ISS with your naked eye or whatever. If you've ever made an observation of the ISS.
I filmed it. Not a good job, but I filmed it. Yeah.
Was it was it overhead or was it like a lower one?
It was overhead. It was traveling pretty quick.
I mean, it was like 80, 89 degrees in the sky, or was it like a little bit lower than that? Like was it directly overhead? Is what I mean?
Oh no, it was. I don't know, man. Maybe 50, 60 degrees, something like that.
Okay, fair enough. But the reason I'm asking is because we're trying to establish if these clouds can be this high. Okay, and the evidence I'm using to establish their height is the two things: the time, the basically the darkness of your environment. So that however light is in your environment, in the case of seeing the ISS, it's typically dark, usually in twilight, right? And the fact that you're still seeing something that is supposedly being lit by the sun.
Right. So light or
the darker,
not.
the darker that it is around you, and you're still able to see at a time that you're still able to see something above you that is lit up by the sun. That the higher that has to be, basically, like there's a function of how dark it is for you. So if it's really dark for you and you can see something above your head that's lit up by the sun, it must be extremely high, which is why you can see the ISS. It just turns out that these clouds, perfect. That's actually even more extreme than the ISS, right? But it turns out that these clouds are typically about 1/5 of the height of the ISS. So it's not. It's going to be
1/5 the height.
You can't see them at the darknesses that you can see the ISS, but still, it's going to be well after dusk and well into twilight. It's still going to be pretty dark out. So you'll be able to see it tonight when Matthew shows us his pictures.
All right, Kosho, you know very well. There's no way that there can be gas clouds at 60 miles. You know that, bro. I don't know why you're even arguing this. Like, if I was you, I'd just give it up right now, bro. There's no argument you can make about this. You know it.
What's required to make a cloud? A couple things, right?
Yeah.
Cloud of what? A cloud of what?
Let's say a normal cloud, just your run of the mill cloud.
Fucking normal clouds. You fucked it for that. You're not gonna have a normal cloud. Get the fuck out of here. What's your cloud made of now?
Well, let's find out. What does it
Probably
take
water.
What does it take?
No, can't
Water's
have it.
one. Okay, there we go. What
Not
else?
at 60 fucking miles. I'm sorry. You won't have a water cloud. That's not happening. Nope.
You need dust particles. So you need dust particles and you need vapor water.
Right. So shit that can't exist in a vacuum.
So it turns out that these dust particles are, for the most part, said to come from like micrometeors or things that are broken up.
It turns out
they're few
micrometeors. Hang on, Kosho, one quick.
Between, but they are.
Don't interrupt, bro.
But micrometeors. He said micrometeors. That's a point I want to make.
Yeah, cool, but just let him finish, because this way, if we interrupt each other, it's going to be a mess. We're all going to get a chance.
Okay, I get it, but like, if you don't interrupt Kosho, he's going to go on for another half fucking hour.
Yeah, Kosho is right, man. You tend to waffle on tonight. Like, make it concise, bro.
I'll
Come on, bro.
spend 6 more seconds. I'll spend 6 more seconds on this.
Okay? Being designated Kosho cutter offer. Like the short.
All right, so
I can do this.
The two ingredients were the dust particles and the water vapor. The dust particles are satisfied by the multitude of micrometeors, which break up in the upper atmosphere. They're few and far between, but they are up there. The water vapor.
Stop. No, the gas composition of the clouds. It's not. We're not. Why are we talking about dust here? We're gonna give you dust and micrometeorites too. Just tell us about the fucking concentration of gases. Why is it? What is the gas clouds? What is the Oort cloud? People cite that a lot of times, even though that seems like it's fucking fiction. What kind of gas clouds are up there? Are there lithium clouds? They say that too. What gas refraction index data to back that up? How do we know it's the lithium? What the fuck? And how does it get there?
Your question
Right?
is it is warranted
No,
only because you interrupted
posed you the question.
only because you interrupted the
Don't
part
proceed
where
to
I was answering that exact thing.
Kosho, don't claim to be
I was
interrupted
I was
like
I
that,
was
because
I,
you're just
I
gonna waffle
was
on for another half hour if you're
I
not
was
interrupted.
clear I was literally
He
almost
made a
there,
great
dude.
point, and
I
he's
said there
having a
were two
conversation with you,
ingredients.
so don't
Chicken and
claim
waffles.
interrupting.
He interrupted the part that I was answering his question.
Okay, just get back,
doesn't make
get
sense.
back, get back, get back. Otherwise, I'll mute.
All right. Okay. There's two ingredients. One was the one I already established, the micrometeor and the dust particles. The other is the water vapor. That's the only other ingredient that's needed. It turns out that even though most of the water vapor attaches to dust particles much lower, there still is water vapor that can reach that high. It's not very much, but it will attach to those dust particles, and these very sparse clouds still form. They're not thick clouds or anything. They're just sparse things. There's nothing unrealistic about that.
What's keeping the gas from condensing onto the dust particles and making it ice? You don't have any reason to have it ionized. Like you have to keep the gas separated. Like
That's what it is. That what you just said is what happens.
shut up! Don't take my no. You still haven't talked about composition, elemental composition. Please speak to that, because this is about the distribution of gases in the cosmos. Like, get it with that, right? That's important for your model, isn't it? Don't you need shit to occupy space in order to gravify so that you don't have a big rubber band snapback and a big collapse, a big crunch, right? So like you have to have gas out there. Talk about the gas. We don't have to talk about the dark stuff that doesn't exist. Talk about the stuff that does exist. And how do you figure that?
I just posted a quick. I didn't write this Wikipedia page. Hold on. Yeah, I didn't write this. I'm just posting it. So it's not my work, but you'll see that it substantiates everything I said about what noctilucent clouds are, and actually what Snacks had just said about what would happen about the ice crystals. This is exactly what these are. These are those sparse clouds that we're describing. And so all that's happening is that the sunlight is still able to reach heights of that. So if one of these rare clouds exists up there, you see this rare phenomena, which is this extremely high lit up cloud that you can see at what's basically twilight, nighttime.
Taking like a Terminator 2 approach and just like cloning whatever I was saying, but whatever.
I'm not cloning it. You were just you hit it on the head.
I failed the room. I'm sorry, guys. I'll seppuku myself here. Bye, guys.
Oh, you were correct.
No, I'm done. It's the end of me.
Regardless, so that's the most common way that they're formed. The other two ways is from the space shuttles and all the, there was a lot of flights, so there's still, particles and particular whatever. There's stuff up there, and those can gather and sort of create these very rare clouds, very sparse and rare clouds. But it also
so bad. You can't
there's
even
the
see
event.
why there's gas.
There's the event.
Rare
The event
clouds.
that's happening tonight with that Matthew's going to take pictures of is the launch of SpaceX when they launch at night, and you can see it in real time forming in the upper atmosphere.
Your mom sucks.
Real time. Rare. Very rare though. Right?
So rare. I think I saw one time it said in Australia in all recorded history they've only seen like 50 of these in Australia.
Like unicorns are rare.
Clouds are rare. The unicorn far clouds. They're there, right?
I think unicorns are non-existent. Could be wrong.
Man.
Right. So so are space clouds. So you can like you however you want to say rare. Like okay, whatever.
Is you can't even imagine how it actually would work, but you're going to claim a greater fiction than I'm even trying to explain, and then calling that a supporting part of your argument. So, you know, a sticking it.
I'm not gonna lie to you. You mean you hit the nail? You hit it on the head. That's
that was very well said. Yeah.
No, he's
I'm not trying to steal your argument. You just said how they form. I'm just telling you you're
that's
right.
like a Matrix dodge on top of a magic bullet, dude. Seriously, I can't even. It's like back into the left.
Back into the left. I haven't heard that. That's pretty good. I like that.
Google what the pressure is at 60 miles up, Kosho, just for the heck of it, so we can get a laugh.
At what end?
60 miles up. What's the pressure?
I know, but what's the purpose of this? I don't understand.
So we can get a laugh.
Why is it? But is it like
Because
69
that's
or something?
below
Like, I don't
14.7.
Sorry?
It's below 14.7.
Okay,
yeah, I would say. Yeah.
Is it like
Very good.
points? Is it 0.69 or something? Why?
Pretty
I
funny.
don't understand why it would be funny.
Well, let's hear it first. Maybe it's not funny. Here, do I have to do everything, man? Jeez.
Yes. Things that you're
Yeah, you could have
requesting,
you could have googled that one, SC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Come on, man.
Tell us this thing.
Yeah,
I
but I
could
wanted
Google.
one of you guys to do it so we can hear the the expression. But I can do it.
I'm too slow typing, so that's why I didn't Google it.
How do you know it's funny? I don't even know what it is.
Don't you ever sleep, Hugh?
What? No.
Don't you ever sleep? The last 3 or 4 days I've seen you on over there, and then you're over here.
No, I've been insomniac recently. So this is a good way to pass the time.
Time isn't time relative.
Time is an illusion.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of all this bullshit, I watched a movie the other day. I watched it into theaters, but it had can't remember the name of it. Interstellar.
Right.
Oh, that's an old movie, that one.
Yeah, I just recently watched it again, like on Netflix or whatever.
Oldie but
It was
goldie.
pretty good. It's actually really good. I mean, it's.
I watched it once. I watched it once, and I was confused. So I don't know if I'm going to watch it again.
Yeah, I was confused. It's definitely confusing because what they do is they put time as gravity as another dimension, along with time. So, yeah,
Gravity.
yeah.
Time portal dimension. We were was we was. We will be.
You know, what they say about, because I love Christopher Nolan movies too, but it's funny because people say like Christopher Nolan, he always makes his viewers, like, he almost forces you to have to watch it multiple times to actually make sense of it.
Yeah, I might have to.
Yeah, well written, well done for sure.
Is that like Back to the Future movies? I have to watch them again.
Another movie he did, Christopher Nolan, he did Tenet, which is more like Back to the Future.
Didn't he also
Tenet,
do?
yeah, I have heard of that movie. I don't know. I haven't watched that one.
I like it.
Didn't he also do Interstellar? Oh no. I mean, what's the one that keeps going in time?
It's the one about the bomb. It's not Heisenberg.
Like the
Tenet.
Inception.
Tenet.
Yes, Inception. That's it. Yeah. Was that the same guy?
Yeah, he did this. Yeah, he did that one too. That's another one you gotta watch several times. But and also Prestige, which is that and Tenet are my two favorite Christopher Nolan.
He did Prestige.
Yeah.
Really?
Dude, Michael Caine is in all these movies, right? And who else? It's like
But not a lot of
these are the
people know
same
that.
dudes.
Michael Caine.
Oh, Michael Caine.
Always uses Michael Caine now.
He smells a bit. He's got heart of gold.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Prestige and Tenet. If you haven't seen Tenet, you like those other movies. It's definitely one though that you have to watch multiple times, dude. It's so crazy.
Did Michael Caine come out of like Monty Python kind of people also, or is he totally separate?
Separate. Same era. Same basic era.
He seems like he would be like either he's funny or he's not funny, like
Yeah, I
or
think
he's
he's a
serious.
different. He's a
Yeah.
different type of funny. Yeah.
Right.
I don't think he's a ha-ha type funny. Actually, Python's
Yeah.
not a ha-ha funny either.
Yeah, he's not equivalent to John Cleese.
Same.
They make fun of him pretty good.
Same generation.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you some context. Pictures I posted very quickly. Again, these are one. The top one is just a noctilucent cloud or whatever. There's regular clouds in there, but there's one that's being lit up at nighttime. This is in Germany or somewhere, or Russia, I think. The one that's being lit up is the one that's said to be, this 50, 60 mile high. This picture below that looks kind of similar, a little bit different. This is the exhaust from SpaceX launch also. So probably something close to what we'll be seeing tonight. But like I said, it's the same effect, but, they're formed differently.
So those are 60 miles up, you're saying?
I guess I'm not going to make a claim of those altitudes. There's a range. The 60 miles is about the maximum.
I say no way. Cannot be clouds at 60 miles up, where the pressure is considered like almost zero.
Right. So he said he's not going to make a claim, and then made a claim.
Yeah, and I say no way.
What? It's just. It almost takes like a Zen master to just not respond to this guy. I mean, I spoke clearly. I said I'm not going to make a claim on the height of these clouds. I'm not going to make a claim on the height of these clouds because that would be silly. However, the maximum height is about 60 miles.
It gives
Which
the
I
same
reply
effect.
to, no chance in hell.
That's cool though. Show me though, Kosho. Show me one of these space clouds or 60-mile high clouds. Show me. That'd be cool. Even though they're rare or whatever.
We'll get a
Show
cup.
me.
Get a cup and show him.
How can you have clouds at zero pressure?
It's not zero pressure up there.
There's not zero pressure up that high.
You said zero pressure.
What is it?
Yeah, what's the pressure? That's what SE was asking a long time ago.
Yeah, that's the thing he could have looked up.
Yeah, he's just capable of discovering.
I just did. I just looked it up. It says zero is
Tell it to
considered
us.
zero pressure.
Well, that's just whatever you looked up. I would just
actually
not use that as a source.
Okay,
It's obvious.
look it up.
You know as well as I do. It's not zero pressure up there. So
I said they said it's considered zero pressure. Look it up.
Somebody
That
making
sounds like somebody's
Look
opinion.
up artist in history. Look it up, Kosho, please. It's gonna take you 3 seconds. You already have the answer, probably. 60 miles? What's the pressure?
You could have.
Did it, bro. I did it. You're not listening.
You also could have looked it up that what the height of the International Space Station was in the clouds. But for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, we heard space clouds. And rain on the ISS.
When you stop, you do anything but like ad hoc, like not ad homs, like steel.
No, it's
What
just,
are you doing?
I don't
Who
know
said anything about clouds being at top of the ISS, bro? Like, why are you like muddying the waters here?
Right. Good job, Etsy.
About the ISS, I think they're lying about like how far away it is.
No, these guys are trying to say there's a possibility that we can have clouds at 60 miles up. That is an impossibility. Cannot
Tell me about
happen.
how it works. Yeah, like I'll listen for a minute. If figure maybe it does. Maybe there is shit up there. I mean,
Right, maybe, but show me this rare unicorn cloud.
yeah, well, I don't know. I've read a lot of different things. They're talking about like there's lithium, like abundantly up in space. You know what I mean? Just chilling.
Really?
You know what I mean?
Show me
Like
that.
they catch a cup of space. You know what I mean? Shake it up real good, and then they're like, "Oh, there's some of this."
Right.
That's
Yeah, shake it but don't break it.
Yeah, shake it but don't break it. But they're saying like there's like carbon 60 buckyballs just fucking floating around there too. So like they make a lot of claims, as far as what's in space. But like,
it's all fiction.
Well, I mean, just to make the claim for no fucking reason, like they got to have some 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 veal parmesan. They got to have some shit where they're getting gas diffraction to come back and oh shit, that is some lithium, right? Or else why make the claim? So
No, that's cool. I understand
they're
exactly what
basing
you're
their
saying.
bullshit on some. Unless the bullshit is completely unfounded, which I'm not making that claim.
Of course,
I claim
that's the definition of bullshit. Completely unfounded.
All right, I see.
It's
I'm
like
seeing
some red herring bullshit, though.
Yeah, 100%. Oh yeah.
So
Don't look at this.
where's
Look
the
at
red?
that. Yeah,
I'm just trying to
exactly.
figure out what the red herring is, or the white herring. Go ahead.
I see. I'm seeing 10 to the -3 toward times 3. Does that help you out?
10 to the minus 10. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I got 0,
Yeah,
but
perfect.
okay.
Well, I know, but you got to be honest, SC. That's a bit inadequate of a search if you got 0.
Yeah, I'll post it
That's like
for you right
saying,
now. Give me a second.
I know, but we all know it's not 0. So it's
I
just
know.
a question of what
I
is the
know.
actual
The
value.
0
So,
cannot be achieved. We all know that.
yeah, it's obviously not 0 5 times higher than that at the ISS, so it's not going to be 0 there.
So let me ask you this, Kosho. What is the maximum amount of least amount of pressure that a cloud can form?
What kind of cloud are we talking about?
Can't give me some bullshit range at least?
I mean, what kind of cloud are you talking about? You talking about smoke
Space,
cloud?
yeah, I don't know. Space
What are we
clouds,
talking about? Cirrus cloud?
Space cloud.
Like a rocket ship space. The space cloud.
Right. Kosho, come on, please make up some bullshit.
So
now, Hugh and Kosho, see what I posted here?
Hold on one
A
second.
widely accepted boundary where space begins. That's the Kármán line.
Right, yeah, I agree with you. That's actually the number
Before
I gave.
you say no, it's not where space is.
I did not. I did not, dude. Essie, the question that was asked to me was, where does space begin? I said specifically, I consider space to begin at the Kármán line because that's simple enough to do. And I said 62 miles. So what you're posting is what I said. We agree with each other.
When did anybody ask you that?
I don't know. Either you or the other guy who sounds just like you asked me that question specifically for whatever reason. And that was the answer I gave.
Okay, so there's overlap though. So is there overlap or is there no overlap between the atmosphere and outer space?
There is overlap.
Could have been me.
Well, sounds like you.
The Kármán
Overlap
line is not defined by the atmosphere, so they're not defining one another. So the atmosphere obviously is variable. The Kármán line is a fixed, arbitrary line. 62 miles. It's going to be 62 miles tomorrow.
So the atmosphere
varies.
Varies according to
anybody
different
who
countries
cares on the subject. People who fly up there.
Science.
People who live up there. Yeah.
According to science, or no?
Just go with the things I just said, dude. the people who live up there, the people who care about the air up there, the people. I mean,
There's no air in
yeah,
ours.
there's
People who work
the people
up there.
the people who live in the ISS. They have to consider how high the atmosphere is because they have to adjust their orbit based on what the atmosphere is doing, and it fluctuates
Oh, really?
as much as 50 miles. They've have to adjust their altitude based on the atmosphere varying.
Right. I love your brand of bullshit, Kosho. It's just very nice. I like it. Thank you.
I'm just interested in this conversation for the reason that you're basically asking questions and then calling it all BS.
It's very exhausting.
And then the constant conversation.
Yeah, just because a person doesn't like the answer doesn't need to be disproved.
But I just want to know what is with the constant condescension.
Oh, okay. So you want me to be
not be a condescending? Yeah.
Would you like me to bend over with a smile on my face while
I'd like you to grow up.
Feed me a bunch of bullshit. Is that it?
I'd like you to grow up. You sound like you're an adult.
Yeah, I thought
you
we
sound
were
like you're an
adults
adult.
here.
Can you please talk like an adult? I'm not insulting you, and all you've done is insult me. So can you kindly grow up here, act like a man, be a man, talk like a man, not like a 10-year-old.
Right. So accept your bullshit without question. Is that what you're saying?
There's a way of not accepting what you're hearing.
Growing a pair and being a man is accepting your bullshit. Is that what it is?
There's a way of being a you know what about it. I'm not even going to say the words because I don't want to stoop to your level. But there's a way of going about it and a way of not going about it. There's a limited number of people who are paying attention to flat Earth. Okay?
I don't care. I don't care about any of that.
As far as never mind.
Well,
But
guys,
yeah, just grow up and just okay. You don't believe it, all right. You don't have to constantly say it's BS every time you ask a question and then say, "Oh,
no,
BS,
I'm
BS."
telling you, I'm constant. I will call out BS when I hear it. Absolutely.
You don't know what you're talking about.
But you're not giving any justification.
You want me to grow a pair and be a man?
You're not giving any.
Shit.
And be a man, not be a.
Excuse me. When you say it's wrong or BS, you're not giving any justification of your answer.
I know space can't exist here. Clouds can't exist here. Why? No reason. It's just BS.
I'm not the one answering. I'm listening to somebody spout BS, and I'm saying, "Well, that's great. Appreciate that bullshit." Thank you for that brand.
Why is it BS then? You're not saying anything about it.
How do you refute bullshit in science? How do you refute science fiction?
Well, you're the one that's saying it's BS, so you're the one. It's on your side to say it.
Go ahead, refute it.
What are you doing? You're trying to reverse the burden of me having to defend Kosho's BS. It's ridiculous.
Well, that's what your claim. Your claim is the BS. You have to explain why.
Yeah. The
how do you
onus is on you.
How do you refute science fiction?
Not by calling it science
fiction. Came to that conclusion.
SE just asked what the pressure was. You guys figured out it's almost nothing.
He said it was nothing. So
at which point, and I asked the question, at which point is the least amount of pressure for a cloud to form?
And then type of cloud you're talking about.
Right.
Towards zero.
Space clouds.
We're back to space clouds.
That'd be towards zero.
The rare clouds that Kosho is talking about. That's why I'm calling bullshit, because you can't fucking answer it.
Let me say two things very quickly, okay? Thing number one is just there's other people in here, and so I just want to make sure that we're making this decent to listen to. So just try to let other people get in. Like Terry doesn't speak very often, so if he's trying to say something,
I got you.
But then
I can moderate, Kosho.
That's a fair point, Kosho.
But the other thing is, if you guys, you and Snacks and a few others, you seem very interested in the details of these noctilucent clouds. And I posted the Wikipedia page, and regardless of what you think of Wikipedia or whatever, the information that you're asking is all in there. Like how these clouds form, the different types of clouds. Like I said, there's the clouds that I described. There's the one from the space shuttle, and then there's the one from SpaceX. They're all different, but they are all these gas structures that form at these altitudes. Like I said, for different reasons, obviously. But it's all in the Wikipedia page. So if you're that interested, it's in there.
Yeah, I get it. You have a reference for Wikipedia, but it's also, I guess my point is, it's like asking J.K. Rowling's about Lord of the Rings and what happens in that. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, sure, within that realm of thought, that's what's going on, but it's not reality.
It's not.
That's my point.
How is it not reality?
Wikipedia examples of fiction.
You're just saying fiction.
Fiction is not reality.
That's
how
true.
complicated. I mean, how dense are you to not be able to understand the difference between the two?
I'm not dense enough to just call things I don't understand fiction just because I don't understand them. I will admit to not being that thick. And presenting myself as that thick.
That's why I'm
going to
asking
say
questions.
that's
I like
definitely something I wouldn't do.
Right. So that's why I'm asking the questions to understand what's going on with what Kosho is saying. But that's why I'm asking questions. And the questions I am asking are not being able to be answered. Other than, like, check out this Wikipedia. That's what this says. Okay, well, show me this fucking space cloud. Or pardon my French. Like Kosho said, I gotta curb it so it's more listenable. Right? So
good man. There are children listening.
It's like
And
asking
women.
how does a car work, and then all the questions come back to you as goes, well, how does internal combustion engine work? How does fuel work? How does air pressure work? How does
right.
all
I'm
that
good
sort
with
of
that.
stuff?
I'm good with that because those are physical things. Those are physics. That's physics. That actually happens. I agree with what you're saying, but I think your analogy is off because you're talking about something that is physical and mechanical, and what you're talking about in space clouds. That show me one, even as rare as they are. Show me that. That's all I'm saying.
So according to me, and that's just me, so far I haven't seen anything convincing that a cloud of any sort can form at 60 miles altitude.
How it isn't? You know what? I tell you what, it is a good question because how on earth would you verify that? I mean, aside from going up 60 miles, there isn't any way for you to go and verify that.
I would say
exactly.
Like this,
you would have to believe somebody else. My point exactly.
Okay, but the problem though with
exactly right.
If I may be so bold, the issue I see is just automatically declaring it to be BS, regardless of whether it is or not, just because you just declare it to be BS. And it isn't.
No, it's not just. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Let's go. Go ahead. That's all I have.
Well, no,
okay.
you can't.
I'm not just declaring it, right? I'm using my knowledge, what I know about vacuums, what I know about gas, what I know about pressure. I'm not just making a willy-nilly declaration. Nah. I'm using physics and my knowledge thereof to say there's no way that a gas cloud can form in such an environment. It's not just nah.
Okay, let me say it like this, dude. Because it's this simple. It's nighttime. There's no rocket launches. You have your camera and you point it up and you see that it's nighttime. There's dark clouds. And then above those, there's a cloud that's lit up. So the fact is that you see it. It's there. The question is, how did it get there? Right? It's no longer a question of is it possible? The question is, how did it get there? Because you see it. There's plenty of pictures of it. No, there's no conflation. There's plenty of pictures of this occurring. I've posted a couple. Terry's posted a couple. It definitely happens. I've given
you posted
explanation
a picture
of how
of
it
a
happened.
cloud.
Yeah, at
There's no
nighttime.
question about that. But you didn't prove that the cloud is 60 miles up.
How would we prove that?
What's with the? That's right. You cannot.
It's lit up
That's
at
the
nighttime.
whole point.
That's how you know it's lit up at nighttime.
Right.
It's nighttime. The other clouds are dark. All the clouds are dark except for the one that's above that one. It's actually lit up, much
So-
brighter. It's like daytime bright.
So, Kosho,
That's how you know it's that high.
if I may, you bring up another point. I don't know if you're actually doing it on purpose or not, but what I'm getting out of some of what you're saying is that light is determining height at this point. From what you're saying, am I off?
Yes. But no, that I did. I was trying to establish that earlier. But that's what I was asking SC about the ISS. Is because I said that I said in this way we're determining altitude by a function of the darkness of our environment. So depending on how dark it is around us, if we see something above us that's still being lit by the sun, we can estimate at least come up with some fair range of what that altitude would have to
Okay,
be.
so is it the lack of light that is determining height?
So isn't
The
it
lack of
calculable?
light.
Sorry, I was just going to
Go
say,
ahead,
isn't it calculable for the when those rocket launches go up and then you start seeing the plume of the exhaust at a certain altitude, which they know, which is their telemetry of what they are, at what height altitude they are. Then you look at what time of day it is. Then you can work out, calculate that at what height they are for what the cloud is, what you see in the plume of the exhaust.
What the time of day that where the sun is does not determine a height of anything. That's ridiculous.
In this way, it does. For instance, if I didn't know anything about what time it was, but I went outside and I noticed it was a little bit dark, and I also looked up and I saw a regular cloud, the normal cloud, not one of these weird clouds. But I saw a normal cloud was being lit up by the sun, whereas it was dark all around me. The buildings were dark, everything, but the cloud is light. I could basically tell you with the accuracy of about 20 minutes of how close to sunset it was. So if I know what time sunset is, I can tell you what time it is based on that information. That's because I know how dark it is around me, and I know what's
No, you know what time it is.
I know about the height of that being lit. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So if you rearrange those variables and you know
Alright.
how dark it is, and you know,
Oh.
so if it's much darker than twilight, like it's like almost nighttime, but you can see clouds far above the dark clouds that are still light. You can tell that those are really high up, and even later than that, when it's definitely almost like after twilight completely, and you can see the ISS. You know that's even higher than both of those. And like Terry had said, the moon is the more extreme example where you can see that in midnight.
Right. So you can tell the height of the moon because or the sun because of how light or dark it is outside. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there's a range that you can put
Sounds
it in.
that just doesn't jive at all with me. Seems silly. And yeah, I call BS on that. Because the
Yeah, we
height of
didn't say
something.
the height of the moon is determined by the time. That's something completely different.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out what Kosho is saying because
I'm saying there's a range. I said there's a range you can put it in. So you know like the
the
floor
height
is
doesn't
you
change.
know the lowest it could possibly be.
Right, but the height doesn't change based on how bright or dark it is.
If something's lit up above your head, yeah.
No, it doesn't
That's
change
what
the
you're
height.
using.
Just
That's what
because you
you're
can
using to
see
determine that.
something, because you can see something, whether it's dimly lit or brightly lit, doesn't determine the height. The height is a absolute measurement.
All right. I'm just telling you that you can come up with a range based on the principle that when it's dark for you and something above you still being lit, there's a range of time, or there's so the darker and darker it gets, the later and later it's going to be, and the higher and higher something would have to be able to still be lit underneath.
Okay, buddy.
And this is you could see this on any given night if you look at the ISS or anything like that. That's the reason why the ISS is visible only, at twilight times, not much later, and earlier than that, it's going to be too bright out.
That's what you call stretching, like reaching to the max.
Fair enough. I posted a previous launch, because I just watched the one that's happening now, and the live footage doesn't show the exhaust in the way that we're trying to observe. But like I said, Matthew says he's taking pictures, so he might come back with some. But anyways, I posted a previous launch where you can watch the night launch. It's clearly nighttime. The SpaceX rocket is entering higher and higher atmospheres, and at one point, it slowly the exhaust dissipates further and further, and then it becomes lit up like it's like the ground's not being lit up, but this exhaust from that has left the rocket already. It's not coming out of the rocket anymore. It's left behind. Is being lit up by the sun. And we're on trial here for some reason, but Matthew had brought this up because the fact that what we're discussing isn't even something you would. There's no way to explain it on a plane. Like if the sun's not reaching the ground, like if it's dark on the ground, there's no reason for some object above our heads to be lit up for some reason. Yeah, on a flat plane, right? So this was Matthew's point, and this is kind of the point that I'm making too. Like seeing the ISS or seeing these clouds at nighttime being lit up by the sun is an indication of the spherical nature of the Earth, right?
You're too funny, bro. You're too funny how you try to connect these things.
Don't find humor in that, but I do have to ask you then, can you meet my challenge? My challenge was like, can you explain that it doesn't make sense to me on a flat plane. It makes perfect sense on a sphere. Like I said, when it's dark for you, but something far above your head is being lit by the sun. How does that make sense in your paradigm?
You're trying to change the subject now, craftfully,
No,
man. What
not
you
at
got to
all.
do is show.
This is the subject.
No. The subject was a cloud forming at 60 miles up. And the reason why I asked you what the Tor was, we established 10 to the minus 3. So now the task that you have to do, because it's your claim, you make a vacuum chamber here. It's easy to get that 10 to the minus 3, fairly simple, and show a cloud forming or a gas, forming. Simple, right?
What's being like argued against here? Because we know clearly it's nighttime, and clearly the sun is not reaching the ground. Clearly there's pictures of these clouds being lit. So what's being like? What are you like denying is happening here?
Clearly you're showing something that's in the sky, and clearly you're trying to say that it's in a place where there's a vacuum of 10 to the minus 3 Torah. And I'm saying clearly that is impossible in the physics as we know it.
Well, how about this?
And I'm asking you to reproduce it.
How about this? For the sake of this conversation, I'm going to concede to you. Okay? Let's not put the clouds that high. There's no evidence, as far as we've established, that you agree with, that the clouds are that high. Let's bring them lower. Okay? So it's nighttime. The clouds are much lower now. Much more reasonable height. Let's say 20 miles max. Right? How is that possible?
It sounds reasonable. Yeah. It's a reasonable
that changes
height.
everything. And yeah.
Okay, I know. But now explain it. Explain how these observations are being made on y'all's paradigm, where it's nighttime.
I'm going to explain
20 miles up are being lit by the sun.
Right.
I'm going to explain your paradigm. First of all, you're assuming they're 20 miles up. I don't know what's going on here.
Differences that make.
Just showing me a picture, Kosho.
Just to make it clear. The higher they are, the better you'd have at explaining it. If we make them lower, like you guys are suggesting that they are, you guys will have a much harder time explaining how it's dark on the ground, but 20 miles up, for some reason, the sun's, reaching us. Like how on a flat plane, what it's making that
See, the
possible?
clouds. Are you saying because the clouds are blocking the sun that there's some sort of weird anomaly going on?
No, I'm saying that you look around at the darkness that's come. The sun is down everywhere around you. The light's gone. The clouds that are closer to the ground, they're also not lit. However, whatever height these clouds are, they're being lit by the sun. So the sun that is not reaching the ground, or the clouds closer to the ground, is somehow reaching the clouds far above your head. And so I'm asking, what's the mechanism, or how is this happening on a much higher
Moonlight?
down?
Moonlight? Would that be a thing?
No.
No? Okay. Are the stars in the sky lit by the sun as well?
And post another picture. I don't know. Not typically in the
You
pictures.
don't know.
And the pictures I've posted, there's no stars.
So you don't know if the stars in the sky are lit by the sun.
No, there are no stars in any of these pictures. What I'm saying to you, I think that's so that's been answered. So I think it's irrelevant.
Okay, I'm not seeing what you posted. Sorry.
I posted it again, but I posted it earlier. Here's another example of these clouds where you can see all around. It's dark. The darkness is already set. It looks like the sun's beyond the horizon now. In the distance, you can see that there's still light, but the clouds that are above, they're in the clouds in the sky here, which they look kind of low in this picture, but
So
regardless of how high they
would it
are.
be fair to say that it could be that there's more moisture content in the parts of those clouds that are darker?
I don't know. I don't see any dark clouds over there.
The picture you just posted, right? So you don't think that? So are you thinking that the moisture content in that great big cloud thing is the same throughout that entire big cloud thing?
Okay, so that dark part in the top left side of the screen, I don't think those are clouds. That's just the sky. That's just the sky. Yeah, and then the
They're not.
clouds.
That's not clouds.
I don't think so.
You think that you think the sky is lumpy?
No, I think that the clouds are the white, sparse things. Those are what the noctilucent clouds are.
So we're not talking about clouds now?
No, we are. We're talking about the white part of the image.
Right.
The white part of the image.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about too. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is, wouldn't that just the moisture content in the clouds? Typically, the higher the moisture content in my, just overall generic knowledge of things, the higher the moisture content in cloud, the darker it is.
I think that the main determiner of
Yeah,
I don't know of what of the darkness of the clouds. I think whereas that might have some effect, I think is the actual light, reaching the clouds. So
right. So I see what you're saying, but like you could shine a great big light on a highly moisture dense cloud, and it will still be a dark cloud. That's how you know.
what I'm saying is, in this case, wherever this picture is being taken, the sunlight is not reaching there. You can see everything around. The sunlight's gone. The sun's gone down. It's in the distance. It's beyond the horizon. Even in the distance, you can see where it's like the sky's red and stuff. So it's gone down. However,
so are you saying? Yeah. So this is ridiculous. This to me, this is just silly, because obviously the sun is higher than clouds. Are you saying the cloud is lower than the sun?
I mean, I know I'm not saying that at all. This is getting very. I might need to get some air for a
The
second.
sun. I'm sorry. Let me say. I said that backwards. The sun is. Oh wait. Hang on. The clouds are higher than the sun. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not really making a determine. I mean, I guess based on what you're asking, yeah, technically, this in my paradigm, yes, the sun is below the horizon because the Earth is rotated or whatever. So the sun's below the horizon. Obviously, the clouds are above the horizon, and so from the perspective of the observer, yes, the sun's at a lower elevation than those clouds. But that's
So the
not really the relevant. That's not that's what makes it possible in my model.
that's
But
what.
what I'm asking,
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, that seems like a contradiction. It's in
No,
some way. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but the clouds can't be. The sun cannot be lower than the clouds. It
on
just
a
doesn't
flat
happen. It
plane,
can't happen. It cannot happen. The
yeah, a
sun
flat
will
plane.
always
That's
be
true.
higher than a cloud.
On a flat plane, this is true. And now I think we're kind of
A flat
making
plane.
sense of what my argument is that on a flat plane, you're right, it does not make sense. And that's what
What do
my
you mean on
point
a
is.
flat plane? No. I'm not talking about a flat plane or anything. I'm talking about your paradigm. That's what we're talking about. Is your paradigm.
Now, in my paradigm, if I had a sextant and I was measuring the angle of the clouds could be, I don't know, 60 degrees above the horizon. Perfectly reasonable. If I could shoot through the earth at where the sun is, I could see that the sextant is giving me I don't know, 10 degrees below the horizon. It's
So
below the horizon and the clouds are far above the horizon. Perfectly reasonable in my model.
I guess it goes back to the question: does the height of those clouds depend on the light that's shining on them? In your view,
In my model, yeah, yes. The higher, the darker it is, the higher they have to be still be lit. Yeah.
wow.
Like I said, that's irrelevant because I'm asking about how it works in your model, where we don't even have to describe how high the clouds are. It can be any height you want them to be. Okay. The point is, how is it possible that everywhere around you is dark, but somehow the light is able to reach these clouds that are far above your
Do you
head?
not? Hang on, dude. Do you not see the reflection?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. That should answer a lot of your questions that you have about this.
It doesn't answer my questions. It does motivate me to get up and go get something to drink real quick because.
Okay, right on.
Hey, listen, man. You seem like you're getting more cordial now too. You were being sort of rude earlier, but I'll apologize myself, dude. We don't have tensions don't have to be high or whatever. Okay. So I apologize as well.
Yeah, it's all good. I think I'm gonna call
The
it out
truth is,
when I see it.
I have I have, a,
hear it.
I have a lot of fun arguing with SC about this kind of stuff. This is nature. He's very stubborn. He doesn't usually, change his mind, but we could talk about it for a while. So, yeah. So just saying,
You
if I
conceded
offended
just
you,
before. Remember, you conceded.
yeah, but that was a trap. That was
It
like
wasn't a trap. I
sacrificing
caught
of my
you.
pawn or
I
something.
caught you,
Yes, dude.
and you conceded. Don't
Yeah, but
whitewash it.
my
Yeah.
goal.
Yeah.
Go
Sorry. Go
ahead.
ahead.
If you guys finish with the topic at hand, I would like to bring in something new.
Go ahead,
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a shaky subject, but I saw a lot of trouble, so to say, about the appearance of Dell on FED. Have you heard about that, man?
Oh yeah.
What is it? What is it? I haven't heard it.
Yeah, so you know Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve?
Yeah, I got respect for him.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah, and that dude with the
Nathan Oakley.
yeah, he came on Nathan's show and he was, I mean, it was just the usual procedure of Nathan's show, I guess, but he couldn't really present his stance in a way which was appropriate for what he tried to say, I think. And
Oh yeah.
and well, right now there's a lot of going on, and he made some recent response videos to that, and I watched one of that, and I found his idea very very interesting. I'm not sure what to think about that, but just from the logical perspective of what he's trying to present to his viewer, I can really respect that. What's your guys' opinion on his stance? I mean, he's literally claiming that the Earth moves upward, right?
Can you post
It
the
sounds,
video that was
yeah, it sounds like
convincing?
Flat Earth Society.
Can you post a video that you were enamored by? Because I respect Dell as well. I feel bad that he went onto Nathan's show.
Yeah,
that was probably that was a
let me
mistake.
post it. I mean, if you know what his content is kind of about, it's not really entertaining in a way. You just look at him sitting there in his chamber, you know.
Oh yeah, right, yeah.
Chamber.
But just from what he tried to say, I mean, I don't know, you know, but I don't think he acts like he pretends to think that, you know. I think he really
No, of course.
legitimately thinks that, you know.
I've always taken Dell as that's why I respect him. He to me seems like an honest seeker. Like his motivations are
Attack
to
you
me
with the video.
different. But that's the video. Thank you. I'm gonna check it out now.
Oh hey Kosho, for what you were saying earlier, I appreciate that. You know, I don't consider you an asshole. I just think you're kind of a bullshitter, and you give your opinions and stuff, which is great. I think where I got a little bit loudmouthed was people that are disingenuous and have kind of a attitude to begin with. That's what kind of sets me off with the other people. So
I have
anyway,
a
so I agree with what you're saying.
I have an attitude. I'll admit to that. I'll cop to that, as they say.
Yo,
I also was I was a little bit like I said earlier. What's the word? I would say triggering. I could, that's the way I was speaking wasn't very friendly. So
Yeah, I agree. Me too. Fist bumps, hugs.
there you go. Peace.
What do you think about the Dell situation, Essie?
I'm not sure. I haven't heard about it until you just described it.
First of all, let's understand what he's saying. What he's saying is the antecedent to acceleration is motion.
I think
So his argument is
kinda like he says, I think a directional vector. Sorry, I got it really fresh in my brain as I just watched it, right? So I think he says
that's right. That the directional vector. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
That's what he's claiming. Yeah. No, if you have it fresher in your mind, go ahead. That's what I got from it. And he also said, which I found really interesting, he said that you can't feel acceleration whether it's linear or rotational.
Well,
otherwise?
doesn't that seem like a false dichotomy almost?
Absolutely.
Wait, why was his reasoning for that?
I don't recall he gave a reason. He just said that you can't feel acceleration, or rotational acceleration.
Do you agree with that?
Absolutely not.
I wonder if there was a reason why he said that.
I don't know. Look, I don't have anything against the guy. This is just the argument now I'm arguing. I don't care who says what, right? It's not a personal thing for me.
You know, it sucks because I got opinions on everything, and I'm trying to walk away from this and let you guys talk about this. But I do want to leave you guys with something, and that's so there's two different types of acceleration, and there's also contact forces and I don't know, different fucking other type of force. Okay, so he's right in the sense that if you're accelerating in free fall, you're not on the ground, and so there's not an opposing force, and so there would be it's a
Like an
contact force.
airplane.
Yeah, airplanes do this. Yeah, you know, airplane that's falling at least. But yeah, anyway, so it's if you're on the ground, you can sense this force, and you can sense that acceleration because there's an opposing force, the normal force. But when you're in free fall, there's no opposing force. And so in that regard, he might be right, and if that's what he's saying. But the important thing that might be valuable to some of you guys that's you know, thinking about what Dell had said about the acceleration, the antecedent to acceleration is motion. It's important to understand that there's two types of acceleration, and one is proper acceleration, and one is called coordinate acceleration. And coordinate acceleration, just like it sounds, is acceleration that you know displays itself in something moving in a spatially in a coordinate system. So
Are you saying
moving faster.
are you saying
Coordinate.
coordinate?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's coordinate acceleration, which is just that the one that's moving in a coordinate system. You know, it's changing velocity in a coordinate system. But then there's also one called proper acceleration, and this one is controversial because you guys don't believe in relativity. But specifically, accelerometers, the one in your cell phone, for example, it's measuring proper accelerate. They're designed to measure proper acceleration, which is why
So
they can be sitting still on the table and they can still be reading an acceleration. So
are you
it doesn't have to be
conflating?
moving.
Let me ask you this: are you conflating on accident, or maybe I'm misreading it?
Conflating what? I'm sorry.
Mic check, yo.
I missed the second half of that.
Yeah, you went silent, man.
I don't expect you guys to agree, but I know that I guess Killian, you sound interested with this thing, so it might be valuable to you. You just
Yeah,
keep it in your pocket, whatever. So that just you know, it's interesting the proper acceleration and the coordinate acceleration. That might help make sense of where Dell, at least what Dell's describing, because he's not making that distinction. He's saying that acceleration requires movement, but that's only true in the case of coordinate acceleration. It's not true in the case of proper acceleration. And I posted a Wikipedia page that maybe might elaborate more about that.
So
Let's say his
how does that
argument
have to do with
correctly.
velocity? Sorry, go ahead, SE.
I'm just going to say, let's say his argument correctly. So that's one of his statements. I don't want to misquote the man. Right? The other one he says is that gas and liquids fall at the same rate. How could that be? That's part of his argument as well. If we're going to argue, let's argue the argument.
What was the last point you said, SE? Liquids and solids fall at the same rate?
Liquids and gases fall at the same rate. So he says when things fall, relative density ceases to exist. That's his argument.
Where?
I mean, it does, right?
Not quite.
No, just you can think of it like that, or you can say things fall at the same rate.
It's important to understand that in a vacuum, you know, when you want to describe those things, you want to describe them in a vacuum, because when you talk about them falling in a medium, you know, there's now other things that you got to worry about. And so
That's exactly
they're not expected to fall at the same rate.
That's exactly why I said where, Kosho. Exactly right. Thank you for.
Yeah, I think he makes that distinction though.
Did you say vacuum?
No, he doesn't specify that as far as I heard the argument.
I think he does though, because he's aware that, I mean, we all are aware that a bowling ball and a feather won't fall at the same rate being let down in air, right? So
Right.
So he talks about that. I think he's interested in the mechanism what causes that. As he's convinced that there needs to be a mechanism.
Yeah, well, that's also a thing where you have an actual direction in outer space. Like it's combining one paradigm with another paradigm that can't both coexist. So you can't have up in outer space because there's no up, down, sideways. There is nothing up there or out there. You don't have there is no context for up in outer space. So to say that we're going up, that just seems weird. It's two contradictory things
Have you
combined.
have you guys come across the example with the car going forward and the question what will happen to a helium balloon inside that car?
Yeah, where it goes forwards or backwards.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
it goes forward.
Yeah, it goes forward, and this is
Weird.
basically Dell's argument. Because if we would imagine that the car would be flipped by 90 degrees and would be the Earth going up, right? This would create the density gradient, and I think this describes his argument in a maybe simplified but still true way.
I see now. So that's okay. So here's the problem. And like I said, I'm just gonna assume that he doesn't know the distinction I made before about proper acceleration and coordinate acceleration, because they are two different things. But however, an accelerometer will still register both the same way. And so, in the same way that you described the car being horizontal or turning it 90 degrees being vertical, in the case of the car going horizontally, that is the coordinate acceleration.
More
But
like a rocket.
You'll get the same effect from the proper acceleration, which exists with just the same thing vertically, but just settled there without having to move at all.
Would
I mean, the thing. That's weird.
would
Go
the
ahead.
sorry for cutting you off, Sugar.
No, it's okay.
Would the accelerometer also indicate the direction of acceleration? Would it say it's downward?
Yes, yeah. So accelerometers are unique in that way that they can measure both, like I said. So they are designed to measure proper acceleration, which is going to be the one acting downward. But if you accelerate them forward, they'll also measure that as well. But yeah.
Well, one thing is touching the ground, and then another thing isn't. Like going straight up, I imagine like a rocket. That's not touching the ground. A car or a vehicle of some sort is touching the ground going horizontally, like you were saying, Ocho. It's like you're on the road or on salt flat or whatever. You're touching the ground. So are you saying that that's two different types of acceleration because you're touching the ground or you're not touching the ground?
No, so let's say you're in a drone. So the ground is not important. So you have a drone and you attach a cell phone onto the drone and you
Yeah.
move the drone horizontally. You accelerate it horizontally. The accelerometer is going to pick that up. That is going to be described as coordinate acceleration because it's acceleration due to the fact that your velocity is changing.
XY.
Right, yeah. But if you have that same drone and you have it sit, still, and you put that same phone on top of it, it's also going to read an acceleration acting downward, even though it's not moving in any direction at all. It's still in the air, but there's a constant acceleration, a proper acceleration acting downward. And the only difference between the proper acceleration and the coordinate acceleration is the proper acceleration doesn't require motion, and really it only exists because of Einstein's special relativity. It only really makes sense in that realm.
What happens if that drone doesn't, like, it's instead of just hovering, basically is what you're saying, right? Instead of hovering, it goes higher, and it can go lower, but it doesn't go. So basically, it only goes on the z-axis.
Okay. Well, depending on if it's accelerating or not,
Well, right.
It
If
just
it's going upwards, it's accelerating, or if it's going downwards, it's accelerating. along that z-axis, right? But you're also saying that it's accelerating while it's not moving in any direction.
You know, it might be fun. There's an app called Physics Toolbox Suite, and it's basically just an app that allows you to view your tools in your phone. It's fun to play around with because you can, you know, open that app and like toss your phone around, put it on your desk or whatever. You drive in the car and watch how the accelerometer is behaving.
What's it called?
Make more sense. Physics Toolbox Suite, like a hotel suite.
All right. Well, it sounds like a whole big thing. Just download it from the app
Oh yeah,
store
it's
or
free.
whatever.
Yeah, it's free. It's free. Like I said, all it does is it gives you access to view your tools. So it'll give you access to view your GPS, your accelerometer, your all the different tools in there. Gyroscope.
Right on. I didn't know about that. That's cool. Thanks.
You know why I find this argument kind of thought-provoking is because it comes down to something we are all familiar with in this discussion when it comes to the rotation of the Earth or the rotation of the sky, right? When we just choose a reference frame to describe what is happening, and the same could be in a way applied to this case here as well, right?
No, absolutely not. This is single directionality. This could only work on a surface that is moving in one direction.
That's what I was getting at, Ezzy, with the drone thing. It's only going on a z-axis, right?
Yeah, right. So
One way.
Yeah, so when Earth is flat and just move upwards, right?
Yeah. That's the only way this can work. It's a one-way vector.
Aren't we delving into frame of reference as well?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can use that if you like, I guess.
Well,
But
that's
you
what I
got
was saying.
movement.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. How do you have it up in outer space?
Not only that, how do you have constant acceleration?
On something that's round.
No, it can't be round. Forget about that. In this scenario, and the scenario that Dell's talking about, there's no round here. Because the other side would be left behind. If you know what I
Right.
mean. Like,
Yeah.
Terry would be gone now. He'd be in outer space.
Yeah, right.
Oh, thanks for that, SE.
Uh-huh. Or us, depending which way the ball is moving, right? We could be the ones in outer space.
Right, and I think that's actually a very appropriate picture that Kosho posted earlier. Is that lake just sitting nice and level, while
Oh yeah,
apparently
he
all
has
that
a
other
beef
stuff.
against station. Oh, sorry, thought you were done.
Oh no. The only I had a little small part to add on there. While that's sitting there nice and level, all while all of this crazy up and down, spinning sideways, tornado is going on, apparently, in outer space, and we're part of it. But yet, that's sitting there perfectly level.
Keep in mind, this is and what he's talking about. It can only work in a vector specific directionality, and it can only work on one type of shape, as far as I can see it.
Right. So a helium balloon that's being released is going faster than the Earth is accelerating upwards in that paradigm, right?
It sounds so crazy, when you just say it out loud, it just sounds so crazy. But I kind of like it, man. Not gonna lie, I kind of like it. It's something
So
new.
if we're accelerating upward, when did
Huh?
we reach the speed? When did we reach the speed of light?
That's a very good observation there. If you got constant acceleration, that's a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
That's what I said before. Yeah.
Go on.
No, that's part of the problem. Well, it's almost as bad as the ballers, because the ballers, when they do their expansion, they have to have a ball expanding, like, at the same time. So this is half as bad as that.
Right, with zero friction and unlimited acceleration. Yeah, you're right. Why wouldn't it reach the speed of light like very quickly?
And we got to be moving at this crazy speed without feeling it.
Right.
Well, yeah.
Well, here's the other thing. If either way, the thing is rotating, or it's a flat thing going straight up all the time, or whatever the hell else is going on in some people's minds. Well, isn't that also perpetual motion?
Yeah, that's another story there. Yeah.
That apparently we can't tap into for energy. Like, come on.
So Earth rotating is perpetual motion, sort of. Not really.
Right.
I mean,
So perpetual motion is possible then.
if you're the size of a planet.
So it
And-
wouldn't be that bad if we would claim that it just perpetually moves upwards. It's fine because it also does on the globe, so we are fair on that.
Right. That's right. It's a
That's
great point, because it's how do you have one without the other?
I'm starting to like it even more.
I like it a lot.
Wouldn't you have
Yep.
perpetual motion if you ate beans 24/7?
You know what?
Yep.
I tell you what, I love the idea of perpetual motion. I wish it was something, that was. I really do. That would be amazing.
Well,
It
wouldn't that
appears
mean
ballers and flat earthers are losing it? That's what it appears to me.
Well, there was someone selling a thing where it's this marble machine, and you put the marble at the top, and it spins around, and then it goes up this U-shaped metal thing, and then flies up to the top, and then goes spinning around again. And
Yeah,
it's
can I give the disclaimer for that, Hugh? Because I have seen that.
please?
Yeah.
Please do. Please do. There's a battery in there.
There's a battery
No,
with the mic.
no, something else that starts with M.
Yeah.
Magnet.
Magnet. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that. I went, wait, has someone cracked it? I was so excited. Then I went, wait a minute. That realization took 3 seconds. But it did. It did
I blame
for me
somebody else for that. I only just said it starts with M. I didn't say what it was.
3 seconds. I was convinced of perpetual motion for 3 seconds. So there you go. It was something. 3 seconds of joy. Like Trinity when she goes above the clouds, and this in the last Matrix movie, and she sees the clouds for like 3 seconds, and then she dies.
But you are convinced of perpetual motion. You think the Earth is spinning, right?
Right.
No,
That's
it's
the
not,
thing. Is like you said.
Well,
that,
it's perpetually
yeah.
spinning, rotating. So
How do you square those two different things?
Well, perpetual motion is if you I'll put it like this: if you put something, let's say, International Space Station, and you had a gyroscope, or anything actually, a hammer, a box, and you took it outside and you span it, and then you sort of threw it away, it would spin indefinitely until it either fell into the gravitational well of another planet or the sun, or and if it wasn't moving very fast, that would take 1 million years.
You just said that you don't think perpetual motion is a thing, though, or you can't do it. You believed in it for 3 seconds. You're excited about it for 3 seconds.
Yeah, but that's not.
Yeah, that's on Earth. That was on Earth.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Perpetual motion is
like reality.
Okay, so if you have perpetual motion, you can only have perpetual motion if Newton's laws aren't violated. So an object will continue in motion unless it's acted on by a force. So it will continue. Yes. So perpetual motion in that respect is possible. If you take a box, it would not be indefinite because it would eventually hit something. But yeah, it's been a long time.
So the Earth, so in your model or realm or whatever, the Earth is spinning like 1,000 miles an hour. Let's just say.
Let's not say that.
Okay, well, it's spinning. Let's just say at some speed.
Okay, some rotational. Yeah.
It's spinning around.
Okay.
And it's never going to run into a star or anything.
It's never going to run
That's what
into
you're
a
saying.
star.
Like, that's what kind of what you're saying is because, like, yeah,
Well,
it's obviously a
what
funny
you're
question, but
what you're implying. Okay, so if you're talking about perpetual motion machine that can do something, that isn't possible. You can't apply any work to it. So you can't have a perpetual motion thing that you use to apply any kind of work.
Mm-hmm.
Because anytime there's any kind of friction, whether it be air resistance or friction from
Right.
two surfaces rubbing together, you immediately have a loss, and then that. Yes, you can't have that. You can have it in open space or even in a vacuum. You could spin something around in a vacuum, right? That would spin. How would you? If you suspend it magnetically, I suppose you could get something to spin indefinitely, right? In a vacuum, could that happen?
I think that's great. If that's the case, then let's have free energy for everyone and tap into that perpetual motion.
But what I just said is you can't use that machine to do any work. How? Because the perpetual motion implies that there is no kind of friction stopping the whatever it is from turning in whatever direction it's turning. But as soon as you apply any friction, i.e. do any kind of work, you don't have a perpetual motion machine. There's no such thing as free energy.
Well, motion has to have friction, right?
No. Not if you're in space, it doesn't.
Well, how do you move in space then?
How do you move in space? You use Newton's whatever second law,
Right.
is it?
So that creates whatever. So let's just say you can actually do that in outer space. You have to have friction for like a jet or an air, to dock, on the fucking International Space Station. Let's say you got little air jets or whatever that push. That's friction.
We're getting into
have
rockets.
To have friction to move, right?
Well, yeah, but we're getting into rockets and things.
Okay, well, let's just say, let's break it way back down to simple.
Right.
Don't you have to have friction in order to have motion?
No. Well, hold on. Let me see if I can rethink your question. Do you have to have friction to have motion?
Of course.
What you're thinking of is you're going to be pushing as you're on Earth. You're pushing so you can walk because your feet hit the ground. Then okay. But in space you can't do that. But you can
exactly.
But you can if you just simply push off something.
What are you going to push off of?
Yeah, I was just going to say you can only have friction unless applied by external forces.
So if you go outside the International Space Station in a spacesuit, and then you untether yourself, for whatever reason you think to do that, but you untether yourself and you push yourself away from the International Space Station.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm following you. Yeah, go ahead.
That is motion without friction.
No, the friction happened when you pushed off.
Okay, fair. So let's say we can get into how rockets work. I mean, that's what we're going to do, right? We're going to get into how rockets work in a vacuum. I can feel that's where it's going, right?
I don't think so. No, that's not where I'm going.
Oh, okay. But that's the only way you can move is if you have two forces opposing each other. One is you pushing against something, and that something is the space station. You will be pushed away. The space station will also be pushed away, but only by a tiny, tiny amount.
Right, but so let's just say you pushed yourself off the space station. You're in your astronaut suit, and you have like a lifetime's worth of air that you can breathe.
Yeah.
Let's just say you're never gonna die.
Right.
And like you get food, minerals like pumped through your veins and whatever. It's like you're not gonna die. You're just outer space. You push off the space station, and you're just like chilling. And then, like, if you want to go somewhere else, what do? Start like swimming? If you start swimming in outer space, like kind of thing, you're not going to go anywhere. You're just going to be like a weirdo. Like
that's right. That's exactly right. That is precisely what would happen.
Right. So there's no
unless,
friction.
unless you fart in one direction, and then you might go that way.
Right. That's my point. There's no friction, so you can't have necessarily movement, acceleration without friction. So even you doing a swimming motion is friction within your own body, but
Right,
you're
but it's
not
not gonna-
moving forward. You're not accelerating.
Right.
So you still have to have friction in order to have motion to begin with. That's my point, or that's my idea.
Yeah. No, I get you. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely true. We agree.
No, it's
But-
not true because you can like push off an object just
That's
using
what I-
normal force, even if it's a frictionless
Wait, what-
surface.
What's
That's what I
not
said.
true? What
But
what
that-
exactly is not true?
Who's not right? State your case, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were debating whether or not you can move in space without friction. But I guess
No, man, we're trying to figure out whether the Earth is moving up or not.
That's right.
Yeah, we get back to that. We can
Bring
get
it
back to
back
that.
full circle there. Nice.
Bring it back. Bring it on back, man. Bring it on back.
Well, that's true. You can bring it back that way, and so I mean that point does still stand, where you have to have friction to have motion. I think that's a pretty good way to say it. I've never thought about it before, and I just said it, but I mean, kind of makes sense.
so.
Question.
Newton's third law is that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So, like, even if there's no friction, it's like a frictionless surface. If you push off it, you can still push off things without friction. It's just like like a normal. It's called the normal force.
Well, you can't push without having friction.
You can if you're pushing directly perpendicular to the surface, then it's not going to slip in any way.
Right, but you're still pushing, so that's friction. That's the whole thing. It's like it's inherent in the word push is friction.
And even if there was no friction, you would still.
You can't push if there's no friction. Pretty legit. It's a pretty legit point that I just made up. It's true though.
Well, actually, I think he's right. I mean, if you push perpendicular, yeah, I mean, I can accept that too. My point really, actually, what is the point? What are we talking about?
Just having acceleration in one direction, like with some flat Earth society bullshit.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
You still have to have friction to have acceleration. You have to have friction to have motion. You have to have friction to even push in outer space off of the space shuttle station or whatever. Like you still have to have friction to do a push.
Okay.
That's all.
All right.
We agree. Cool. So how do you have like rotational stuff going on without friction?
You have a frictionless environment, which would be outer space.
What's that?
You mean if you're talking about the Earth? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
How does
Yeah.
that? Because it's in a frictionless environment, or an environment that
Right.
is as
So
close
how do
to
you have-
frictionless as you can ever have.
Well, that's my point. Is how do you
Right.
have rotation without friction?
You have it in an environment that has no friction. The question would be, how did the Earth start spinning?
Right.
Ah, that's the question.
Or, well, that's obviously presuppositional. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
If Earth is spinning, then how did it begin spinning? So the natural explanation, naturalistic explanation, is that came from some pre-existing motion, which is an explosion of some kind or gravitational effects.
Yeah, but when you
Time,
start talking about that, though, I mean, that's all. Everybody knows that's just conjecture.
or it's not a reasonable conjecture, but it is conjecture.
Right.
I mean, if you say, I bought some cookies, now they're gone. I mean, your neighbor could have, made a key that somehow he got a key and made a copy of it, and he snuck in and stole just those cookies and left. That is possible. It isn't probable, but it is possible. Or aliens, or Star Trek is a thing, and someone came back in time with a transporter and transported down to your house, stole the cookies, and then transported out of your house. That's even less. It's possible, but it's less probable.
Well, I appreciate your example of cookies.
You hungry now?
The other thing is that you brought up, and I think it's worth kind of diving into if you'd like, is the difference between possibilities and probabilities.
Yes. Things that are possible and things that are probable.
Right. So to me, the idea of possibilities exists in a land of the mind. Possibilities.
Like aliens. Yes, aliens could exist. But they're fictional.
Possible. Yeah, right. Probably not, though.
Right.
Hey, how much?
There's no evidence. I keep not wishing, that's the wrong word, but I keep thinking, I wonder, I just wonder. And if something happened and someone said, there really are aliens, we got proof, I'd be, oh, all right, well, okay. But I keep coming back to, there's probably not.
How much force would it take to stop the Earth, to make it like stop rotating? Like if we had like books and rockets like firing against the rotation of the Earth. I wonder like how many rockets would it take to
Many
stop?
rockets.
A lot and lots of rockets.
I was gonna say that sounds just like a Brian Linky question.
That is Brian Linky, everybody.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, good to see you, man. Yeah, nice.
That's a Brian question.
Consider the
definitely
mass.
a Brian question.
Consider the mass of the Earth and the tangential velocity. Come up with a momentum, and that's what you'll have to overcome.
There's a quote. There's a co-show.
Momentum, man, it's massive. Like they say that, like at the equator, we weigh zero more at the North Pole, but then we go to the equator, and we weigh like a little bit less, like maybe 1% or something like that. But dude, so you're telling me that if the Earth slams on brakes and I'm at the North Pole, I just maybe stumble over a little bit. But if the Earth slams on brakes and I'm at the equator, I go off, initially flying up.
You would die immediately.
Well, I initially fly up and out at like 1,000 miles an hour, and you're telling me that 1,000-mile-an-hour difference, if they're slamming on brakes, is only like a 1% difference in weight, dude. It doesn't.
No, dude.
No.
Brian, you're missing the whole point. This is like you're talking about gold arbitrage.
No, the air, the wind alone, let alone the debris, the wind will kill you immediately.
Yeah, but any objects on the Earth at the equator, if they're slammed on brakes,
will be leveled. Yeah,
they'd fly off initially.
No,
whatever
they'd be leveled.
gravity.
Yeah.
What?
They'd be leveled by the air. The air would just level all the structures and everything.
What do you think about this idea, Brian? Did you hear that? What I was saying earlier, of you can't have motion without friction.
Yeah, it got me thinking, man. It was interesting.
Yeah.
You're right, Brian. At the poles, specifically at higher latitudes, if you're underground, you'd actually be you'd have a chance of surviving.
That's good news, Koshin.
Coach, I'm not talking about life or death. I'm talking what would happen to solid objects, like, and the fact that it only relates. I mean, his friction point, that is a hell of an interesting point. But I mean, of course, it got me thinking, about the thrust, and it's like, and that got me thinking about when y'all start talking about Earth rotation, my mind starts ticking. Yeah, I asked some out of the box questions, but still, it's like, without the friction, how you get any acceleration with no friction at all? That
in a
your way
frictionless
forward.
environment, which Dog was saying earlier. Like he said, maybe the better question is, how did it start rotating to begin with? I don't know. But how do you get it? How do you have friction, or how do you have motion without friction in a frictionless environment? That makes sense.
If somebody cuts your stomach open and your insides spew out of your body, you're gonna accelerate the opposite direction, and there's no
Hope you vomit in
friction.
space.
Right.
There's no
Right.
friction
And the
necessary.
vines for the monkey swimming
Projectile.
probably leads into this too, I'm sure.
Projectile vomiting as well will do that.
Well, yeah, but I wanted to stay away from something that somebody could somewhat. For some
You're
reason,
talking
argue
about
there's
cookies
friction
one
involved.
minute, and now you're talking about vomiting. Gee, Kosha.
Projectile
Well, I
vomiting.
didn't say vomiting. I'm trying to express something that doesn't involve friction.
I just like saying the
Okay.
words. I just like saying the words projectile vomiting.
I like
You-
saying
you
the
don't-
word friction.
You could fart. You could take a
I like
whiz.
saying the word
It's kind of like
cookies.
it's almost like the word moist.
Like
moist is a great word.
Yeah.
What if a super volcano, like a super volcano, should thrust us? But you're saying no, you're still on Earth, so you can't use a super volcano to move the Earth unless because it's still in the Earth. So like, what if you had like a big tube over the volcano? Would it have to stick out past the atmosphere then all of a sudden it's going to push us? It's just like a solar mass ejection pushing the sun. It's
it's like
Yeah,
the
but it's not
astronaut
pushing against anything when it goes out into the atmosphere.
Yeah,
I mean, out.
volcano. It's not strong
Well,
enough.
it's kind of like the astronaut trying to swim his way back to Earth.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
it's
that
not
one.
going to
Yeah.
happen. Like the moist friction.
Moist.
No, if there was,
Think about it, though.
you're saying a super volcano. If there was not a super volcano, but not a realistic one, but one that was unrealistic, like really massive, like let's say there's a quarter of the planet or something, so a reasonably sized one. You can make it big enough, and it definitely will have an effect. The problem is that it's tiny. Even a supermassive volcano or whatever you said, it's tiny in comparison.
Yeah.
So okay, so let's say it's a quarter of the planet. Well, it ain't got to be that big. Let's just say it's big, like maybe a tenth the size of the planet or whatever. And so if we had a volcano, a super duper volcano, and it ejected, okay, would you get more thrust with just that sitting there on above the ground, or if you had like
You're talking about if you're talking about the rotational direction, if you're talking about the rotational direction of the Earth with the volcano, no.
Brian, you're really
almost
quiet.
done.
Is it just for me?
I'll fix it, but hold on while y'all could hear me. I'm asking Kosho, would we get more thrust from a super volcano just on the ground if it was like a tenth the size of the Earth, or if it had a nozzle on it sticking out past the atmosphere?
Yeah, I can answer that one for you, Kosho. No.
Thrust is a good word.
It's not
too.
yes or no. It's a which one. Which one would give us more thrust? The volcano or the volcano with the nozzle sticking out past the atmosphere?
Well, a nozzle going into the atmosphere would give you nil thrust because you're not pushing against anything. And plus, the direction of the volcano is the vertical direction, so that's not going to give you anything either. That's only going to change our orbital, not change the rotation.
Right. So why can't we tap into this perpetual motion, frictionless motion, and not get some energy out of that, and feed the
Feed the
hungry
hungry
people?
for the reasons I said. If you had something this perpetual motion, anytime you try to apply work, it's not perpetual motion anymore.
Yeah, orbits are the closest.
Well, so you're trying to have it both ways then.
No.
Did he say no
Where'd you get
thrust
that
from the
from?
one without the nozzle? I didn't hear his answer, man. Sorry, I was trying to get my voice right.
Yeah. Let me see.
You
I'll
have to
turn you
repeat
up.
what I said.
Now, my answer would
Let
be
the
that
anvils ring.
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, let the anvils ring. It's a reference. Repeat what I
was
just
just
said.
saying
It's
that
from the
the
Animaniacs. Sorry,
Mhm.
everyone.
oh,
So I'm thinking you just stick up a big flagpole, in like 50 miles higher, however, wherever Kosho says the atmosphere ends, and then it just rotates around, and then you just pick up energy from the rotation somehow, and then you harness that, and then everybody can like live happily ever after.
How
so
would
what
you
I'm
harness
what
it? By applying
They
having an
tried
friction?
that, bro.
explosion.
The Russians tried that with because on paper, if the Earth is rotating, then there's excess energy because you get the energy back, however much you
Yep.
put in for the rotation back, like almost 1-to-1. But then the precession is free energy if it's due to Earth rotation. They tried for like a decade. And I'm like, dude, you'd think after 2 or 3 years they'd have fucking figured out, dude, the Earth ain't fucking rotating, dude. On paper, it works perfect. Free energy. They worked on that shit for a long time.
The
Yeah.
precession doesn't provide any sort of extra free energy, but you can capture the rotation of the planet and use that as energy source by means
Cool.
of
How do we do that?
No, you
by means
can't.
of by means of
Technically, you
capturing by means of capturing the tidal forces, because that's
That's indirectly then, I guess, right?
it's it's not indirect. I mean, it's the
It's
water
also an
is
assumption that it's due to the rotation of Earth.
okay.
Yeah,
Well,
the tide's
regardless,
not have anything to do with that.
it'll give you energy because in our model, the water is more or less fixed in reference to the sun and the moon, and the Earth rotates in that sort of fixed amorphous, the shape of whatever the shape of the water is, and the Earth rotates into that, and that's what would be providing the tides. And so
So
you can tell
the
indirectly.
tides are
It's basically
swirling.
if you capture that, you're basically taking energy from the fact that the Earth is rotating through the water.
Yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with your rotation of the Earth model with the tides. And opposite.
nothing at
It's
all.
like
Horrible
non
explanation.
sequitur.
It's not a non sequitur. I mean, I don't. You guys don't have to agree with me, but this is well known. That is the way
That's
that you would capture
So it's
the
well known that the
rotation
Earth is
energy from the.
rotating, and
This
that
is how you
the
would capture energy from the rotation of the Earth.
right.
that's the
So
worst
it's
thing you've ever seen, bro.
sloshing around.
I mean, it's a actual feasible.
There are
I
worse
mean,
things.
there's people who are working on these things because it's actually one of the most reasonable. Because the tides, unlike solar or wind, are consistent. So it's actually one of the most reasonable ways to capture energy.
It's reasonable to think that the ocean is sloshing around in a manner because of the rotation of the Earth.
The two objects, one of them being the moon, and then the other one being the sun. The moon,
Mhm.
unintuitively being the
Oh,
stronger
I thought it was
of
about the
the
rotation.
pair in this regards. Well, no, this is what I'm saying. That the water, the thing that's surrounding the Earth, is being shaped by the moon and the sun, and so they create a
Oh, it's
shape.
sugar coating,
That
man.
shape is in relationship to those two objects. But at any
I
given
just
day, the Earth rotates inside of that shape, which is what gives
Right.
us the tides.
And so the tides slosh around in a non-circular pattern with
It's
rotation.
been so long I forgot your fucking voice, sugar cookie, bro. What the fuck is up, dog? I'm good to hear from you, man.
Yeah, man. It's a frictionless motion.
There's a lot of friction there.
Yes.
Actually, what you'd be
Frictionless
capturing
motion.
would be basically no. It's not. What do you mean? What's the frictionless motion?
Yeah. The
No,
Well, I'm
the
glad
traction.
Earth, not the Earth rotating inside the tides. There's definitely friction in that. But yeah, I guess in the no, there's friction in there.
yeah, you can't have a push without friction.
I don't know what that has to do with that. The friction would be the Earth rotating inside of the water, and the
Sense,
friction is
billion. No friction, no pushy.
no. But there's definitely, like I said, a volcano erupting. Like if there was a volcano that was half the size of the Earth or something, just aimed one side of it, if it erupted, spewed out a bunch of mass, no friction involved, it definitely would cause an acceleration.
What do you mean no friction involved?
Yeah, no friction. No friction. It's just spewing the mass out from the
Yeah,
volcano.
how do you think this mass gets spewed out? That's friction involved there.
Maybe because there's pressure underneath the earth, and the volcano
Okay, so
erupts.
pressure is equivalent to friction. Then I guess I would agree with that.
Why do you say that? Why do you say pressure is equivalent to friction?
Because I thought that's what you were saying. I actually agree with that.
I'm saying.
Well,
I'm saying there's no friction.
You have to have
no
pressure.
friction necessary.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Say again.
I said there's no friction necessary when I'm.
Of course there is. Well, so then you don't have motion. You don't have like a volcano spewing shit out if you don't have friction. You don't have pressure. Obviously, that's pressure buildup, and then it spews itself out. Whatever, There's friction. That's how it happens. That's how anything is in motion is because of friction.
All right. Let's say you're in a vacuum of space.
Right.
And you're in a train car. You're in a train car in a vacuum of space, and
like the Earth, or like me being an astronaut with a lifetime supply of.
You're in a train car, and you're just in the vacuum of space. That's it. And you're
in a train car.
Yeah, and in that train car it's full of, half
$10 bags of chips.
Let's say basketball-sized cannonballs. Okay, and you're in the vacuum of space, and because you're in the vacuum of space, they're not really falling to the ground; they're just kind of free floating there. And so you just simply push those cannonballs out the back. You're going to start accelerating in the other direction.
Yeah, maybe if you had cannonballs up there. Look, what if you're railroad was like a railroad, small little rail car? It's like propelling yourself, pulling on a rope, but then that rope is not attached to nothing, bro. You're just pulling on a fucking blank rope, bro. No friction. No
right. It's like you're swimming in outer space. The same thing. You can have instead of being in that train car, let's just say you're in the astronaut suit, but you're holding a bowling ball. Are you trying to go to Earth? So you push the bowling ball behind you. That's not going to work.
You throw the bowling ball out the back of the train car, and it will go the other direction.
If you had bowling balls,
it's the same principle with a rocket engine.
Okay, so like if you're
even get combustion. Go ahead, Sugar.
Okay, so imagine you're on Earth and you are in a train car and you have a bowling ball and the back door is open and you throw the bowling ball out. You're not going to go anywhere.
Well, here's the question for you.
But that's because there's friction. The friction stops you in that case.
Here is the question.
The friction is when you actually push your hands on the bowling ball and you move it away from you. That is friction.
Here's a question for you. Do you believe that if you are on a skateboard and you are holding a bowling ball and you push the bowling ball away from you and you move the other way, do you believe that that is because of the friction between the bowling ball and the atmosphere? And would that effect still happen in a vacuum?
I'm thinking that the friction is between your hand and the bowling ball.
Okay. But then the motion of the bowling ball makes you go the other way. You hold the bowling ball, you throw it. Let's say you're in a spacesuit and you're in a vacuum. And you throw the...
There is no combustion in a vacuum, bro, because they even say they do the combustion in the nozzle in a chamber, right? And that's when I did my experiment. When I did my experiment where I where I blasted propane out the nozzle, blasted it out, and it moved, right? But then when I lit it on fire, there was no extra movement. So if they're doing the combustion in a chamber and then evacuating it, they might as well just pull the gas itself out, because you get no extra combustion. No extra push from it being a flame. I proved that with an experiment.
That's what
exactly. It's
let's let Red Cloud
like trying to swim.
Let's let Red Cloud complete this, because I think he was in the middle of saying something.
The principle is not that when you're on the Earth, you throw the bowling ball, and the bowling ball reacts against the friction of the atmosphere, and you move. That's not what happens.
I'll keep that in mind.
It's the mass of the ball. What friction is a bowling ball going to have in an atmosphere, and you throw it? How fast are you going to throw it? That's not going to give you anything. Okay,
I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, next time I'm not on Earth.
A great big wind turbine will give you friction, but a little bowling ball is not going to give you any friction. It has nothing to do with the friction of the atmosphere in the ball. It's the mass of the ball and the mass of you. You throw the ball one way, you go the other way.
Are you trying to say that the bowling ball, after it's like been pushed on, it has some thing? I'm talking about the origination of the motion of the bowling ball going away from you anyway.
Check this out. The train car, the vacuum of space, I described a train car full of things. You don't have to touch anything.
Vacuum of
You
space.
have a massive magnet that you brought with you, and all you do is you take the magnet, you hold it up to your face,
Magnet.
you point it at the these magnetic cannonballs, and they fly, and they repel the other direction out the
Yeah.
Yeah, but dude,
other end of the thing.
gas,
You never have to
gas,
touch it. There's no touching it at all, and it will make
Dude,
it.
I really like
Yeah,
Insane Clown Posse for that
gas,
one
dude.
reason.
If they had bowling balls, well, I'd say they might be able to trickle their way forward. But the vacuum doesn't pull bowling balls. The vacuum is literally counteracting on the gas. You're trying to push, but the vacuum is pulling it, bro. At the same time as the rocket pushing it, because it's a vacuum, dude. What are you talking about?
How is the
It's still
vacuum? How is the
still
vacuum
friction.
affecting the gas?
Okay, if you're in a
compared to the
capsule,
bowling
bro,
ball?
if you're in a capsule with a closed door, and your back's up against the wall away from the door, and you got a bowling ball sitting right next to you, and it's filled with gas. You open the door, all the gas gets sucked out, bro. You and the bowling ball don't fucking move, dude. You might be able to get a little bit of thrust by pushing bowling balls. If they had bowling balls as fuel. But the point is they have gas. They're igniting whatever and ejecting it as a gas, bro. You're not going to
Against
get any
what?
thrust with a gas, bro, in a vacuum.
Okay, so check this
Yeah,
out.
because it's not pushing against anything.
That's not
check
true.
this out. Sorry, go ahead, Red Cloud. Go ahead, Red Cloud.
Yeah, that isn't true. It's mass. You're ejecting mass.
Yeah, so
where's the friction?
If you have, there's no friction involved. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's ejecting mass.
Right.
It's
So
the
you
same
can't
as
have
ejecting a
motion.
bowling ball. What friction against a bowling ball? What friction of the atmosphere is against a bowling ball when you throw it?
You're
Almost
making my point.
none.
Okay,
So it's nothing to do with the friction. Forget the friction.
Okay, but
It's
in
the
Brian
mass. It's mass being ejected away from other mass. If you have a rocket, it's contained. You've got liquid propellant. Okay, you've got liquid propellant, and that is ignited and thrown out the back of the rocket. The rocket moves the other way. That's very, very simple.
Yeah, so Brian's example.
That's
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, right. That is exactly how it works. You can say that's not how it works, but that is how it works.
Well, Brian's example of if it was bowling balls, it would work. Gases wouldn't work. If you had instead of a train car, you had a rocket and you had a chamber that you filled with fuel. Let's say it's I don't know, hydrogen. And you opened the valve. You didn't ignite anything. You just opened the valve at the back. The vacuum, the gas that was in the chamber, it would want to seek the equilibrium or whatever, so it will exit the valve. Not at like not at a combustion rate, but at a rate that would still accelerate the rocket forward. However, engineers are more clever, and engineers are more clever, and so they actually combust that fuel so that it's actually leaving the chamber at a much faster. It's leaving at a much faster rate, which accelerates it much greater.
That's what I'm telling you, bro. It doesn't add anything. Like I said, when I was jetting the propane out, like I said, you could hear it. It's loud. And then when I ignited it, bro, it was like a fucking amazing fucking.
Do you have data that you can show for that?
But it didn't even move. It didn't even move the wand. Just from lighting it, when I turned the gas on, it moved the wand. It propelled it forward. But then when I lit it, it didn't move at all, bro. It made this amazing noise and this big, giant, fucking thrusty-looking fucking flame, and it didn't move the wand even one bit. So igniting it didn't do nothing, bro. But here's my point: if we had bowling balls as propellant, yeah, we could putt fucking maybe through space. We could putt like maybe like a mile or two an hour, fucking. If you have 20 bowling balls, I don't know.
Dude, that's what I'm
Brian,
saying. That's
Brian,
what I'm
what you
saying,
need?
Brian. It's like it's the same equivalent of trying to swim your way back to Earth,
Well,
and then all of a sudden you have a bowling ball, and you're just like shooting out a bowling ball. You're like, oh fuck that doesn't work. And then you have a bottle rocket. You're like, okay, let me see if I can get a bottle rocket. And I'll point it the other way, and maybe
tell you
I'll
what,
get it send me towards Earth. Like, what the fuck? What?
Brian, how about this? Submit your you can do the experiment again and submit your data. Do it scientifically. Do it with some people. Submit your data. You could upend all of rocket science.
We're gonna need a bottle rocket.
For now, I'll just post it. Okay, I'll post it. It's cut and dry, bro. I swear to God,
It's not
a
cut and dry,
video.
and you can swear all you like, but that's just a video.
Okay,
No, I'm just telling you what I did is cut and dry.
I know.
Whatever you want to say with rockets, that's the argument, okay? But what I did, as far as adding the flame and big
Okay.
Hey, you're roboting.
Okay, I'm gonna post that video though.
Fine.
So if you have a rocket and it's got 10,000 pounds of rocket fuel aboard, and then you eject that out the back, you're saying it's not going to move. That's basically what you're saying. Which
yeah, what's the difference between being in a like an astronaut suit, trying to swim your way out, and then turning the other way and pissing in outer space, trying to accelerate yourself toward Earth?
Okay, let's say you
that's
have
what's going to happen. You think actually peeing is going to accelerate you towards Earth?
And I'm not saying it didn't propel. I'm saying when I lit it, the combustion of it didn't add not even a smidgen of propulsion. It's just the gas coming out by itself.
How did you measure How do you measure the propulsion?
I put it on a swivel. Dude. So when I turned the gas on, I had the nozzle fucking wide open. So when I turned the tank on, it started blasting out, bro, and you see it thrust. Okay. And then it was scary, dude. I took another smaller torch to light it because there's so much gas coming out, dude. And it, like, dude, just watch this video. It's real short. It's only like a couple minutes.
I'd like to ask you a question, but you're raising my blood pressure just with me. I wish because you're speaking so fast, dude, that it's hard to share information that way. I'm trying to find out what with your. You said you lit it at one point, and in one case you just let the gas out. What was the what amount of gas was released in both cases? Like how much
Before
gas?
you answer, can I just say real quick, Kosho, I agree. I think whenever I hear Brian talk, my blood pressure goes up as well. I imagine Brian is on a treadmill at like 10% incline, and he's just like doing stuff. He's really like moving around and stuff. Like that's how I imagine Brian Leakey all the time. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I ain't trying to get anybody's blood pressure up, but I was just trying to make a
No,
point.
you're good, man.
I know, but I'm trying to listen to you. And that's what I'm saying. Is like, so in order to communicate and understand what you're saying, just slow it down a little bit so I can actually interpret what the
Okay,
thing was.
I'm gonna.
I just want to know.
I just realized it's a 12 video, so I'm gonna give a timestamp so you ain't got to watch the whole thing.
It's fine. I guess it's a simple question though. I'm just asking. There's two cases. One you lit it. One where you didn't light it. At what speed and what amount? Like what amount of gas was in both cases expelled in what amount of time?
I'm gonna let you watch it, man. I could estimate it. You could do just as good, but it's pretty apparent. I literally didn't measure it. I could have. That's not the point in this. Just I'll give you a timestamp and just watch it real quick. I have it hang. I literally have it hanging on a pivot to where when I turn the gas on, you see it move like it blasts fucking forward. It had no choice, because of the friction, like dude's saying, like Sugar Cookie saying, the friction blasted it forward. And then, so then I go, it's holding itself at an angle. It's projecting itself on that swivel or on that pivot. And then I light it, like I stretch my arm out and turn my head, bro, like light this thing because it's blasting out gas. And it lit and it made a big commotion and it's firing, but it didn't move. In other words, igniting it didn't do shit. But you got to see it. You don't take my word for it.
Brian, I'm just the problem is it's not very meaningful without that data that I just asked for because you don't know how much gas and what amount of time is being expelled in both cases. That could obviously make the difference.
No, it's a proof of concept, bro. I'm not trying to do any measurements. I'm trying to show. I just wanted to find out. I didn't know what was going to happen. I thought that when I lit it, it was going to fucking like start spinning in circles around the swivel. It literally didn't.
I just watched that video, Brian. When you release the gas, the pivot point of the nozzle didn't move. You lit it, then you increased the pressure of the gas, and then it moved.
No, it's the opposite of that.
No, that's
It
not what
didn't.
that's not what it's shown. I just watched
dude, what are
it.
you talking about? Why you?
You
Dude, why
you
do you
turned the
say that?
gas
It's
on.
backwards.
You turned the
I turn
gas
the
on.
gas on and it moves.
Yeah, that's you increased the pressure of it, and then it moved. But when you lit it, you had decreased pressure.
Have you ever been
I watched the video.
Have you ever been put under the hammer of peer review?
The gas on it didn't move. Why are you
That's what it
saying
feels
that?
like.
Yeah, I watched it, and that's what was actually shown in the video.
No, if you watched it, why are you saying that when I turned the gas on, it didn't move? Why are you
Because
saying
you
that?
didn't have increased pressure, you only had a small amount of pressure.
No, I'm asking you, if you watched it, why are you saying when I turned the gas on, it didn't move? Why are you
Because
saying
you
that if you
didn't.
watched it?
Yeah, I didn't say that. That's
Okay,
not what I
good.
said. I
Okay,
said
good.
you turned it on. Yes, there wasn't any movement. You increased the pressure, it moved. But when you lit it, you didn't have increased pressure. When you lit it, you had decreased pressure. Then when you turned the pressure
So,
up
yeah,
with
maybe.
the ignited nozzle, then it moved.
Right, but you agree though that when I turned the gas on, when I blasted it out, it fucking it obviously increased the pressure and gave it friction, and it moved, and then it's steady coming out, and it's holding at a slight little pitch, just holding itself, and then I lit it, and it
But
didn't
when you
burn.
lit it, you didn't. Yeah, when you lit it, you had decreased pressure.
That's my point. So if they're doing this combustion in a chamber, then
Brian,
what good is that? What good is the combustion doing?
Listen to what you just said. The combustion in this rocket it
The
occurs in the
combustion did
chamber.
the thing that lit it on. So he lit it on
Hold on a
fire.
second.
He lit it
I
on
know.
fire.
He lit it. He lit it on fire. It's not.
Right.
It's not the same thing as the combustion happening in the chamber. That's some sort of lighting it outside of the chamber. But in the
Even
rockets,
then,
the
when you
combustion happens
release
in
it,
the
when you
chamber.
open the nozzle, like you just said, when you open the nozzle, how are you getting movement when you're literally decreasing the pressure? When you're introducing it to the vacuum, you're literally almost zero in the pressure, like no friction. I see what Sugar's saying, man. That's a hard point to argue, actually.
Wait, check this out, dude. This is the biggest difference between what you're doing and what you're trying to show is that you're lighting it from the outside, but the combustion occurs in the chamber of the rocket. So the combustion occurs, which creates this immense pressure that is then that's then going to be spewed out the back. That's not occurring in your thing. There's not an immense pressure occurring because you're lighting it.
I'm
So you're
literally
saying the
showing
pressure
you
in the
the
vacuum
atmosphere when this
changed?
happens. It's because there's so much oxygen and so much atmosphere and shit to blast off of. And bro, you got to be indoctrinated. I'm literally showing you. And he even just described it, bro. He literally just described it as when I lit it, it decreased the pressure. The same thing as introducing it to a vacuum. You're decreasing the pressure. How are you going to get thrust by decreasing pressure?
That's right. How do you get lift without, any of it?
Pressure because there's a lot of pressure coming out. I mean, how do you even ignite it? It's got to be low pressure to ignite it.
Someone is speaking. I can't hear him.
I can't hear Snacks very well, but
You have to be low pressure to ignite it.
but so the point is what's occurring, whether there's a combustion or not, is there's gas inside of this chamber. The gas is being expelled. That's going to accelerate the chamber the other direction. Okay, so in the case of a combustion, the combustion occurs inside of the chamber, which expels the gas out way faster, which again is going to accelerate it even faster. You're not doing that though. You're lighting it.
So you agree with
you're lighting the gas outside of the chamber.
You
He's
agree with Dell,
basically
then?
just showing how a jet engine works. That's basically
You are agreeing with Flat Earth Society Dell at this point.
Dell
Flat Earth
says the same
Society.
thing I just said, then sure.
Yeah, but here's the thing, man. Okay, here's the thing. You're talking about this when you got this combustion going on, okay, inside the nozzle, okay, when you release it, you realize you're lowering the pressure down to almost zero. I mean, I don't get it.
Where
What don't,
lowering the pressure where, inside or outside?
both.
You're talking about lowering where are you talking about lowering the pressure at?
Oh, I'm breaking up again.
If it's connected to that vacuum, then you're literally lowering it anywhere attached to that vacuum, and there's no energy gain. In other words, hold on, there's no energy gain at all. How can you get thrust when you see the bromine when he releases one side and it rushes to the other? There's no energy gain or loss. There's no entropy. There's no fucking heat, cold. There's nothing, bro. You can't get thrust in a vacuum, bro. You can't get any energy in a vacuum,
Brian,
bro.
Can I respond to you? You're saying you're repeating yourself.
I have an idea.
Let Kosher respond.
It's the same thing as the bowling balls, or the pinballs, whatever. It's something that you have a chamber full of mass that spews out the empty, the where the vacuum is. Whether you're throwing it out there, whether it's being out there because it's equalizing with the vacuum, or whether you set off a combustion which created a giant pressure which is spewing it out even faster. All those things are going to give you the same general effect, which is it's going to accelerate the craft the opposite direction because it's spewing
Okay,
out
good.
the hole in the thing.
So when he releases the bromine, when he releases one side of it, and all the bromine rushes to the other side, okay, that's mass in motion, like you're saying. So the mass of the bromine is rushing to the other side. So it must want to fling that tank, right? It must want to fling the tank as soon as he opens, and it instantly equalizes, and all the bromine goes rushing from one side. That's mass in motion. Literally throw it a little nudge or a push, right? But no, there's no energy transfer whatsoever when you're dealing with a vacuum. You're dead in the water, bro.
Why are you saying?
That's
why are you
completely
saying
untrue, Brian.
that? How did you measure that?
You did no measurements.
I'm just going off of the papers and shit where they say there's
No, but
no
how did you measure
loss
that
or
the tank wasn't
gain.
being accelerated?
When you're dealing with a vacuum, there's no energy loss, no energy gain. There's no entropy. There's nothing.
There's mass
momentum
ejected from mass.
All
There's
things
mass
do
being pushed away from mass.
in a
You're
vacuum.
missing. There's nothing to do with friction. It's mass being ejected away from mass.
So then the mass of the bromine shooting from one side to the other should propel the chamber, right? Or at least push it, right?
Sure. How would you know
Then
that
that would be an energy transfer, bro. You're not thinking, man.
No, dude.
I am thinking you're basically denying all of basically the laws of motion, all of them, and then you've done a props to you that you did an experiment, but you took no data. You got no data from that. I would go back and I would get some data. Because if you could upend all of nuclear physics, not nuclear physics, rocket science, then you'd need more than a video. Big time.
I mean, I don't know what data. It's just. I was
Not
curious.
being,
I didn't know.
not being critical because you did an experiment.
Brian, the bromine being ejected out of one side or whatever, that's momentum. So you can measure the mass and then the velocity. That's going to provide momentum in that direction. It's going to also provide an equal and opposite reaction with the the chamber, the tank. I don't know how. No, I mean, I think, yeah. You have no way to know that that didn't happen.
But that's not the case. There's no entropy at all.
Wow.
And here's the thing. So it's the same thing as taking a balloon. In that video, I think I took the balloon. I did that test where you take and you let the balloon go on a straw on a string and it thrusts, right? And then you tape a piece of paper behind the nozzle. In other words, just basically recreating a frictionless environment. In other words, just blocking the nozzle. You're not blocking the nozzle. The air can still come out. The fact of the matter is that mass is pushing one direction, but it has nowhere to go, basically. It's the same thing as a vacuum. It's just showing that it won't propel.
Hold on a second, because it's another example. I just want you to explain that, because I don't understand Can you describe that test again, like with
It's
the
the same
paper
thing
and
as the
the straw?
bromine tank, bro. It's the same thing as the bromine, kinda.
No. I mean, just describe it again. Like,
Okay, you take a
I don't
balloon
understand.
and you tape a straw and a balloon together, and then you stretch a string out across the room, and you thread the straw that's attached to the balloon, right, through the string, and where you blow the balloon up, and then you don't tie it off, you just pinch it, and then when you let it go, it blows itself down the zip line. It's basically like a zip line. But so to imitate the vacuum, the thrust question of it is you put something behind the nozzle. Like in my case, I took a piece of paper and I taped it to the balloon where the nozzle was blowing onto that paper. It had a few inches though. It wasn't just like right up against it, but it had a few inches of room to blow to prove your point. So if your point's valid, then that few inches, I'm blowing mass in one direction, so it shouldn't have changed much, if any at all, from no paper being there, because the mass is still going in a certain direction. But when you do that, it doesn't move even at all when you tape the paper behind the nozzle. Even if you give it like 6 inches, it doesn't move.
Why would that? Why would that cause that to happen? I don't understand. Why would you expect that to make
if it's
that
the
balloon
mass,
not
bro.
move?
If it's just the mass blowing in a certain direction, and friction has nothing to do with it. Hold on. Friction has everything to do with it, because when you don't have the paper backing it, then it fucking zips across the line with quickness. When you back it with paper, okay, the air is still going in that same direction, bro. It's still going that same direction, and it's not, the paper ain't close enough to stop it by curling the air back the other direction. It might, it might shoot off to the side a little bit, but you give it a little room. The fact of the matter is you could give it 8 inches if you want. It ain't just the mass going in that direction. In your mind, you think that works, but in reality, it doesn't, bro. It doesn't work in reality.
I'm asking you. Let's go along with what you're saying. That whatever you're claiming is wrong in my paradigm, but in your description of what's happening, why is the paper in the back of it impeding it from moving the opposite direction?
A good question. It's counterintuitive, bro.
It should tell you that there's probably something else happening
No,
there.
I have a
It
question.
doesn't make sense to you either.
Or is the paper attached to the balloon somehow?
It certainly is. It's attached to the balloon.
Oh my god.
So what's happening is the air molecules are bouncing off the paper and then pushing the entire thing, the paper and the balloon, back the other direction. So it's kind of balances out.
Is the rocket nozzle attached to the rocket?
What do you mean?
Is the rocket nozzle attached to the rocket's what I'm asking.
So do you want to know how a rocket nozzle imparts thrust to a rocket? Is that what you want to know?
We covered that.
You're saying it's not the friction propelling the balloon. I'm showing you that it most certainly is. It's not just the mass, because if it was just the mass, that mass is still blasting out in the same direction, okay? It might not be going as far, but it is still blasting out. And the fact that the nozzle is also attached to the rocket, same concept. You think when you let it go, that balloon's still going to go, but it don't, nor will the rocket.
So when the air hits the paper, it imparts a momentum in the other direction than the direction you'd expect the balloon to go. Not only that, but then after it hits the paper, I think the air would probably go out sideways. So even if you want to think about after it's hitting the paper, now the air is going out sideways in all directions instead of backwards.
Okay, so there's more on than just mass then, right? There's friction and other shit going on that controls what happens. It's not just the mass, right?
In a vacuum, it is just mass.
Good catch, Pinky. I didn't realize the paper was attached to the balloon.
So the way like if you have a tank of gas in a vacuum or a rocket engine in a vacuum, what's going on? Because I think maybe you're wondering how can moving air, like how does it have any effect on the rocket at all? But really, what's going on is a combustion chamber or a pressurized tank of gas has pressure in all directions. So the gas, like in a rocket engine, the gas is expanding in all directions, but the nozzle is open. So basically, on one side of this container, there, there is no transfer of momentum to the container because it's just open to space. But on the other side, there is the pressure of the gas pushing against the top of the chamber. So that's how
Yeah, but
rocket engines work in a way.
It's pressure in there, but it's entering a region of no pressure. So there's going to be no energy transfer. Or there's going to be no entropy, like I said. But here's the thing. So when the gas expels into a vacuum, okay, when the gas expels into the vacuum, it's pulling on the. It's literally, if I could blast my way forward with gas in a vacuum, then I could suck my way forward in an atmosphere. It's equal and opposite, bro. I don't think that's going to happen, man.
In the laws of motion, you won't find.
That's the point I wanted to make, but I brain farted. Okay,
Brian,
with these rockets, the nozzles expand until they hit maximum expansion, like however many miles up, because there's less atmosphere. I realize there's less resistance, but they're not getting the push, so they literally have to expand the nozzles as they go up because there's less shit to push off of.
The other thing I do want to say is that rockets, it's a misnomer that rockets push off the atmosphere so the Saturn V rocket or whatever. That's not what's
And why
happening.
do they expand the nozzles?
What do you mean? Why do they expand the nozzles?
They expand the nozzles because the equation's different because the pressure outside the equation involves the pressure inside and outside the chamber. And when it's in the atmosphere, obviously the pressure outside the chamber is different than when they're in space.
So less friction.
It's not less friction. It's
get higher. It is less
you gotta
friction.
look at the rocket
It
equation.
has nothing to do with friction.
It's about the size of the nozzle and about the pressures inside and outside the chamber.
Okay, don't just give me that. Tell me why we expand the nozzles as the atmosphere decreases.
So at sea level, the atmosphere itself actually provides kind of like a nozzle itself. It kind of pushes against the flow of the exhaust. So just the best way to get acceleration from a rocket engine at sea level is to have a smaller nozzle. But as the air pressure decreases, you need a bigger nozzle essentially. So at sea level, if you had a big nozzle, what would happen?
Tell them that.
Well, basically, they're the same rocket. They're modified for the vacuum of space, but a rocket. So you got a Saturn V. It's the same rocket, basically the same rocket engine, very similar, that works in the atmosphere, that works in space. It's optimized for space, but it's not. It's the same principle. It isn't using friction.
I relate with you, man.
Those are propellers. That's friction, Brian. Friction is what airliners use.
I get that, bro. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm gonna try and level with y'all, man. I know y'all like NASA and all that. I used to also, but listen. There's a reason that we haven't broke the record of height by rockets, amateur rockets, since 2011. Okay, it's been 12 years. They can't break the fucking record, bro. They just barely broke it. Like they had the record in like 19 whatever, then 2000 they got like a mile higher, then a couple miles higher by expanding the nozzles and shit. But then they hit like 71, 72 miles, and they have not been able to go higher, bro. Amateur rockets, like people building rockets that are literally trying to go higher, they can't. They can't go higher, bro. So I'm trying to level with you, bro, because there's nothing to push off of out there, bro.
No, that's not why.
They got to get as much speed as they can in what little bit of time they have.
That's
why
not
they're not
why.
breaking the record. So why ain't they breaking the record then?
Okay, because they can't carry enough fuel with them to get to higher altitude. They can't build rockets big enough.
Bro.
They can't build rockets big enough. Why do you think rockets are huge? Why do you think they're so big?
They can't build a rocket big enough. They're literally building it to try and break the record.
Yes, why do you think rockets are so huge? They need to be that big to be able to carry the amount of propellant.
Not willing to fucking build it bigger.
Brian, it costs a crap ton of money to build rockets. Okay, it's very, very expensive. It's not just building the rocket. It's spending the time and getting the expertise to build a rocket. The reason they haven't been able to get very high is because they can't build rockets big enough. That's why.
So they're trying to break this record, and your answer for them not to break the record is they're not willing to fucking build it bigger.
They're not able to. They don't have the funding.
I'm trying to level with y'all, bro. There's plenty. They got plenty of money, some of these dudes, and I'm telling you, it's not because they're not willing to fucking make it bigger. They've had bigger ones that didn't go as fucking high, bro.
If you notice the smaller,
there's a sweet spot in the size, bro.
If you if you notice, the smaller the rocket, the less altitude it can achieve. The bigger the rocket, right? Saturn V, it got to the moon. Okay, smaller rockets can't get to the moon. Falcon
No, it did.
can't get to the moon.
It did, bro. Saturn did not go to the fucking moon. Nothing went to the moon, bro. I hate to break it to you, bro, but I think deep down you know this. You know nothing
No,
went
I
to
guess we should stop saying bro. Thank
well,
you.
dude, you're trying to say Saturn V went to the moon and we lost that technology.
Brian.
It's just like I'm trying to big brother you a little bit, bro. I'm sorry for calling you bro, but
That's
I'm
okay.
literally trying to big brother you. It's like slap some sense into you.
But here's the deal. How long have you been a flat earther? You're doing a test, and you come with this test. You say, "Watch this video." You've got no data. How is it after all these years you still are doing tests and bringing no flipping data? We're trying to give like a scientific argument.
It's
You're trying to give it.
Concept test. Okay, it was nothing more, nothing less than a proof of concept. No, you don't like what happened, but it's still proof of concept, pal.
It's got nothing to. But what you did has nothing to do with rockets operating in the vacuum of space. Nothing whatsoever. What you want to do is get a vacuum and try, or whatever you want to do, send up a rocket, whatever. But you want to actually refute the act of throwing rocket fuel out of a nozzle of a rocket in order to achieve motion in the opposite direction. That's a simple law of motion.
Gas law, bro. You're literally trying to break gas law. Y'all always trying
I'm
to
not
go
trying to.
against gas law with
Has nothing to do with gas law.
All right, guys, it's getting out of hand.
Yeah, I know it is.
Oh,
I do
guys,
that. Sorry.
guys. Yeah, both of you guys gotta let each other. Brian, hold on, Brian, hold up, dude. You guys both gotta let each other finish, and then also
I go on
make
and
sure
on.
you're allowing other people the opportunity.
My bad.
They want to say something, right? So just
Who's the other chappie talking?
No, right when I went to respond, he's like, guys. I'm like, dude, I just
know you
listened
both.
to him for 2 minutes. Just saying.
He admits he's doing it. You both are doing it. It's just
Yeah, we're both doing
So
it.
I'll just mute everyone, Coach Show. Would that make it easier?
That's suit me.
You got to admit, man, with the gas laws, y'all are stressing them out to the fullest with the container and all that. But besides that, with the when you release gas into a vacuum, there's no change in entropy. You can't get thrust if you have no fucking entropy, bro. I mean, what don't you understand about gas law? It's simple. It's right in front of y'all's face. Like,
because you're citing gas law and ignoring laws of motion. Don't know why.
Yeah, I did an experiment from high school. That I learnt that it was you put a matchstick wrapped with a bit of foil around the end of the match, and then you heated up the foil, and the matchstick flew out.
Right.
Because of the explosion of the matchstick inside the foil, and that showed how rockets work.
Right.
But
Because
again,
the combustion happened inside of the thing.
Yeah,
right?
I'll mention it. I'll say it again. If you look at the rockets, watch any launch, the basic design of the rockets are very similar. The rockets meant to go in space are designed slightly different. They're optimized for space, but they're not pushing. Rockets are not pushing against atmosphere. Jet engines push against atmosphere. Rockets are not. Just want to
well, if there's no atmosphere, it won't go nowhere. With the balloon, and you can tape it back even further where it's not going to be an equal and opposite force. And if you tape a piece of paper behind that nozzle, you're not going anywhere, even if it's far enough back where.
Like I just gave you the example, Brian, of how a rocket works in space with the explosion of the matchstick inside the foil. That's how a rocket engine works.
The combustion is only dependent on the oxygen there. So if you're combusting it inside of a nozzle, inside of a chamber, it's pointless, bro. I literally showed that the combustion adds nothing whatsoever. It's a story, guys. I know y'all drank the Kool-Aid, man, but y'all need to rethink this.
And you're not listening
Which way,
to anybody.
Yeah, the nozzle is a directional item. The rocket engine has got a certain direction. The chamber is different to a nozzle.
It's like pulling on, said with the rail car, you're trying to pull on a string that's not tied to nothing. If you're blowing whatever you think pressure into what is immediately zeroing out, it is immediately zeroing out. That pressure coming out of that is
which direction on a nozzle on a gas or propane or
can I get in on
oxyacetylene
this?
nozzle. Which
Can I get
direction
in
is
on
it meant to
this?
come out?
Considering it's like 3
Who-
Gobers and one guy,
Wait, hold
I
on.
just want to get on this real
No,
quick.
I'm asking a legitimate question.
Doesn't
Let Brian let
doesn't
No,
Terry answer this question.
excuse me. I don't get to
Go
talk very
away.
often here.
Let Terry have his question. Please, thank you.
On a nozzle like acetylene gas bottle nozzle type ones, the direction of the when you ignite it is in one direction. In a rocket engine, the explosion is in all directions, and the force is equal to the force pushes against the mass in all directions. And in a rocket, where the mass is attached to the nozzle, it's obviously going to push against the mass, which is the rocket.
So then I should be able to put a balloon in a vacuum chamber and unpinch it, and it's going to blow forward. The problem is,
I just explained that, Brian. The nozzle is the direction in those balloons, and on an oxyacetylene or propane, it's only in one direction. It only comes out in one direction.
Yeah, it only comes out in one direction, but guess what? It's getting pulled from the direction that it's heading, and it's also getting pulled in every other direction. So as soon as it's coming out, it's literally getting pulled. You're literally trying to demonstrate. Like I said, you're pulling on a string that's not attached to anything. It's as fast as that gas comes out. I promise you, the vacuum of space in your story is zeroing out that pressure as fast as as fast as they can open the nozzle, bro. It's
That's
common sense.
nothing. That has absolutely nothing to do with how rockets work in the vacuum of space. Until you understand that, I don't know what to say, man.
Yeah. The rocket in space is the igniting of all the mass of that explosion goes in all directions, and whatever mass it pushes against is in an equal and opposite direction.
So how can okay, so once again, I'm going to divert back to gas law. When the bromine, when he opens the valve, okay, and the bromine blasts to the other side, that's mass blasting, okay, but it doesn't move the tank, and it never will, because there's no entropy, there's no transfer of energy.
Can I get in now?
Yeah, get in there. Get in there.
Yeah. Have your chance.
Can I finish?
All right, so
Wait, hold on. To be fair, let Brian finish first, but then after Brian.
Thanks, I was almost done. When you're dealing with a vacuum, there's no transfer of energy at all. This is gas law, dude.
Go on, man.
Yeah, so as I understand it, what you guys are invoking this Newton's second law or some shit like that. Every force has like an equal and opposite, third law, whatever. Equal and opposite force, right? So, doesn't all of Newton's stuff like pertain to just mass? Like it's a model of how mass interacts with mass and other forces, and that's it, nothing else. That's all it is, right?
No.
So, if you're shooting mass out the back, I mean, how much does this rocket fuel even weigh? Wouldn't rocket fuel weigh a lot less than whatever else, or is it? I'm failing to understand this.
I can explain. If you have 10 pounds of rocket fuel, and you throw it out the back of your rocket, you have 10 pounds less rocket fuel. So what did you just do? You just threw 10 pounds of mass out of the rocket in a direction through a nozzle.
Add some velocity.
Okay? That means that mass moves one way, the rocket moves the other way. It couldn't be any more simple. It's very, very straightforward. It has nothing to do with friction. Nothing at all to do with friction, nothing to do with the atmosphere, nothing to do with gas law, nothing to do with entropy, none of those things. You won't find Newton's laws, you won't find entropy in any of Newton's laws of motion. It has to do with mass being ejected out of the rocket.
Gas, dude.
Add a certain velocity.
Well, doesn't the whole Newton's laws and stuff pertain to like if I push on a box that's this heavy, the normal force of the box or whatever, which is like the molecular bonds or whatever. I'm just trying to understand from your perspective, right? I'm not making any whatever. I'm just trying to give a good steel man.
Yeah, but they don't understand
When you press
energy means. When you're
Let
dealing
him
with
talk, Brian.
Guys, let Noah finish, Brian. It's not your turn yet. Hold up, man.
Okay, so isn't this whole third law of motion only pertaining to me pushing the box? So like nothing's actually pushing the rocket, is it? Like, from what I
Yes.
understand, when the rocket's on the ground, the force of the rocket, the force goes up against the dirt, and the dirt exerts a force back on the rocket, the normal force, which is what causes it to propel up, right?
No.
But then once it gets out of there, what exactly is it pushing on?
Okay. So it isn't the rocket pushing on anything. Okay. So when the rocket takes off, I don't think there'll be almost any. Maybe there will be a little difference between the rocket when it's 5 feet from the ground, and then the rocket ignites. Okay. It continues with roughly the same amount of force when it's cleared the tower, 100 feet up, 1,000 feet up. Just because it's close to the ground, it's nothing to do with friction. It's to do with the mass being expelled out of the nozzle. If you have 100 pounds or 10 pounds of mass that's stored in the rocket fuel tanks, and that mass is expelled out of the rocket one way, and by the time you deplete all of your fuel, you have that much less mass on the rocket. Now the mass went somewhere; it was pushed out the back. The act of doing that moves the rocket. By the way, you can't steer rockets in space either. So you have to figure out other ways, and they have other ways of doing that. We can talk about that. But that's how it works.
Again, the only thing I was adding to red clouds, because I tried to say while you're talking, I apologize, but you include the velocity because it's it's the mass, but as it pertains to its momentum, so it's so the velocity is going to vary the acceleration. This is why the combustion really makes a difference rather than just releasing the gas out. They actually like combust it, so it's really spewing out the back.
That's why I was showing that the combustion didn't add anything extra. But here's the thing: if y'all don't know what energy is, okay, to have anything when you're dealing with a vacuum, this ain't like I'm not going against Newton's laws of motion and all that. When you're talking about a vacuum that changes everything, there's no change in entropy. Okay.
Why are you bringing up entropy?
Dealing with a vacuum with gases, when you equalize, there's no energy gain or loss. You can't. That thrust would be energy gain.
No, it's not energy gain. That's nothing to do with the laws of motion. It's nothing to do with entropy. Nothing to do with gas laws. Forget entropy. Forget gas laws. And you'll be okay. Once you figure that out, you'll be fine.
Once
Until
I figure
then,
out, you don't even know what energy is, bro. So to say energy, look, there's no transfer of energy in a vacuum when you're dealing with gases.
rockets are not transferring energy. Brian, rockets are not transferring energy. That's not how rockets work. That's not what's going on.
Let him complete. Let him complete his point.
Sorry.
Yeah, if you want to throw bowling balls, I'm good with that. You could sputter, putt through your vacuum, bro. But when you're dealing, I'm sorry for keeping calling you bro, okay? But I'm just trying to big brother you. I'm trying to big brother. If you're dealing with gas in a vacuum, there's no transfer of energy. No transfer of energy, no thrust. This ain't the same as Newton's laws. You're dealing with a vacuum. There's no entropy, no change in entropy, no change in energy.
The environmental conditions have nothing to do with the thrust. Nothing whatsoever to do with the thrust. Well, a little to do with it, but not much. They optimize them because there's no atmosphere at all. But basically, they bring their own. It's called an oxidizer. And that's what happens in the combustion chamber.
Should blast the sun off, right?
No.
Solar mass, the fifth the size of the sun. They're massive, dude. And
with respect,
it's literally plasma erupting. So it should send the sun hurling. You were talking about massive solar mass ejections with plasma mass, right? Gases and gaseous plasma, or whatever you want to call it, blasting off. Why isn't the sun going propelling when these happen constantly?
Because it's a sphere, that's one. The second thing is it's called a CME, coronal mass ejection, not a solar mass ejection. Just want to correct you on that. Sorry.
The main thing is the fact that the sun has an enormous mass, which is equivalent to enormous inertia, which is not phased by a mass. The same way the Earth is not phased by a volcano eruption or something like this. Like these things are tiny on the scale of what we're talking about.
Yeah, the sun is a sphere, so all those things are happening in all directions. It's not like the sun has a nozzle and all those the CMEs are being thrust out of one side of the sun. It's happening all over the thing.
No, that's why I was talking about the mass ejections, because they're literally like a large portion of the surface of the sun, and we see these this plasma just like erupt. It's massive, and there's a reason that the sun doesn't go moving. It's not because it's mass ejected
Just
all
said
around
why.
in the sphere. It's because it's in a vacuum. In your model, even.
But if you have explosions all over a sphere, what direction is the sphere going to move? It's not going to move in any direction. Particularly the size the thing is. Why are you expecting it to move? I don't understand that.
Yeah, so you think the corona or solar mass ejection
It's
is just
coronal.
equaling out. That's why these giant eruptions are not moving the sun, because it's happening and it evens itself out.
No,
Brian, can I be really pedantic? It's coronal mass ejection. It's CME.
Brian, check this out, dude. Check this out, bro. I just did a quick search, right? The difference between the mass of the sun and the mass of an average CME is what looks like 18 orders of magnitude, which is so that's the ratio of 1 to, what is that, trillion, quadrillion, whatever's after, with quintillion, which, the number nobody's ever used in in this
Same
room,
people.
probably, right? So that's the difference between, it's a ratio of 1 to 1 quintillion, right? It's
Yeah,
not,
there's no resistance, though, right?
it's not that there's no way to even compare this to something that you would. It's like if you were talking about a car. What's a 1 quintrillionth of a car? I don't know, something very meaningless. You spew that tiny thing off of a car, it's not going to move the car. So
Yeah, it's like the exhaust.
I'll drop that argument. Drop the solar mass ejection.
Coronal mass ejection.
No resistance and no friction, then even a little force maybe might do something. But still, I don't believe in any of that shit. I'm just trying to argue within your model.
But
I know, Brian. I know your game, dude.
I appreciate you also letting me be pedantic and say CME every time.
I appreciate
which
dudes
I
like
will.
Brian and SE. I appreciate dudes like Brian and SE because, like I said, SE's stubborn. Brian's is a different kind of stubborn. He's a different kind of stubborn.
Yeah.
I like
stubborn,
both. I like both of those because it's like it's.
Brian's okay.
Right. Well, what is the ejector?
What's ejected? What he said?
The ejector that is ejecting.
Mass.
It's a sperm,
it's just mass. I'm just gonna say that.
Spermicide.
But what is the material?
There's a little water in it. There's usual plasma. Probably some charged particles.
What are we talking about?
The
plasma.
Plasma. Yep.
Plasma.
Highly charged particles. Oh, and it's
Okay, can I ask a
helium.
question now? Follow up from earlier.
Yes.
So I said, like, when you're supposed, like, say there's a box and you push on it with this amount of force, the force pushes back into your hand. Is that not the third law of motion?
Yes,
or am I
that's the third
confused?
law. No, that's the third law.
Okay, so how is that the same thing as one mass throwing another mass? It doesn't seem.
Any
Seems to be more like conservation of momentum, I think, not the third law, because nothing is pushing on anything else.
Conservation of momentum kicks in once you've got something in motion.
It's the
Then
same
you have
as
momentum.
a shotgun and a combustion and a rocket, and what you're describing right now is the same idea. In the combustion of a shotgun, you fired a shotgun, the explosion occurs, the shells are free to shoot out the barrel, and the same exact force that did that to the shells is going to do the same thing to the gun and to your shoulder. So yeah, it's the same thing as a rocket. There's one direction where the fuel is firing out, and then the other direction is going to be the same force applied against the rocket in the other direction.
It doesn't matter. By the way, it doesn't matter what
hold on, real
the
quick.
mass. Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
If the vacuum is sucking out, is sucking whatever air you release at like the speed of sound per meter cubed, okay, than any air. Anything you release into it that's gaseous, it's going to be sucked. Okay, it's not a constant speed. It's a volumetric speed, and that's like saying you're pushing a bowling ball to propel, but at the same time, somebody has a string, and when you go to push the bowling ball, they're pulling on it. Okay, you're not going to propel if somebody's pulling on the bowling ball with a string as you go to push it. That's the same thing with the gas. It's getting sucked out faster than any rocket could ever even think
No,
of
that's crazy.
blasting.
No,
It's
That's
volumetric.
crazy. It's the exact opposite of what you said, dude. The combustion is by far spewing the gas out much faster than the vacuum pulled it out.
That's kind of the point. It has to be really, really violent and fast. That's why rockets sound the way they do, behave the way they do, create as much noise and drama as they do. Because
imagine if he threw that gas bottle in a fire, and what happened to that gas bottle?
It's a huge amount of energy they have to release to move the rocket a little bit. It's horrendously inefficient, but it's all we got. Until we can figure out a way of moving large objects without chemical reactions, chemical combustion. Until we can figure that out, we're stuck with it. So, Elon Musk is funny because he said, ironically, all modes of transport will go electric except rockets.
Man, if y'all ever apply a little common sense, man, we
couldn't have an electric rocket. Imagine the size of the extension lead.
Furthermore, Brian, just in case there's some confusion, like there really is no such thing as a sucking force when it comes to air. If you're in an atmosphere, or if there is gas pressure, like say the reason why things get sucked in from one place to another is because the pressure outside is higher than the pressure inside.
That's differential, bro. What do you mean there's no sucking? It's pure differential. Of course there's sucking. If you can't say it's blowing. If you have a differential and one side is filled with pressure. It's the same thing. It's a differential. So if you want to call it sucking, that's fine. If you want to get technical, you could say it's the opposite. But that's the same concept as a string attached to the bowling ball. You could never fill the space up with enough gas to get any thrust.
The best example of air pressure is the glass with a card over, a glass full of water with a card over it, and you turn it upside down.
Oh, yeah, right. That's exactly right. Or siphoning, all these types of things where there's no such thing as actual sucking. It's really just you're observing.
Well, what do you mean? When you're dealing with a differential, is it not fair to call it a suction or a sucking force? When they say hot goes to cold, how come in the where I live, and when it's real hot in the dead of summertime, there's all there's no sailing sometimes out in the ocean. It's just stagnant, no waves. Like I've seen the Atlantic Ocean literally 1 foot ripple for waves, and no wind for days at a time, dude, with all this heat. In the Antarctic and the Arctic, it's always windy and shit, dude. So, I mean, it's.
You're making point after point, man.
I do believe hot goes to cold, but it's not that cut and dry, man.
Okay, hot goes to cold. Does it make sense to say cold goes to hot? I guess it's not accurate, but it also isn't true because there's no. It's the heat that's equalizing. It's the heat that's doing something.
It's relative, man.
So. Realize it's not the cold is not really anything. The cold is the lack of heat. Just like
I know that
the shadow
is any wind in the summertime, except for hurricanes, bro. We get hurricanes, but other than that, it's just stagnant and hot and muggy and in the Arctic and Antarctic and up north and in northern Canada and all that, where it's cold, you have constant wind conditions and shit.
It's irrelevant to what I'm saying, though, Brian, which is that there's the sucking thing is not a real thing. Just like cold is just a lack of the heat. In the case of the thing that's being perceived as sucking, it's just the other thing, applying pressure. Right? So like with the straw, with the Terry's cup with the card thing, it's the pressure being applied in the other side of it.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that, but vacuum physics, when you apply a vacuum, you change everything. Like I said, no transfer of energy, no transfer transfer in energy whatsoever, much less thrust. That'd be massive energy transfer, massive.
But
When you're dealing with a vacuum and gases, there's no transfer in energy.
Why would a vacuum be some kind of anything? Like, why would apply any sort of additional rules or something? There'd be rules that would be taken away. A vacuum is there's no it's not impeding anything. It's basically it's like an arena where there's less things interfering with whatever's happening. So there's not some new force sucking on something or doing this. If anything, there's just now free reign for like a gas, for example, to expand into. Okay, that's not going to be a more powerful force than a combustion of that same gas, in that same environment, right? Obviously the combustion is going to spew the gas much faster and more powerful than just what the pressure would do on its own, dissipating into the vacuum.
Agree that the vacuum, as soon as the nozzle as soon as the chamber opens, you do agree that the vacuum is pulling, whatever you want to call it. It's equalizing.
Do you think that the chamber opens? Do you think the chamber opens without the combustion? Like, you think that they just have the chamber just like letting the air out?
Do you think I could suck my way forward? Can I make a little vacuum rocket in an atmosphere and just open a nozzle and suck my way forward?
Sucking doesn't mean anything. There's not a sucking. Like, if you're
The
sucking,
answer is no. You can't, Kosho. You can't do that. The same thing as the bromine. When you no matter how much you evacuate one side of it and pressurize the other side, no matter how much mass you're saying is blasted off to the other side, when you open it, there's no change in entropy. There's no change in energy. There's no energy transfer whatsoever.
Yes.
It'll never
The
move
momentum-
It'll never move the equipment ever.
the momentum that is acting on the bromine or whatever the hell you're talking about is acting on the exact opposite side of the chamber. So it's like if the bromine, if the pressure is pushing the bromine out one side, and it's whatever momentum that's expressed by that is also being expressed against the other wall or whatever the other side of it is.
That's wrong. That would be a change. That'd be a change in entropy.
That's the third law.
No, that doesn't apply to vacuums and gases.
Why?
The third law.
You know what's funny? When I was in physics, actually, when I was just reading the textbook, it specifically is described in a vacuum. Like the simplest way to describe Newton's laws is by describing these events in a vacuum. So to say that it doesn't apply to vacuums is silly.
It makes it easier because there are no other forces. You're in a vacuum. Even better if you're in basically no gravitational field.
So when air expands, okay, when you expand air normally, okay, it cools down, right? It cools down. When you're dealing with a vacuum and equalization, that don't happen. That's why they don't. That's why it's not a powerful vacuum when you're dealing with HVAC and shit like that. It's just a little help the expansion type of vacuum. It's nothing at all. Not like what we're talking about. Okay, when you have equalization, then you don't have the gas cooling down. That would be a change in entropy. That would be an energy transfer. That's not what happens, man.
I
don't know how we're going to get you to stop saying entropy when we're talking about rockets and vacuums. I don't know what we're going to do. It's not about energy.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Kesha.
No, that's my bad, man.
We're talking about the movement of mass away from other mass forcefully. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about entropy. We're not talking about anything else. We're not talking about the change in temperature. None of that. You could be talking about throwing fish out of the back of your rocket, or midgets, or hang gliders, or you could pick something and throw them out the back. It will all still work the same exact way. It's just mass being thrown away from mass. Nothing to do with entropy, nothing to do with gas laws, temperature, all of that. Just take all of that out, and you'll be all right. Once you get it, you'll get it. But you have to understand it's simply a matter of gas of mass being pushed against mass causes motion when you don't have everything else, because in space you don't have anything you can push off. So you push off, the rocket pushes off itself is what it's doing.
When you're talking about entropy, you're talking about the available energy to do work, bro. You're literally saying that the available energy to do work is not relevant with this thrust. You have no clue what you're talking about. I got nothing else to say. I didn't realize y'all had no idea what I was even talking about. This is goddamn ridiculous. I'll go on mute.
You're right, man. I mean, I'm the dumbest guy in here. Red Cloud.
I didn't say you was dumb. I just said I just can't believe it.
I can say it.
Yeah, we didn't know that this was really an entropy problem, right? We didn't know that. You beat us to it.
You've got this idea that entropy's got something to do with anything when we talk about rockets working in vacuums. I have no idea why, but it's a stumbling block.
No, but there's some aspect because there's pressure differentials that's involved in the rocket thrust equation.
I mean, yeah, but the idea that the rockets, the idea that you would push something out the back and then the vacuum would take over because it sucks the things out. I don't know.
Right.
That.
Yeah. So like here's, like I said, two simple scenarios. We have a very simple column rocket tank, fuel tank, and we have a nozzle at the end. And in two examples, one example, we just open the valve and the gas enters into the vacuum. There will be an acceleration in the opposite direction. And the other example is we do the same thing, but we set off a combustion in that chamber. The only difference is the gas is now going out much faster. It's going to be a much bigger acceleration.
And there's more of it. It's been forced out, not sucked out. I think that's a key thing you want to be able to say as well. It's been forced out. It isn't being sucked out. And the act of it, or the amount of force that it's by which it's being forced out, is massively greater than the amount of suction you might get. That's why rockets are so dramatic. That's kind of the thing. But I'm still baffled as to what entropy and anything like that, and gas laws, and I don't know what that's got to do with it.
Entropy has to do with coming out and it's seeking its equilibrium. Basically, it's just becoming inert. You don't have enough rocket fuel to change the entropy of the freaking universe. That's what it would take to do work. To change entropy, bro. That's what it takes to do work.
Where's the entropy come into any of this, Brian?
You're just going to wind up with the inert. Whatever comes out is going to be inert because of the vacuum.
Whatever comes out. Let me. Because of the vacuum and natural law. Can you explain what those words mean?
Yeah. Do you know what energy? Would you agree that to have thrust would pretty much explain? I mean, one way of explaining entropy would be a decent description would be thrust.
I wouldn't.
A change in entropy using like thrust with rockets.
No, I wouldn't include entropy at all in any of this. I don't know. And then maybe. No, I got nothing. It's nothing. It's like bringing temperature into it. What's that got to do with anything? What's that got to do with throwing mass out the back of a rocket nozzle? I'm trying to keep it simple.
I can't give you a better description than if you're releasing gas into the vacuum, there's no transfer of energy, no change in entropy. Okay, so here's the thing. It's like I said, I can't give a better description than saying it's like trying to pull on a rope that's attached to nothing. You can pull all you want. You're not going to go anywhere.
Because the rocket is not. Here's the thing: is the rocket is not acting on the air, and the rocket is not acting on space because there isn't anything to act on in space, and in air there isn't enough of it. So you don't have the atmosphere thick enough. Maybe in water, you'd get somewhere, but in a thin atmosphere, there's not enough atmosphere to act on. It's nothing to do with that.
If I have a pressurized capsule in outer space,
Yeah.
And I open the door, and I'm on the, like I said, I'm on the other side, and I'm sitting next to a bowling ball. Okay, and all the air rushes out into the vacuum. Okay, the vacuum sucks the air, or the pressure blows, whatever you want to call it. It's the differential, so it doesn't matter what you call it. All the air rushes out, or is basically pulled out by the differential, by the lower pressure. It equalizes. So wouldn't that be the same as if I go to throw the bowling ball and it's attached to a rope and somebody's pulling on that bowling ball at the same time? Would you at least agree that you would see where less thrust if it's entering a vacuum? Because like I said, with the bowling ball, if you go to throw it and somebody's pulling on it, like the vacuum is pulling on the air, it's the same difference. You're not going to get any thrust throwing a bowling ball if somebody's pulling on it from the other.
So, how much would you say the air weighs in a capsule? How much weight of air would you say there's in a capsule? If you were to weigh that air.
I believe air has weight.
Hmm?
I don't believe air has a vector.
A vector? You mean it doesn't have weight? It doesn't have any mass?
Especially in a vacuum.
Does air not have mass?
It might have mass, but I'm not going to grant it a vector. So it's not gonna have weight. It's gonna have pressure. That's where y'all are seeing this whole thing different.
But it has mass. How much? Let me ask you this. How much mass? How much mass do you think is in a capsule full of air? I mean, air in a capsule. How much of mass of air compared to the?
Mass. You mean in kilograms?
Well, you wouldn't measure it in kilograms, would you? I mean, you would, but it wouldn't be enough. I don't think it'd be 1 kilogram.
I'll say this: not as much as the bowling ball. How about that?
Right, nowhere near as much. It'd be a tiny. It'd be like maybe I don't know, maybe a cup of water. So
Sure.
if you were to condense all the air down, you may have a cup of water in a capsule. Throw the cup of water out the capsule. Include the cup. In fact, get 100 cups and throw them out the capsule. How much do you think the capsule will move? Not very much.
Forward, if you had enough liquid or bowling balls, I think you could putt your way forward to make.
I don't know. I may be completely.
Not going to do it with gas.
But if you condensed all the air in the capsule down, you could maybe make a golf ball, and that wouldn't give you much thrust if you threw it away. I don't know. Maybe more. Maybe a bowling ball, but compared to the size of a capsule. But no, that's kind of a misnomer. That's popular things we see in Hollywood. They'll show things being sucked out and blown out and all this sort of stuff.
I'll tell you what, dude. I had this problem. Sorry, I thought you was done.
No, I'm done.
Well, actually, I have a question for you.
Way before Flat Earth, man. Like way before Flat Earth, I had this problem in my mind, and then I seen a show where they were talking about getting to like the moons of Jupiter, but they were going to do 2 slingshot maneuvers, and I was like, okay, at least they're not hanging on to this fantasy that they're propelling with a gas through a vacuum, So because they just need to get it at a certain trajectory leaving Earth. This is the way they described it. Like they're going to leave Earth's trajectory at a certain, and then slingshot around Venus, and then come back and slingshot back around Earth, and then like around one more planet to get to Jupiter, and that satisfied, at the time it satisfied me in my head, because they weren't talking about, once again, using gases to propel in a vacuum. That never worked for me, but then they come out with the slingshot bullshit, and that satisfied me. And then all of a sudden they're trying to claim that gases are propelling us through vacuums again. It's baffling.
Mm. I don't know, man. And we could probably talk about this around for a while more, but yeah, it's I can't say that I know everything about rocket science. I absolutely, definitely do not. But I know the basics. I've been told the basics, and I've got a handle on the basics about it. A lot of people have.
So Brian,
yeah, you wanted to ask a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you're talking about like this bowling ball that you're throwing, and you're saying that something's pulling it, in what direction is the rope pulling it? Just so I can understand what you mean.
Every direction.
Or if it was in every direction, wouldn't it just balance out? I guess.
Let's just say this. Let's just stay away from the nozzle. And I'll say this. Okay, I can imagine this. If you have like two stages in a vacuum, like you're in outer space, and you blow up the two, like to separate it. Like if you use that gas and that fuel to explode the two away from each other, I can grant that, but I have no problem at all with two pieces getting ejected away from each other. And like I said, I don't have no objection with using a bowling ball to putt your way forward, trickle maybe through outer space. It's just the gas in the vacuum, man. It's against everything I've learned.
Yeah.
So if you're in space and you throw a bowling ball, you do go in the opposite direction, right?
Sure.
So that's exactly what's happening with the air. Like when the air bounces off the top of the combustion chamber, or the
But like I said, when you open the door of that chamber, there's nothing pulling the bowling ball out. All the air is evacuated. I mean, I know you don't like to call it pull, but just for layman's sake, the air is evacuated out with nothing, with no change in, like I said, in any kind of energy. That gas is going out regardless. And the bowling ball's not. Okay. So when you describe bowling balls, it's not a fair comparison. I agree. If you have bowling balls, you can throw them and propel forward. But when you're talking about gases and vacuums, it's just not the same. It'd be the equivalent of having a string tied to the bowling ball.
Well, not really. I mean, so can I explain how you can think about this using bowling balls? So in like a room, say in space, there's a whole bunch of bowling balls, like 100 bowling balls bouncing around all around inside the room, and they're obviously imparting force on the outside of the walls, but just all equally in all directions, because that's just how pressure works. I mean, at a certain point in time, I suppose some of the bowling balls might hit one side more than the other, but on average, the pressure all around is the same. Now, if you open up one of those walls, basically on the opposing wall, you've still got bowling balls bouncing. Well, I mean, it takes a while for all the bowling balls to leave the chamber, but at the very beginning, you'll still have bowling balls bouncing against the opposing wall, right?
Yeah.
And so that's essentially what's going on here. Like, this is why earlier I said there's no such thing as a sucking force. Like, there is
I
the vacuum.
agree, but I'm good with the bowling balls, but don't get me wrong. I get the bowling ball scenario, and I don't see why we couldn't get a little bit of thrust with bowling balls or solids, maybe even liquid. I got no problem with that.
So your problem is just with the gas, really?
Yeah, if outer space wasn't a vacuum, I once again would have. If there was a little bit of pressure, even like at what we have at the top of Mount Everest, or even less than that. The fact that it's an enormous vacuum is
so that the pressure
goes against my common sense.
So the outside air pressure doesn't really matter at all. Like even at ground, even if you're say launching a rocket in in the atmosphere, there's a certain amount of atmospheric pressure on the bottom side of the rocket, but also on the top side of the rocket. It's not like you're not really pushing. Like, once the air molecules or the fuel in the rocket chamber has pushed off the top of the combustion chamber, at that point it doesn't really matter what happens to them afterwards. If they bang into air, I mean, I suppose the air pressure that's ambient will cause more fuel or expanding gas to bang into the top. That's kind of just what I mean by when I say air pressure is pushing against the top of the combustion chamber, but it's also pushing it against the top of the rocket.
Okay, so in your mind, the question you might like. Okay, if I have just a rocket full of pressurized air and nothing else in it, and I've got a nozzle, okay, but there's no chambers or nothing like that. Okay, now I take a pin and I poke a teeny little hole, and we're in deep space, just for this thought experiment, and I take a teeny pin and I poke a hole in it. Okay, am I going to get more thrust if I take I do 3 holes? I do one the size of, and the rocket's the Saturn V. One, I just take a pin, a pinhead, and prick a hole right in the middle of the nozzle. And then the next hole is the size of, let's say, a hot dog. And then the next hole is, say, the size of a beach ball. Okay. Do I get equal thrust off all them, or do I get any thrust at all off them? How do you imagine that?
Well, you get more thrust if the hole is bigger, but I think like overall, like if you just let the entire chamber go down to 0, I think the amount of change in velocity would be equal for all of them. You're just using it over a longer time, possibly. I could be wrong.
Would that be a change in entropy?
Yeah, it would be a change in entropy.
And that's my point, bro, is that when you're dealing with gases and vacuums, there's no transfer of energy, there's no change in entropy, period. Only when you're dealing with vacuums, not with pressurized air and all this, not with just gases. But when you're dealing with gases and vacuums, all you get is equalization. You don't get energy transfer.
You are correct. You are correct about that. There is no change in work. There's no work done in a spontaneous expansion, but there is still a change in entropy. It's basically called I think it's just called a spontaneous expansion. You can look. Maybe I can find something and send it to you. But essentially, where the entropy increase comes from is not because you're doing work on anything, but you're basically
you show me something like it would backed up something here on Earth, you know.
Oh, I will.
Yeah, are you just
I'll
making
send it.
stuff up?
No, I'll put it away. I'll put it in the chat. One second.
Real quick, just while there's a lull, I know Matthew's back. At least I heard him a minute ago. Just curious if you took any decent pictures of the exhaust.
Oh yeah, let me post one.
Oh great.
We had a lot of heated, because you fucking started, dude. You
Yeah,
said that shit when you left, and then we had a long, nasty debate after you left.
Just brutal. Thanks to Matthew.
Well, yeah, I just like to throw a couple of verbal bombs and then run away.
Yeah, well, it fucking worked, dude, because people were calling me asshole and.
No, you were okay. We're just joshing.
So that really happened. People were calling me assholes, man. You don't remember that?
I did get called a hole, yeah.
You need to be disbarred.
I pushed back a little bit and he stopped.
So tonight's launch happened when the sun was 13 degrees below the horizon, whereas the one back in December 2017, it happened when the sun was 9 degrees below the horizon. I thought it wouldn't make much difference, but it did, and so the contrail wasn't visible until it was much higher. But we could still see the bright red glare of the rocket. And in this image I just posted, that's my university's science building, and the observatory that is the round thing. The moon is that thing in the very middle, and then the thing to the left of the moon, that red thing, is the rocket. I didn't get a very good shot, but it's as close as I got.
But you did see, so there was a point where later you did see the exhaust, but it was higher when it's higher up. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it was maybe 2 minutes later when it was much higher, and it was really, really thin. So it was more like a white, really, really faint white, big broad cloud or something.
Yeah. That was what the whole debate was about. So people were calling me asshole because I was claiming that exists at that height and shit like that, and it doesn't matter. But you didn't get a picture of that one?
No, it wouldn't have turned out anyway. It was so faint that
I understand.
But you know what? I haven't checked Twitter yet. Typically, when something like this happens over LA, a bunch of people take pictures and and say, "Oh my gosh, there's a UFO."
I watched the live footage, and I didn't see anything in the footage though.
Yeah, so clouds can be as high as 50 or 60 miles, but very rarely.
Exactly, and then I was being framed as a lunatic for saying that, but yeah.
And by the way, rockets do work in a vacuum, but the way to think about it is that even though the rocket isn't pushing against any atmosphere, you could say the center of gravity is staying the same. So you're right if you say it doesn't move, but that's because the exhaust goes one direction and the rocket goes the other.
Yeah, if it expels solids, I believe it. But you know why they don't expand air, like when you're dealing with air conditioning and refrigeration. You know, like you do have to get the vacuum to to put the like the refrigerant in, but that's it. You know why they don't expand? You know why they don't have vacuums in the condensers and all this stuff? Because then they get nothing out of it. They get no energy change. It wouldn't work. You can't expand air into a vacuum and get anything. No energy, much less thrust. It's ridiculous that y'all don't just. But I'll read what this guy sends. But if it's talking about just rockets, man, it's still going to be hard for me to believe. But if it shows some real world dynamics, I'll consider it.
Yeah. The point is that if you throw a 10-kilogram weight out the back of a rocket in the form of a 10-kilogram bowling ball, and you do it really fast, then the bowling ball will go one direction, your rocket will go the other. And the same thing will happen if you throw 10 kilograms of gas out the back. It doesn't matter if it's a bowling ball
No,
or
it
if it's
won't.
gas.
It won't.
Yes.
Because
Why is some mass different than others?
Tell you why. It'd be the same as if I throw the bowling ball, but somebody's out there on the other side of the nozzle with a string. So as soon as I open the nozzle, and they're pulling on it, the only thing holding it is the valve. Okay, you open the valve, then there's nothing holding it. So them pulling on that string to connect it to that bowling ball, and then I'm not going to be able to thrust it out and get any kind of getting
You
pulled.
invented the string, Brian.
Same thing with a gas. That's the same thing. Well, I didn't tell Matthew this yet.
Yeah, so this is what I was trying to tell you earlier about the whole string and the fact that there is no such thing as a suction force. Like the reason why the gas seems like when things get sucked out of a spaceship, it's because there's all the air molecules are bouncing into each other, inside the volume of the spaceship, and then when you open up a hole, basically on one side there's nothing to push off against, so they all start flying out, but there's no like outside force that's pulling them. It's the force is basically once a gas molecule has either bounced off a wall of the container or off another gas molecule. Now that gas molecule is just moving straight. It's literally just moving. Wait, one second.
Brian, let him finish. Brian.
1 second.
I didn't get to finish the end.
That's okay. But basically, once the gas molecule has bounced off either another gas molecule or off the wall of the container, it's moving straight. Like it's not like anything sucking it. It's just that's just the direction it's moving. If it's in a 0G environment. So think about this: if there was only one gas molecule inside this container, it just bounces off each wall. You open up a wall, if it happens to be bouncing in the right direction, it'll just fly out. It's not like anything's pulling it. There's no force on it. It's just that's just the momentum of the gas, right?
That I'm not sucking soda up through the straw.
Yeah, wait.
I use pressure in my lungs or some shit, bro. That doesn't change anything as far as the comparison of the string and the bowling ball. It's the same comparison. If you want to use pedantics, that's fine. But when you're talking differential, then it's fine to say that there's a suction and as well as pressurization. Okay, when you're talking about a differential.
All right, so maybe if you want to think about it, like where the force that's pushing the air molecule in that direction is, like where's the rope that's pulling the bowling ball? You can think about it. In some ways, that's exactly what we're talking about. Once it's bounced off the interior wall of the spaceship, that is the force. That is the. I mean, it's not like there's a constant force applying, but when it bounces off, that is a force that was applied to the air molecule. So that's the force in that direction.
Say there's a tadpole, and I got a big ass straw, like a piece of bamboo, a real skinny piece of bamboo, about 10 foot long, and I'm sucking water up that, okay, and the tadpole is in the middle trying to swim out, okay, unless it's gonna swim faster than the water coming against it, it's gonna be stationary, because you don't have to call it suction. It doesn't matter what you call it. It's the water's going against the tadpole. Okay, so it's trying to thrust, but it's working against something. So the same thing as when they open the nozzle, the air is equalizing with no work being done. No work. You're not gonna get thrust without work, bud. Sorry.
The shit that goes on your head, dude. Oh, where's the tadpole come from, dude? Why is there a tadpole, Brian?
how to make this any simpler, man. I'm just trying to give you like a string, trying to pull a railroad car with a string that's tied to nothing. You know, you could say there's no such thing as a pull, just like you're saying there's no such thing as suction. You know, whatever.
Well, there's no such
All
thing as the person. There's no such thing as the string. The string in the example is not a thing.
It's a
In the
comparison.
example, yeah, I know, but it's not happening. Like it's not necessary. What's happening is that, like you said, there when the force happens, there's now a momentum that's born in the both directions. One's going to cause the whatever to be expelled from the whatever the chamber, whether it's gas, fucking whatever. Then the momentum in the other direction is going to cause to be against the wall of the
Well, let me ask you
chamber,
a question
the other
then.
wall.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, hold on 1 second. 1 second. Damn it, dude! I just brain farted. I had a good question. You went a little bit too long. Hold on, I'll
I
think
do that
of it.
all the time. I do that all the time.
Oh, he Christian would have loved this question too, man.
I think I would love your fucking question, dude.
Yeah, here it is. Here it is. So would this be if this would be fair to call equal and opposite? Okay, so I've got a 1 square mile chamber, and it's filled with.
What?
I got a 1 square
Why are
mile.
you describing a chamber? Why are you describing a chamber? Okay, just go ahead. Use a volume. Why are you using a? Okay, just go ahead.
No, just hear me out. Hear me out. It's not just one. It's actually 2. So we got one. I just want to hear your opinion on this. It ain't proving nothing. But so we got 1 chamber and 1, let's say, rocket, and then one of them we have a vacuum, almost perfect vacuum, and then in the rocket we have let's say 100 pounds of gas propellant. Okay, now in the other chamber we have
This in the atmosphere.
in the other chamber we have force, but in the rocket we have almost a perfect vacuum. So wouldn't it be the same, or to you would it be equal and opposite as if I open the nozzle and I thrust through that vacuum? Wouldn't it be the same, equal and opposite, as if
I don't understand what you're saying, Brian, because you won't let me. I'm trying to clear up what you.
Let me finish. If my vacuum rocket,
I don't understand what you're saying, Brian.
Forward, would it be equal and opposite if I just reversed the 2?
Hey, go ahead and finish, Brian. That way I can ask you to clear up the fucking whole thing from the beginning. I'm asking you, Brian, where is this taking place? I don't understand. Where is this taking place?
It's a thought experiment. I'm asking you if it will be
I know,
equal and
Brian, I
opposite.
know it's a thought experiment, dude. I'm saying, is it in the atmosphere or is it in a vacuum of space?
It's in a fucking 1 square mile chamber, bro. What are you talking about?
What's in the chamber? Like, okay, Brian, these 2 tanks, are they in the space or are they in the atmosphere? Are they in space like all the other examples we're giving, or is it in the atmosphere? Brian, that's a pretty fair question, dude.
I mean, I think you were being slightly unfair at the end there. I mean, he was just trying to explain it, and you got a little bit.
No, well, it's but Brian, me and Brian already have a rapport. But regardless, no, I asked him to explain it, and he said it's a thought experiment. I know it's a thought experiment, dude. I'm just trying to find out if it's in a vacuum chamber or when it's in a vacuum space or in the atmosphere. Without knowing that, I don't understand what the question. What he's even asking.
So, am I right in assuming, or am I right in saying that entropy has nothing to do with Newton's laws of motion? Because Matthew still here?
Oh, you're asking me? Yeah, they're different things.
Okay, so if you talk about Newton's laws of motion and mention entropy, you're basically like mentioning frog's legs or chicken soup or mountains.
Right. It's like determining the the price of tea in China.
Yeah.
And how that affects entropy. They're completely unrelated.
Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't just talking out of my backside.
It was fair though. because maybe not in the laws, but when he was describing, like in the context of what we're talking about, it's kind of loosely related to the rocket thrust equation, because there is like differential pressures and stuff like that involved,
there
but
are loose,
it's not
yeah,
it's not like directly involved.
there are loose
Not
associations. I mean, you
that's not
could.
that.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that's not exclusively Newton's laws of motion. That's like I said, that's the rocket thrust equation, which is that plus for the pressures. Like I said.
I just want to make sure I'm not, what I know of rocketry and all the rest of that sort of stuff is what it is, and I've been told it by reliable sources. So I just want to make sure that I'm recollecting it all right and saying it all right, not just talking out of my bum.
By the way, I posted a picture of tonight's SpaceX launch. Somebody took a picture in San Diego, and that's pretty much what it looked like for us.
Yeah, well, SC's here, so that he'll appreciate this, because he was one of the guys really digging it into me. He wasn't as bad as the other. He was being mean to me, but regardless, yeah, this is exactly what we were describing with the noctilucent clouds, and I don't know what time this was, but it was probably dark. It was pretty dark. It looks like there's not really any sun anywhere near the horizon.
So they had a real hard time with the cloud thing.
Yeah.
I was kind of despairing at some point there, because I was just, sometimes you get to say, are you talking about space clouds? And you just,
Yeah, I can't. I was saying the exact opposite.
Please be grown up.
Kept explicitly describing what I thought space was, and I just specifically described a altitude lower than that when describing these clouds.
And they stuck with it. Yeah. They stuck with the misapprehension of what you were saying rather than what you were actually saying. Yeah, I have a tough time dealing with that. I'm trying to not be impatient, but sometimes I don't understand that. Because if we're talking about having a scientific discussion, and then they'll just say, "Oh, it was magic, right?" Well, do you want to have a scientific discussion, or you want to just say magic? Pixies. And yeah, no, please don't do it. Anyway, so I'm glad you had a good experience on it. At least you saw the rocket go up. That was cool.
Yeah, it was really cool. I mean, it was very bright. Like that little red dot was bright, and it had a clear, long rocket flare. And then the higher and higher it got, we could see the contrail dimly because it wasn't lit by the sun. But when it got high enough, then we could see it lit by the sun. But by that point, it was really, really thin and dispersed. The picture that I just posted is somebody else's picture from Twitter, and they're using a long exposure, so it looks brighter.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But yeah, it was definitely visible. And the cool thing is, we actually saw the entry burn of the stage one, like a few minutes.
Oh,
later,
right, when it came back
down near the horizon.
Yeah, I saw that live too. I was gonna ask you. God damn it. Oh, right. Did you do you think that you like when it took off and everything? Could you feel it? And you probably could hear it pretty good, but like, could you could you feel it a little bit?
We're 120 miles away. Yeah,
so you couldn't even hear it?
No. I mean, it's yeah. If you'd have to be in Vandenberg or something to hear it.
Well, my friend, she lived I don't know the exact distance, but it's pretty close to where they test, and I think it's in McGregor, Texas, or something place where they do the testing of the rockets.
Yeah.
Not like the test launches, but I think they manufacture them, and so they test, just the thrust or something. But yeah, you can, like, inside her house, like, you can feel it and you can hear it and everything.
Yeah, I'm curious. I wonder how far she is from the test facility. I wouldn't be surprised if you could like hear it 10, 20 miles away, but we're like I said, we're more than 100 miles away.
To be honest, I don't even know 100% what they're testing in McGregor. Like, 'cause I know they're
I think they're
launching.
doing static fires of the engines.
Okay.
Those are pretty intense too. Apparently, I've never seen one of those. Static fire must be. I know it would kind of be anticlimactic, though, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, they're very powerful. They've tested from there before because like there's this old footage that flat earthers would always like say looked fake or whatever because like, the cows are running across the scene or whatever. But it was
Oh,
one of the
really?
first few times they were testing the landing of the like they tested a rocket just like launching real quick and then landing real quick. I think they did that in McGregor, Texas. But I'm not 100%. Okay, yeah, this is fairly close to where she was actually. I know you guys are gonna blame me for Brian leaving. It's not my fault though, man.
Spoiled it. You did.
It's not my fault.
No soup for you.
But anyway, let me
Yeah,
see.
right,
So I'm
it's
gonna
all
do a
right. It
quick
doesn't take.
distance fund.
I was going to say to Brian, have you ever dealt with peer review? They eat you for breakfast. You don't have your ducks in a row.
You
Man.
asked him that like 5 times, dude.
Hmm?
You asked him that 5 times.
Did I?
Yeah, you asked him it a lot. Well, I
Oh,
mean, because I was
sorry.
like, oh, it's
No,
fine. It's
I
just
repeated it. I'm sorry about that.
well, no, it's not. It's not that. So I mean, he's not gonna. There's nothing for him to say to that. You know.
No, what I mean is if you make a test, you know, that's just the nature of things, right? If you make a video, you do a test, you say something online, you're gonna get the heat, right? People are gonna bring the heat. So that's just the nature of things.
It's stressful a little bit because you're trying to say something, but sometimes I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't think he was listening because we're talking about the combustion. He's setting the fire outside the tank. The combustion happens inside the chamber. It's not the same thing, but he doesn't really care.
Yeah, it's kind of, sometimes I can be okay, I can deal with it. Sometimes something's great on me and I can't deal with it. Matthew's so much better at it. I don't have that temperament.
Let me ask you, Matthew's got he's top shelf.
Cool as,
Matthew's top shelf.
Cool as a cucumber.
I don't know about that, but thank you.
Yeah, of course, man. But Matthew, and also Pinky, smart dude.
Yeah.
But you guys might not have been here for Brian's test with the tank. He had a tank, and he had. I didn't watch it really that closely, but from what I saw, he let gas out of the tank in one case, and in the other case, he let gas out of the tank, and then he lit it on fire. Like he ignited that expulsion of gas, right? And he's comparing that to the difference between letting fuel out of a rocket valve versus like combusting in the chamber. But from based on what I just explained, what would you expect to be the effect of the difference between letting the gas out of the tank and measuring some sort of force on the tank and then doing the same thing but then lighting on fire? What would you imagine the difference would be?
I would expect the lighting it on fire would create much more explosive force. So
that was his assumption as well.
All right. So
it didn't happen though, and the problem is.
Wait. Can I just say what I think? I think
Go
like
ahead,
if he doesn't like build a combustion chamber very well, he could just be igniting. He could just be making a flamethrower, which is just lighting it out, like igniting it on the outside, and then the gas goes in all directions. So basically, you'd just be left with the amount that he's the propane from the propane tank that's producing it. The amount.
There were no.
So are you saying that you wouldn't think there would be a difference? Is what you're saying, or
yeah, there wouldn't be a difference because if
That's
you're
what I think.
igniting the fuel on the outside, then really the only thing you're changing is the I mean, it's basically just like a reaction control thruster at that point, where the it's just by expelling the gas you're moving forward, not because you're adding energy to the gas by igniting it. That's how combustion chambers work. Like there's chemical energy stored in the fuel, and then it kind of shoots the air molecules out at a faster speed, and so you get more momentum.
Maybe Matthew, you didn't, because I don't know if I made it clear what I was describing it, but to me, I would assume the same thing as Pinky had said, because it's a big difference between what he had done and actually having the combustion inside of the chamber, which is much different because then that's actually expelling the gas out faster, which would be a different thing. But like I said, I'm giving it more credit than I should, because he didn't take any sort of measurements or anything, so it's not like you can actually tell if it was stronger or not.
Yeah,
no
you'd
way
have
of
to
knowing.
measure it.
Oh, actually, there's something interesting you guys might want to see. There's a YouTube channel called The Backyard Scientist.
Yes.
And he actually did exactly what Brian did, but he made a rocket engine using a propane tank, and but he actually built a working combustion chamber, so you can actually see the difference of him having ignited it before and after. If you want to watch that, it's called The Backyard Scientist. So yeah,
He's great. I've seen some of this stuff.
Thanks for the reference.
I gotta give props to Brian though, man, because
Yeah, I
I don't know
do
about
too.
this backyard scientist guy, but Brian's not far from. I mean,
Yeah,
he's attempting the same thing, so I gotta give him props for that.
Yeah, I kind of try to be encouraging and just say, hey, you'll get it if you can leave this entropy out of your thinking. I think he could get it. I think, right?
I think the
I think
problem
he
is
can.
I'm not trying to pick on either side. I'll just say both sides. There's people on both sides who do this. There's a problem with people already deciding the outcome, and they have a desired outcome, that kind of thing. So it's not saying that's what he was doing, but
Well, it is.
sometimes when I'm not trying to I'm not trying to point anybody out. I'm just saying that sometimes it's not like you're not looking for you're less looking for the truth of it or something, versus like you have a desired outcome, and so it's like you're kind of looking for that a little bit. I don't know. I shouldn't.
Okay, so
I'm guilty of that same thing too.
so when you're talking about things like rockets in space and all that sort of stuff, he's applying the physics that don't apply. And so everything he said was evidence of, or evident, made it evident, more evident that he was applying physics that don't apply to it. So, and then do an experiment that doesn't really, have anything to do with it. And so of course, it's the same thing with the cold moonlight thing. Same exact issue.
Yeah, but I mean,
So-
again, though, I gotta give him a little bit of props because, like,
I
me and
absolutely
Gio, we were talking yesterday about, like, I was asking Gio, like, what would be the thing that changes, like, the flat Earth, like, what makes flat Earth brings it to the next level or something. He says, just, tests that are done and stuff like that. And I was gonna ask, like, okay, well, who's responsible for doing that? Who's gonna be the guy doing these tests? And to be honest, Brian does a lot of he does a lot of tests like this, so that's cool. If the Earth were flat and someone's going to find it out, it's probably going to be a dude like he's probably the closest. He's probably in at least he's a contender for the person who would probably be the one.
Like Ranty was.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, Ranty was doing things, and I think he got himself out because he did experiments and he thought about it, and he engaged. I think Brian engages more without it getting too testy and too personal.
I never followed up. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say what happens with me is I get too I jar on some people. Like I think I jar great, you know what I mean, against Essie. And when he's asking a question, he's more mocking than anything, and I don't understand how, if you want to have a conversation about scientific ideas and you're just going to mock and just going to do that, then I don't understand that.
That's why I like talking to SC. It makes it funny.
Oh, really? Okay. It just grates on me as well. So that's. But Brian, it doesn't. Brian, I think he's, because Brian's doing tests. I think Brian's right. Not bad.
One of the dudes who makes this fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
people are leaving, aren't they?
I don't know. I was going to say something about Ranty though. Last time I heard, I haven't followed up on this, but Gemma told me, it's like a year ago. Jem told me that he was doing a whole project where he was like going undercover as a homeless guy and like
Really?
live as a homeless guy, and then like do a documentary where he then like still selects a homeless guy to then like champion and like kind of turn his life around, give him a bunch of money and stuff. But before that, he was gonna like live and document life as a homeless person or something. Anyways, Gemma told me this whole thing, and I'd never seen anything else about it, so I don't know if that really happened.
Okay, I have not heard anything about Rand, to be honest.
I hope he's okay.
Yeah.
Guy could be a dangerous ordeal. Trying to live as a homeless.
I wouldn't do that. That's just me.
You guys got to coax SC to come out, because now that he's seen the picture that Matthews posted with the thing, I think he's afraid to say anything now. He's got the evidence that he was sure didn't exist, man. Can't show his face. I feel bad, SC. I won't. Don't feel embarrassed, SC. I won't make fun of you too much. Coax him out.
Oh, jeez. Don't tell me you guys broke Brian and SC all in the same night.
It was kind of
quiet for a bit. SC's been quiet for a bit. I think Brian was looking for an excuse to.
Yeah, I think he was.
Something. I don't think I ran him off.
Oh yeah, no.
There's no way. I mean, I snapped at him, but he knows me.
Brian does that. He'll suddenly realize that his argument is completely fucked up, and
give him credit.
I did say he'll manufacture an argument at that point so he can rage quit. He does that a lot.
Well, I give him credit because I did say something, and he said, "I'm going to stop saying that." And then, but the other thing he did is, I said, he said, solar mass ejections. I said, dude, it's just FYI, it's CMEs, coronal mass ejections, just FYI. Next, 10 seconds later, solar mass ejections. Brian, it's coronal mass ejections, CMEs. 10 seconds later. Well, I was just about solar. Let me talk again about solar mass ejections.
I mean, it's same difference, right? Then I know it's not the same thing, but I know what it is. But
a solar mass ejection.
But yeah, he dropped it also once we told him the ratio. That was a bit silly. I don't even know how to compare that to anything practical, but that's just such a silly ratio, like the mass of the sun compared to the mass of a solar massive. Or Christ did the same thing, the coronal mass ejection.
Well, I'll tell you a little tiny story. When when we lived in our old house. We're in a new house now. We lived in our old house. It was a tiny thing. We they cut our cable off because we couldn't pay the bill. And so, but there were 2 channels that they kept on. Don't know why. And the 2 channels were this weird Christian kids channel, but all the TV shows looked like they were made in the 1980s. It was called Smile of a Child. That was the name of the channel, and it was quite odd. And then there was NASA TV. So all we had to watch for several months was NASA TV. And my son and I, we'd sit and we would watch stuff, and we'd learn some stuff. And I learned about coronal mass ejections. That's how I know about them. And all sorts of other
That's
stuff
so
as well.
boring.
I
They
was.
put such boring shit out, dude.
They really do. They take some really exciting concepts and ideas and just make them so tedious. And then
sometimes
it's done to make it the least appealing as possible, seemingly, right? It just seems like it's just done to be as least appealing as they can possibly make it.
Well, you know who did the most impromptu experiments, and like he's got videos of the experiments, is Don Pettit. Like people always shit on Don Pettit, but Don Pettit he's pretty smart dude, and he's pretty like a lot of the experiments he was doing was like of his own accord. Like he just came up with them, and he just did them on his own free time and stuff. And
right, what you up to, Blue?
He did a lot of cool shit.
Just lurking.
You miss Brian. I'm sorry to say, man.
I caught the very, very tail end of it. I was listening over on YouTube.
You can blame Kosho.
No, I snapped at him for a second, but first of all, it was warranted, and also he knows that I'm not serious. But that was annoying, dude. I'm asking him the environment of what he's talking about. He's like, it's a thought experiment. I know it's a fucking thought experiment, dude. I'm just asking you is it in a vacuum chamber or in a vacuum or an atmosphere?
I love his thought experiments. They're usually hilarious.
Well, if he could move beyond thought experiments into some tangible, some relatively, some science, that'd be brilliant.
Like I said, he's ahead like when you comparatively, he's ahead of a lot of people.
Yeah.
Even
Let's give him,
Globers,
again, have to give him credit. I totally agree.
As far as practice, putting it in practice, I mean.
Yeah, he get out and actually try to do things, and I give him credit for that.
Yeah.
Still the only flat earther who's attempted, MC Toon's whole thing.
Oh, did he? I didn't know that. He attempted the challenge.
Yeah, he's still kind of working on it a little bit. I think it's a little Weasley though what he's doing, dude. He knows it's like a little Weasley what he's doing, but
he knows it's not he's no ideas. It's not flat.
Well, no, it's not that. It's just his method for making it work. It involves trickery that he knows is not. That he knows it's trickery, but I think he thinks it's fair, and it kind of is fair because you don't really have a choice. So.
I have heard it said, do you think this person, that person really believes this? Sometimes I wonder, I really do. Sometimes I have a difficult time, I have to admit. I have a difficult time sometimes looking at it and thinking, do they really believe this? There's some things they say, you just think, is that what I would say if I really believed this? If I thought this was the most important thing in all the world, is this what I would do? More often than not, I just say, I don't think so. But that's me, that's something what I would do.
I think you're forgetting, though, how compelling the argument actually, like, it's interesting. Like for something that for a lot of people it seems like it's obviously not the case. There's a lot of evidence that makes it feasible, or at least that makes it feasible. To be convinced that evidence is meaningful. It's crazy. It's actually kind of funny how many like little pieces of evidence really can be used in this argument, like in the favor of
Right.
flat Earth. You know what I mean?
When Geo or someone starts saying, what they believe and what they believe to be the evidence, they can talk for quite a while, and I sort of do understand in some respects, in some ways, but then it doesn't really, in some films, it's great special effects, the acting's fine and everything, but it really doesn't add up to a really good film, good movie. You get that sometimes, even though the acting's
I
fine.
get that. I don't get that with this though.
I do.
I can see. It makes perfect. Like I said, to me, right?
Harnesses, really.
Even a reasonable, intelligent, person. I can see how the evidence can be present. Like it's just like it's a perfect storm of evidences, and it's strange in that way because I can't think of that's something else that has the same sort of apparent merit.
Going to agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a perfect storm of little things that, to some, add up to a big thing. But if you analyze the little things, you say star rotation, or you don't have to do much really to disassemble it. That's the weird thing. You just don't have to try too hard to dismantle the whole thing. But then the problem is, if you dismantle a little piece of it, there's still 100 other little pieces. Anyway, I'm rambling. I don't want to push anyone out.
I don't want to dismantle it anyways. I'd be devastated if it was dismantled. But my girlfriend's telling me I got to take a shower now. So.
All right, Kosho, have a great night. Ola Matard, anyone talking? Matthew? Hello? Anyone?
Huh? What? Huh?
Kosho just left, so I'm Ola Matard, as they say.
Oh.
On the trail of the lonesome pine. You should understand that reference.
Yeah.
In the pale moonshine, our hearts entwined. What's the rest?
Oh, gee, don't make me try to think this sound of the night.
In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, on the trail of the lonesome pine, in the pale moonshine, our hearts entwined, where she carved her name and I carved mine. You haven't seen Laurel and Hardy? Blue marble science.
Huh. Imagine that.
I'm shocked and stunned.
I stay that way.
Not everyone knows everything about every reference to everything. That's not fair, sorry. Yeah, it's a famous scene, Laurel and Hardy, and Stan is singing this song, and of course, you generally don't sing. So Stan is singing the song, and he sings with a bass baritone voice, bass, "Ooh, the pale moonshine, hearts entwined," that type of thing.
Uh-huh.
And Oliver Hardy is looking at the camera. You know how they broke the fourth wall all the time in Laurel and Hardy? He looks at the camera with impatience and gets a hammer. And then as the song progresses, cracks Stan on the head with the hammer. And his baritone, bass voice goes away, and he turns into a soprano and starts singing like a girl. It's actually quite delightfully silly. He does a little curtsy and everything. He just dances. It's so great.
I don't remember that one. I may have seen it. I'm sure
Yeah.
I probably have, but I just don't.
It's
I don't
it's well
recall.
known. It's well known in our family because my mum and dad really loved Laurel and Hardy, and that particular scene, my mum really enjoyed, and so it's kind of our, family, part of our family experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That could be why I remember it better than the rest of the stuff. Anyway. They were great. I love Laurel and Hardy. They were crazy. Stuff they did back in the day. No health and safety. No seatbelts. No nothing. The stunts and stuff was just
Oh, geez. Yeah.
bonkers.
Look at the crazy crap that they were willing to go and do in those days.
Just, yeah. The other thing I
don't know how the Keystone Cops managed not
Yes.
to kill somebody.
That's where the phrase "cut to the chase." That's
Yeah.
where that comes from. Keystone Cops. They were,
Yeah,
they were
they're
nuts.
always falling off,
Moving
moving
car.
cars or fire trucks or something. Guys rolling all over the place.
Keystone Cops were great. That's some crazy stuff. Got what I was going to refer to.
Yeah, I've pulled an occasional clip out of Keystone Cops when somebody's doing something exceedingly stupid and stuck it in one of my videos.
There was a thing on, not Harold Lloyd. Who was the other one? There's Stan Laurel, Harold Lloyd. Who did the house stunt with the house fell on him, the front of the house?
Oh gosh, that was
And deadpan. He was deadpan the whole time. He never smiled in any of his films.
Buster Keaton.
Buster Keaton.
Thank you, Buster Keaton.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just, and they set the stunt up so the front of the house would fall down, and he'd be standing where the window, the top window, and he just walks up to it and he says, "I think this is about where it should be," and then they ran the stunt, and half the crew, they couldn't even look because they were absolutely, he'd been killed. He would have been just smashed, and they couldn't look, and they did it in one take. Obviously, you had to do it in one take. Well, not obviously, but they had to do it in one take. Crazy man. Yeah, it's just amazing. What time? You need to know the time in Spanish. You need two letters. You need a K or a S. Spanish for what is the time is K or S. Supposed to be clever. Got that song in my head. Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. And now I live in Georgia, and very often we drive through the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. Wow, I'm really. Spanish for what is the time is K. Oh, here's my voice. Oh, my voice is horrible. I don't like my voice. No one's listening. No one cares. We'll go and eat worms. They allow singing in the server?
I don't think so.
Some of them, they don't like you to speak foreign languages. I know that's true. Anyway, there's the other thing I heard was the treatment. What's her face got on the? Never mind. I can't remember what I'm talking about. Never mind. Hey, Pete Shea. Pete Shea is on YouTube. Hi, Pete. You want to come in chat? It's mid-morning for you, your side of the pond. Sometimes I look in the YouTube chat to see what people are saying about what we are saying.
Yeah.
And it's sometimes they say, "What's that Hugh Janus idiot babbling, plugging, slugging, blathering, blithering," all those lovely words with his stupid
Yeah.
accent.
I read a little bit of it. Yeah.
I just happened to click on it. Pete Shea pops in. That's good timing. 8:30. All right. 8:30 in the morning. Get on, missus. No, that's not Irish. What's Irish? I'll keep it over soon. Seems Pete doesn't sound like he's going to come in. I'm going to pop off soon. It has been a jolly nice evening. I have this one video game that I play. I've been playing it for quite a while. It came with a computer that my mother and father-in-law got. I've been playing it since like 1997. Not all the time, obviously. And it's a very challenging game. I'm playing it for the 5th, 6th, or 7th time. Hey, Pete, you want to come in the chat? Say hello? I'm not going to stay in too long, but I do want to say hello to you if you want. Pete Show. I'm going to close that window, close that screen, go back to my game. So Matthew saw a launch in California this evening where the rocket was going up and you could see the plume of the rocket exhaust.
That's cool.
In the, with the sun. Lit by the sun. Yeah.
Yeah, there have been a few spectacular videos
yes,
over the years of launches right around sunset or just before sunrise.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a few.
And
as
you
well.
see that very clear distinction when the rocket climbs to the point where the plume is being eliminated by the sun.
Just wildest thing to see. I see the videos. You just think, imagine that in person. What do you think? What the heck is going on here? That'd be pretty good. I'm from the shuttle days, so I watched. We watched Atlantis go up. We were at Disney World, and we went down to visit the spaces years ago. I don't think we go in the space center. I can't remember. Maybe we did. I don't remember. In any case, we caught the rocket going up from Disney World. They said what time it was, and we were at the resort. And so we saw this pinpoint of light. Couldn't hear anything. It was miles away, Just saw this pinpoint of light going up.
Yeah, you're 100 miles away.
Yeah, you wouldn't hear it. That was absolutely amazing. It was brilliant experience.
Yeah, they're loud, but they're not that loud.
No, they're not that loud.
I never saw the shuttle fly.
Oh, yeah, we just did once. That was my one thing. I didn't really see it, but I saw the dart of light, so I could say I saw it. It's like going, like I've been to St. Louis to the airport, so it's
Yeah.
I have been to St. Louis, but
Pete says he's blocked from talking.
oh, is he? Oh dear. Well. Takes some talent to do that, eh? Because Gio's really, he's very good, the way I feel him, that he's very well balanced, in that respect, he allows people to speak.
So what was SE on about?
I don't remember. I'll be honest, I don't remember what he said. I just remember it was annoying.
Still on about the baby galaxies, I'm sure.
Yeah. I try to not have pet topics, but I do have things that I know about, and I usually end up talking about those, chiming in, because I know about photography. So I don't know about everything about photography, but I know enough about photography to know that the fact that it says something about lenses, then I know what they're saying is makes sense and is accurate. And I know enough about physics or whatever. Same thing. Not enough really to talk intelligently about it.
So I just want to say that I was actually wrong earlier when I said that if you had a pressure vessel in a vacuum and you opened up one side, that no work is being done, because if the pressure vessel is being accelerating by that process, which it would, then work is actually being done, because the momentum of the it's not like an elastic collision where the gas would have the same temperature, the same kinetic energy as before. It would be moving slower, so it would have a less temperature essentially, and that energy would be turned into kinetic energy of the gas chamber that's moving. But that's only a small difference.
Not the rockets don't work in a vacuum argument again. Oh my God.
Yeah, it was all that all over again. Like deja vu. It's that type of thing. I don't understand. It's when I mentioned CME. Now I don't know everything about space and things, but I know what CMEs are. So correcting Brian multiple times for the same thing, and then he just continues saying the same thing. I don't get it. I don't get it. Help! I don't understand. What am I doing wrong?
Yeah, when that happens, if you are like talking past each other, you kind of need to, I guess, like break down each like element of what he's saying, and then maybe we'll break down each element of what you're saying, and just like not to let that just happen again and again, but try to think, okay, this is what I'm saying. Can you address these things? These are the things I need you to address. I'm addressing the things you're saying, and then you can kind of move on.
Yeah, I know. I got to work on my patience. I'm not something I can be patient about. On some things, I just lose my rag really easily. I think blue is like that too, aren't you, man?
Like what? I just walked away for a second.
Oh no, just saying that sometimes you can keep you cool and no problem, and sometimes it just the way certain people say certain things.
Well, there's a tipping point you get to.
Yeah. Yeah, I think yeah, it can go on. It can go on a little bit too long, and you just get frustrated. And then you should disengage, but you can't. Why do we do that? Why do we do that to ourselves? What's wrong with us? Where are you from, by the way? Chappy, not blue.
Where am I from?
No, the other lad. I'm not by my. I can't see who's online.
Pinky?
Someone just corrected himself. Yes.
Yeah, that was Pinky.
Pinky. Okay.
I just don't want to say online.
Hmm?
I don't want to say online.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, no, fine. No problem. No worries. I don't mind. It's just
I mean, what I said about the entropy increasing with the gas going into the vacuum is still true. Like the entropy just increases for that
right.
reason as well. Like if the spaceship was like bolted down and say it wasn't moving, but it just increases more, I think, because it is moving. Possibly. Again, I could be wrong.
I would like to try to pick apart, or rather not pick apart, it's the wrong word. I would like to try and figure out what it is that Brian's trying to say when he did do an experiment. Credit, I would like to try to get what he's working on, or implying, or saying, but I can't right now. I can't do it. I don't understand. I know it's because he's got the bull behind the horns, and he's got the mixed metaphors. He's got the wrong end of the stick, and he's thrashing around with it. I do understand that.
I didn't hear any of that. What sort of experiment has he done?
He it's actually in the chat. He posted a video of it. And now that I'm saying it, I can't actually remember what he said he'd do. He did an experiment that attempted to show that rockets can't work in a vacuum because entropy and I'll be honest, I can't recall what he said. I lost it. So
Oh, I see a video he posted up here. I'll go on mute and watch it. Let's see what he did wrong.
all right. Where's a better qualified dude to go through the nuances of all the mistakes? Regrettably, all I have is a fancy accent. I don't have a lot of depth as far as the science goes. I forgot most of it. I have poor memory. I do know that it was a thought experiment, is what he said it was, which is lovely, but not science. And if his intention is to combat his perceived pseudoscience or the perceived pseudoscience of the globe, then it's incumbent on him to get his own tests done and stuff like that, and to cross all the T's and dot the I's.
Okay.
Well, okay, let's hear it.
2 minutes and 18 seconds into his 12 minutes. I'm not watching anymore.
It's sort of
Brian just invented the reverse thruster on a jet engine. Is what he did.
Reverse thruster on a jet. Yeah, I didn't think it had anything to do with rockets.
Yeah, that's basically all he's showing is what happens when you redirect the flow. You'll take the majority of the thrust away from it.
Well,
or you put just move it to another direction. That's all.
I did get the impression while we were talking that he was talking about jet engines.
No, he thinks it's analogous to a rocket, but it's
not
not.
at all. But Brian, it's not the same thing. Rockets don't push off air. There's not enough friction. It's not. How do you think that is what friction is doing? Rockets don't need air. Rockets can work in air or in a vacuum. They can do both. So no, that's not.
Actually, they work better in a vacuum.
Yeah, they do. There's no resistance or anything. Or is there a reason? What? Tell me. Do you happen to know what they work better in the vacuum? I kind of knew that.
Well, you got a slightly higher pressure differential.
Okay, that's what it is. Yeah. It's slightly. It's not much, though, is it?
Yeah, it's not a huge difference,
No.
but
But as we talked, I didn't really know. You would have been able to dismantle it in seconds, but I bumbled around with my limited knowledge, and I just had this impression that he was barking at the wrong tree, and I kind of thought, "Are you talking about? Wait, are you talking about jet engines, turbines? They need air. They're forced air. They react off air. Yes, absolutely. But no, rockets are not doing that. Not at all. There's the rockets that are optimized for space. SpaceX has two rockets. They have the one that's on the booster and the one that's on the second stage. And the one that's on the second stage is optimized for vacuum, called the vacuum engine. The Dragon, or what it's called now. So you got those two things, and that's not the same as at all. It's not the same as a jet engine. Not at all. And then he kept talking about entropy, and it was difficult. It was a difficult conversation, to be honest.
well,
But Brian
they got one part right. I mean, it is Newton's third law. I'll give
okay.
him that. That's perfectly fine argument. But when you say Newton's third, I've debunked Newton's third law, as you did. I immediately know it's bullshit. Nobody has ever debunked Newton's third law of motion. It's not going to happen.
No, because it's like debunking the idea that people can fly. You're not going to do that. Dream about it. But there are some things you're not going to. Yeah, they've been in existence for all this time for a reason, for good reason. But he did an experiment. He tried. Bless him. That's so patronizing. Well, I didn't take any time to dismantle that one, did it?
No. Let's see what he's doing now. I'm just watching. I've got the volume turned down. Looks like he's got a leaf blower hanging from a wire or something.
Oh, gosh.
Easy, Brian. That thing will smack you right in the mouth.
A leaf blower. All right.
I think that's what it is. I'm not sure.
Do watch party. I'll watch it too.
Yeah, he posted it at 139.
All right. I quit my game so I can watch this thing. Oh, that would mean I'd have to log in. Who else do we lose? Do you think he posts it on his YouTube channel?
Yeah, it's up on his YouTube. You want me to repost it?
No, it's okay. I don't want to have to log in. I'm on my iPad. I don't have to log in on my computer.
Yeah.
Is he a triangle? Brown triangle icon? Looks like a drawing.
Say what now?
What's it called? What's the video called?
What's the video called?
Yeah.
Rocket in a Vacuum Investigation. Parentheses, does combustion add thrust? Well, only if it increases the acceleration of the gas, Brian. If it changes the mass of the gas or increases the acceleration, yes, it will add thrust.
Mm. Mm. Eesh. Oh, it's so much more clear on the computer than my my iPad. Goodness. Earth Awakenings. Question text. There's Matthews. Oh no. Okay, here we go. I finally got it.
This video is going to be about rockets working back in space and whether combustion had thrust instead of how much.
Mute myself. Are you still watching it, Blue?
Yeah, I'm watching him build a flamethrower now.
He's got a leaf blower and some balloons.
Yeah.
Okay. Rockets in a vacuum investigation. But it's a leaf blower.
Uh-huh.
I'm missing something.
Yeah, that's a leaf blower. That's what it is.
Okay. If the combustion adds thrust, that's his idea.
Yeah, that's what he's
Kitchen sink science.
questioning. So he's got some kind of gizmo. He's hooked up a propane tank too.
Right. 20 pounds
And
propane.
runs the propane through the whatever. I can't even see what he's running it through.
It's too dark.
But let's see if I can go back and see what he. It's not real clear what it's hooked to, but he turns the propane on and you can hear the propane escaping, and then he lights the propane and says, see, the thrust doesn't. Well, Brian, the propane is no longer involved in the device that you've got it hooked to. Lighting the propane after it leaves doesn't do a thing. That's not what a rocket does.
I don't. What is he thinking it changes?
I don't
It's
know.
just turning the gas into, it's just igniting the gas. Okay, so he's thinking that it's igniting, the rocket ignites gas. And something. And, oh yeah, no, that's not dangerous at all. It moves the same amount. 9, 8, 8, at the 8-minute mark where he lights it, he turns the thing up. He turns the hose up. And it moves, it recoils a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When it before, but let's see here. Let's go precise. Okay, he lights it. Turns it off. Turns it on again. It doesn't move. And then, okay, so that's at 9 minutes and 2 seconds. 9 minutes and 2 seconds. He turns up the amount of gas and with the flame on, and it is recoiling as it did before with the flame on. It's the same. The combustion, to be honest, not hardly adding, to be honest. So, no, it was very clear. I rewind it. I don't know why I'm doing this. But, okay, yeah, so, okay, if you stop it right at where it says, I don't recommend anyone doing this at home, that's it. 7 minutes and 46 seconds. He turns the gas on and it recoils, but he doesn't turn the gas on much. And he's not even measuring how much he turns the gas on.
Yeah, that's
He's not measuring that.
kind of typical of he's doing something. I give him hats off Brian, to Brian. He's out there actually doing something, but there's nothing controlled about this. Nothing measured, nothing controlled.
So the amount he turns the nozzle to increase the amount of gas.
Yeah.
it's random. Each time he turns it on a little bit. Right, yeah, back at 9, I'm back at 9 minutes, and I'm playing it. But back at 9 minutes, with the gas, it recoils noticeably. So, I don't know, do you think it's even 78? Is it worth? He did this 2 years ago? Wait a minute, he says he just did this. Maybe I got the wrong impression. He just posted it. But let's see. And the rest is balloons in a hot water. I can see why you didn't watch. Oh, no, I was doing the rockets fall down. Super fluid. Well, all right, he did an experiment. Credit. Give him credit.
Yeah, well, this is not how we do
There's no control.
a controlled experiment.
And that was 2 years ago. And he says a thought experiment. So, 2 years of doing this or more, and you want to up your ante, up your game. My take on that. I'm surprised it's 2 years. I'll be honest. I'm sorry if I'm reiterating, but I'm surprised that was 2 years ago.
Yeah, well.
Yep. All right, man. Well, you know what? I'm going to pop off, and I'm actually first. I'm going to look at. Oh, okay. Bitter from Matthew.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here.
Yep. Have a great night, sir. I'll talk to you again.
All right, take care.
See ya.
Yo, what up, Gio? You there?